The Demon King and the other three were stunned. In countless years, no one had ever dared to speak to them like this. They were instinctively angry, but they also felt something was wrong. The power contained in that water tornado was so strong that the three of them were completely unable to stop it. Although this power is nothing compared to their true form. But in today's origin continent, this force is far greater than theirs. This also means that this force has broken through the limitations of the origin continent. But due to the limitations of the road, how can such restrictions be easily broken? Only the Tao itself can break this limitation. The three of them all knew something about the origin of the heaven ceiling and absolute Tao formation. It was a formation that was under the destiny of the great Tao. In a sense, this formation was the will of the great Tao. That's why the power of the formation can transcend the limitations, and the power that just attacked them came from the heaven ceiling extermination formation itself. All three knew the origin of this formation. If there was anyone who could manipulate it, it was only one person. The three demon kings exchanged glances, and finally the king of the sea realm spoke up, "But Senior Ceiling Taoist Lord?" Ha ha. A laugh came from under the whirlpool. In the waterspout, a man in a blue robe with an immortal look emerged. Although it was not his real body, the blue-robed man was surrounded by the tremendous power of the heaven-sealing absolute Tao formation. At the same time, behind him, formations and countless divine symbols appeared and disappeared from time to time. This blue-robed man is exactly the image of the Taoist Lord Fengjie. The three of them were startled and bowed at the same time. Juniors greet the Taoist Master Fengjie. Fengjie Dao Jun hummed and looked at them with sharp eyes. "If you have nothing to do, leave." His words were not pleasant to hear, but the three of them did not dare to get angry at all. The king of the sea realm said with a stiff upper lip, "I sensed someone had entered the heaven-sealing absolute Tao formation, so I came to check it out. I didn't expect you to be here." The Taoist Lord Fengjie whispered, "Someone has gone in, but it has nothing to do with you three. No need to ask, I still have things to do here. You three should leave immediately, otherwise I will not be able to help you three." Used it. Such impolite words made the three people very unhappy, but they dared not say anything. Although this is the Boundary Sea, it is the territory of the King of the Boundary Sea. However, in the area of the Great Whirlpool, the Taoist Master of Sealing the Realm has absolute say. Once the formation here is activated, the three of them are in a restricted state and cannot stop it at all. Seeing that the three people didn't say anything, Fengjie Dao Jun chuckled, and in an instant, countless whirlpools around them rose into water tornadoes at the same time. The waterspouts are connected to each other, and a curtain of water is intertwined and unfolded in the air. The formation is activated, and it is a heaven-sealing and ultimate Tao formation. It is commanded by heaven and can exert its power without any restraint. Although this formation has no lethal power, once it is formed, it is enough to trap the three of them here, and they will not be able to get out for tens of millions of years. The three people's faces changed drastically, and they immediately flew outside. Before the formation was formed, the three people flew out of the sea area. Looking back at the vast sea area, it was covered by a huge formation. If they were slower, they might not be able to get out. The face of the king of the sea realm was not good. I didn't expect that he was actually the Taoist Lord of Sealing the Realm. The third ancestor whispered, "I remember that in order to avoid being hunted down by the great Tao Array sect, the Sealing Tao Master fled to the origin continent, and was later ordered by the heaven to set up this great array during the origin catastrophe. After the formation was set up, the Taoist Lord of Sealing Realms disappeared. Afterwards, the Great Tao Formation sect paid a heavy price to have a Formation Master sneak in and tamper with the formation, but the Taoist Lord of Sealing Realms did not show up either. For so many years, there has been no news from him. I thought that the Taoist Master of Sealing Realms had fallen into a deep sleep." The Demon King also said, "Yes, if we knew that the Sealing Taoist Lord was still alive, how could the Great Tao Array sect have been peaceful all these years? Although it is difficult to enter the origin continent, with the ability of the Great Tao Array sect, we will definitely be able to get in." The king of the Sea of Realms said, "That only means that the sealing Taoist master hid well, and even the great Tao Array sect didn't find him. But I never expected that he would appear at this moment." The third ancestor said, "It is understandable that he appeared at this moment. After all, the world is about to undergo a dramatic change, and the sealing Taoist master will certainly benefit from it. Back then, he was ordered by heaven to set up this great formation. It is naturally a great achievement, and perhaps the gains will be greater than those of you and me." All three of them wanted to gain benefits from the dramatic changes in the world, and now someone else wanted to get a piece of the pie, which made them unhappy. But there is nothing they can do even though they are unhappy. They cannot do anything that goes against the will of heaven. The Demon King asked. The Taoist sealing master said someone went in. Who could it be? The third ancestor snorted coldly. Use your brain to think carefully. Who else could it be? Brat, you hit it so well that you could even be related to the Taoist Lord Fengjie. The Demon King was stunned. You mean, it was Brother Lin who went in? The third ancestor said, who else could it be but him? The formation is full of guys from the heavenly god realm. Even if you and I go in, we might suffer a great loss. Only you, the brat, will have a chance after entering. They all knew that Lin Moyu had killed extraterritorial gods, and he had his own way of dealing with them. Apart from Lin Moyu, there is no one else who can be considered. The king of the sea boundary said, it seems that it is really Brother Lin. The third ancestor said, let's all go back and prepare. If this is really the opportunity for a dramatic change in the world, then it will probably happen soon. The three of them discussed for a while, then dispersed and returned to their own territories to make final preparations. Antares laughed loudly in the formation. You are worthy of being a senior. You drove them away with just a few words. Shui Ji Tianzuan said, it is also because of the limitation of the Great Tao. If they were in the Great Tao outside the heaven, they would not be scared away. Antares said, they should have all gone back to prepare. They all want to gain benefits from the sudden changes in the world, but I don't know how much they can gain. Shui Ji Tianzun 637 said, it won't be too little, but it won't be too much either, because the cause is definitely on fellow Taoist Lin. Antares sighed, I don't know how much benefit he can get and to what extent. Shui Ji Tianzuan said, wait and see. In the formation, the undead army surrounded the two extraterritorial gods. The two extraterritorial gods both have only one pair of wings and belong to the lowest level among the extraterritorial gods, which is almost equivalent to the 9th level of innate soul realm of human race. Lin Moyu took out a severed hand, which was left by the extraterritorial god he killed. Origin level magic, corpse explosion. The severed hand turned into powder, and with two loud bangs, the two extraterritorial gods were blown to pieces in the explosion. The damage of corpse explosion is 200% of the corpse's vitality before death. The more targets there are, the less damage each target will suffer. But now there are only 2 targets. Even if the damage is halved, they can still be killed. Moreover, the damage will not be reduced by half. According to Lin Moyu's experience, it will be reduced by 10% at most. As a result, the two extraterritorial gods were killed in the explosion without any surprise. The amount of raw materials in Lin Moyu's hand that he used to perform the corpse explosion also increased from 1 to 2. After collecting the 2 pieces of corpses, the skeleton hell flew out and ate all the excess flesh and blood. To the skeleton hell, the flesh and blood of the Tao realm was a rare nutrient. Even if it doesn't have any effect now, it is also a kind of accumulation. Lin Moyu went deeper and walked a long way. This heaven-sealing absolute Tao formation, which existed at the bottom of the Sea of Boundaries and was based on the 5 continents, was really too large. Its area is larger than any other continent. Just relying on footsteps to measure, even if Lin Moyu was given 1,000 or 10,000 years, he might not be able to walk to every corner. Of course, Lin Moyu would not do that. He was preparing for his own plan. One by one, the extraterritorial gods were attracted by Lin Moyu's original aura, and were then killed by Lin Moyu without any mercy. The explosion of corpses became the most beautiful music in the world, as if welcoming Lin Moyu, the uninvited guest. Lin Moyu had to bomb at least 2 extraterritorial gods at the same time every time, so that he could obtain more raw materials. Before she knew it, the amount of raw materials in Lin Moyu's hands had increased, exceeding 100. Finally, some buildings appeared in Lin Moyu's sight. The styles of these buildings are completely different from those of human architecture. They are in the shape of a strange inverted triangle, with a pointed bottom and a flat top. There are several stone houses hanging in the 3 corners. Some are big and some are small. They seem to be the places where the gods from outside the realm live. At the bottom of the triangle, there is a building similar to an altar, but I don't know what it is used for. There are hundreds of such buildings evenly distributed across the land, forming a layout similar to a village. In the center of the village stands a huge triangle that is several times taller than the other triangles. Lin Moyu had seen them from a long distance through the eyes of the undead. In these inverted triangle buildings, there were flames of soul. Most of the soul flames are only at the Daozuan level, not the extraterritorial gods, and are obviously divine pets. At the top of each triangle, in front of the altar-like building, there is an alien god. In this area, there are more than 100 extraterritorial gods. And on the giant triangle in the center of the building complex, an even more powerful extraterritorial god stood in it. The alien god in the center of the village is an alien god with 2 pairs of wings, a total of 4 wings. Their souls are stronger and their emperors are more powerful. 4-winged outer territory god. If I'm not mistaken, this should be a settlement of the extraterritorial gods. I wonder if they call it a village or a tribe. Lin Moyu was not clear about the various ways to address the extraterritorial gods, but that didn't matter. The next second, the undead army rushed over like an overwhelming force. This time, Lin Moyu did not deal with them one by one, but launched a charge. He already had enough raw materials in his hands to make a big splash. Thousands of legion commanders summoned tens of billions of dragon riders and tens of billions of skeleton generals, pressing forward like a dark cloud. The army was approaching, and the extraterritorial gods in the village flew up one after another and rushed towards the undead army. At the same time, gaps opened up in the triangular building, and countless gods flew out of it. Roar! The roars continued, and Lin Moyu's disgust reached its peak at this moment. This should be considered my first direct confrontation with the outer world gods. Lin Moyu murmured in her heart. Ever since entering the formation, Lin Moyu has had a strange feeling. A lot of time had passed since he killed the first divine pet. He had conducted experiments again and again, killing hundreds of extraterritorial gods and thousands of divine pets. However, no reward had ever come. It's not that there are no avenue rewards, but they are accumulating. Lin Moyu felt that this world was unusual. The avenue had established unique rules here. After all the extraterritorial gods here are cleared out, they will be settled together. The sea of undead flooded the village. The sea of undead alone was enough to deal with the divine pets, but it was far from enough to deal with the extraterritorial gods. At most, it could only trap them. There is an essential difference between the Dao realm and the Daozuan realm. Especially the 4-winged extraterritorial god. Every time he attacked, he could clear a large area. The undead army couldn't stop him at all. Lin Moyu watched from afar and pointed. The hell of bones emerged, enveloping the 4-winged extraterritorial god. Black Prison rushed out with a dragon roar and fought with it. At this time, the evil spirit of hell seemed a little weak and could not resist at all. The range of the protective divine light of the 4-winged outer god is even greater, exceeding 200 meters. Even the Black Prison finds it difficult to get close to it. Its attack method is similar to that of a flame. It looks like light, but it also carries flames. The temperature is extremely alarming and everything is melted wherever it passes. The skeleton held can only barely trap it, and it is almost impossible to kill it. After watching for a while, Lin Moyu understood the difference between the 4-winged and 2-winged outer territory gods. The combat power of the two is actually not at the same level, just like the difference between the 9th level innate soul and the 8th level innate soul in the Tao realm of the human race. There is a huge difference. After seeing it clearly, Lin Momoyu stopped watching the show. His will comes with death. Origin level magic, corpse explosion. Boom! In the explosion, the 3 two-winged extraterritorial gods were blown to pieces. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions followed one after another, and each explosion killed at least 2 extraterritorial gods, and sometimes 3. As the corpses exploded, all the gods from outside the realm died one after another, without any escape. Any protective divine light or powerful defense is rubbish in front of the corpse exploding. This magic technique is simply a magical skill that can kill people above their level. It ignores space and time, and can kill on the spot or delay the killing. It is extremely terrifying. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of winged extraterritorial gods were dead. The undead army flew back with their flesh and blood, which were the raw materials for Lin Moyu. The 4-winged extraterritorial god in front of you is not easy to deal with. It cannot be killed in 1 or 2 blows. The raw material is Tutu Jianshan. No one could have imagined that Lin Moyu's movements could be so fast that he killed all the 2-winged extraterritorial gods on the battlefield in the blink of an eye. By the time the 4-winged extraterritorial god reacted, all of its subordinates were already dead. On the battlefield, only some divine pets were still struggling in the sea of undead, not far from death, and it itself had become a lone beast. It rushed over with a roar, but the skeleton hell entangled it tightly, making it difficult to break through. The black prison cooperates with the hell evil, good Zhao Zhao, spirit. Although it cannot be killed, it is not a problem to trap it. After Lin Moyu dealt with all the 2-winged extraterritorial gods, his attention turned to the last 4-winged extraterritorial god. It's your turn. A large amount of flesh and blood floated out in front of him. Every piece of flesh and blood represents the corpse of an extraterritorial god. Even if the extraterritorial gods are dead, they still have to make contributions to Lin Moyu. As soon as the thought came, a roar sounded. The 4-winged extraterritorial god was suddenly shocked by the explosion, and a fist-sized wound appeared on his body, and the divine light on his body suddenly shrank greatly. It wasn't killed by the explosion, but was slightly injured. This was also within Lin Moyu's expectations. After being blown up by the corpse, it became even more angry and tried to rush over again and again, but was blocked by the black prison every time. Moreover, its attack power had been mostly worn out before it left the skeleton hell, so it lacked much threat. Lin Moyu locked onto it and continued to perform corpse explosion, with explosions ringing out one after another. The large amount of corpse flesh that had been preserved before turned into ashes, and this explosion show that belonged exclusively to the 4-winged extraterritorial god began brilliantly. In each explosion, the 4-winged outer god's flesh and blood flew everywhere. Although it was strong enough and far superior to the 2-winged outer god, it still could not withstand the explosions that far exceeded the 2-winged outer god's full-strength attack. After dozens of explosions, its soul flame was extinguished. Lin Moyu muttered to himself, it exploded 68 times in total. It's really tenacious. It seems that the previous preparations were not in vain. Precisely because of the difficulty in killing the 4-winged extraterritorial god, Lin Moyu made a lot of preparations beforehand. He waited until he had the raw materials for 100 corpse explosions before he actually took action against the 4-winged extraterritorial god. As all the extraterritorial gods died, the remaining divine pets were completely vulnerable and were quickly swallowed up by the sea of undead. The flesh and blood of the extraterritorial god came into Lin Moyu's hands, and the rest became nutrition for the skeleton hell. The evil spirits in hell feasted on the food and enjoyed it very much. Lin Moyu felt that some changes had taken place in the skeleton hell. The realm of the evil spirits in hell had not changed, but their defense had changed. The defenses of the evil spirits of hell became stronger, and a layer of hazy light appeared on them. This layer of faint light is somewhat similar to the protective divine light of the gods from outside the realm. To a certain extent, it enhances the combat effectiveness of the evil spirits of hell. It was also the first time that Lin Moyu discovered that the skeleton hell actually had this ability. While devouring a large number of extraterritorial gods, he was able to gain their abilities. This reminded Lin Moyu of the Red Blood Avenue. When the skeleton hell devoured the Red Blood Avenue, it also possessed a trace of the Red Blood Avenue's characteristics. It was the Red Blood Avenue that enabled Black Prison to break through the limitations of magic and achieve the Avenue realm. Now, the gods from outside the realm can allow the evil spirits in hell to obtain the protective divine light. If this is really possible, then when the skeleton hell devours other avenues or more powerful people from other realms in the future, will it be able to absorb the characteristics of other realms as its own? Once the number of them increases, how bad will the skeletons become? This also made Lin Moyu more convinced that he could not be the reincarnation of the Lord of Hell. The Lord of Hell, who controls hell, does not have this ability. After dealing with all the extraterritorial gods and divine pets, Lin Moyu walked into the village. The inverted triangle building is about 100 meters high, hollow inside and honeycomb-shaped, divided into hundreds of grids. There are 3 rooms on the triangle of each building, and the breath of the gods' pets still lingers in these 3 rooms. Lin Moyu came to the top of the building again and looked at the traces left behind from the top. With a thought, the Avenue of Time emerged. Go back in time. Lin Moyu wanted to see what happened here so as to understand the relationship between the extraterritorial gods and their pets. He had a vague guess that the relationship between the extraterritorial gods and their pets was not simply that of master and pet. Extraterritorial gods and divine pets are names given by the cultivators of the origin continent themselves, and they are not necessarily the real situation. As time went back, scenes from the past quickly appeared before Lin Moyu's eyes. The divine pets are like wild beasts, mating with each other and giving birth to new divine pets. They have a strong reproductive capacity and can give birth to many chicks in one litter, ranging from dozens to hundreds. These divine pets will be placed in the same hive when they are only the size of a fist. Only half a day later, these newly born divine pets opened their eyes one after another. The first thing they do after opening their eyes is to open their mouths and bite their compatriots with their newly grown teeth. A huge fight began, and among the divine pets in each grid of space, only one can survive in the end. This pattern reminded Lin Moyu of a race that once existed in the big world. It is the same with them. After they are born, they kill each other, and only the winner can survive. The divine pet that won the final victory has eaten its own compatriots and has become more powerful. But then, it will face the challenge of the winners in other grids. All the grids in the entire triangular building, all the winners, will engage in a brutal fight, and in the end only one can survive. The grid is like a maze, and all winners must find their opponents, then kill and eat them to make themselves stronger. Until the final winner appears in the entire building, it can enter the upside-down hanging house. In the house, it will sleep and evolve until it reaches the 9th level of Daozun. At this point it has become a true divine pet, but this is not the final state of a divine pet. After reaching the 9th realm of Daozun, he would walk from the house to the top of the building and enter the altar. The altar contains a strange power that allows them to evolve. Once they evolve successfully, they will transform from divine pets into extraterritorial gods. If the evolution fails, there will be 2 results. One is to maintain the 9th level of Daozun unchanged, and the other is to fall to the 8th level of Daozun, or the 7th level of Daozun. After failure, some of the divine pets will leave here, while some will continue to stay here. However, it seems that they will never have the chance to evolve into extraterritorial gods. After reading it, Lin Moyu finally understood that the extraterritorial gods were evolved from divine pets. They start fighting from the moment they are born, and then after long years of fighting, they grow up and eventually become the winners, embarking on the road of evolution. The failure rate of evolution is extremely high, only 1 in a million will succeed. The vast majority of divine pets fail to evolve and cannot become extraterritorial gods. Losers are always favored by God. The composition structure of the God realm is extremely cruel, far exceeding that of the origin continent. Only the strong are qualified to survive, the weak will die. It is this structure that determines their warlike nature. There are all kinds of birds in a big forest. This model is hard to succeed. Lin Moyu looked down on the heavenly God realm. Their mode of cultivation and evolution was too barbaric. They were so barbaric that they had to rely on the heavens for their livelihood, and their hard work would only result in them falling to the lower class. In Lin Moyu's opinion, a race like this has no future. Maybe they will be very strong at the beginning, but that's the limit, and it's impossible for them to really reach the top. Even Lin Moyu did not think that they were truly intelligent creatures. In order for them to develop their wisdom and enlightenment, they would have to become extraterritorial gods themselves. His eyes were full of disdain. Outer heavenly God, who gave them this name? How can they be worthy of it? There is only one way to deal with such a race: kill. They were born from slaughter, and they will end in slaughter. The skeleton hell descended, covering the entire village. Massive buildings collapsed rapidly and were eaten up by the evil spirits of hell, erasing all traces of the extraterritorial gods here. A large number of skeleton gods flew out, divided into thousands of teams of tens of thousands, and flew in all directions. From this moment on, Lin Moyu's battle against the extraterritorial gods officially began. What happened before was just an appetizer. Now the real show begins. Although this world is big, in Lin Moyu's view, it is just a super large copy with a slightly higher difficulty. The extraterritorial gods are the monsters in the copy, and he will clean up all of them. Lin Moyu felt like she was back to the time when she was soloing a dungeon in the small world, and a similar feeling came back. Divine pets are ordinary monsters, two-winged alien gods are elite monsters, four-winged alien gods may be the boss, and six-winged or eight-winged alien gods are the leaders. This feeling is amazing. Long-lost memories come back again. Lin Moyu vaguely felt an invisible big hand again, as if it had anticipated what would happen today and had allowed her to adapt early so that she would have enough experience. The skeleton god flew in all directions, exploring the map and looking for the divine pet. A large number of divine pets were attracted by them and chased after the skeleton god general. At the same time, a large number of gods from outside the domain were attracted and joined the hunting team. The skeleton god general just watched and did nothing, and did not stop even if he was attacked and killed. The dead skeleton gods will be resurrected and fly in another direction after resurrection. Lin Moyu mobilized hundreds of legion commanders to take command. So many years have passed, and the extraterritorial gods have been sealed here. They have continued to multiply, and their numbers are difficult to count. Under the suppression of the sealing heaven and absolute Tao formation, the divine pets here were obviously a little dull. They were usually dazed and sluggish. Only when they encountered an enemy would they react and attack the enemy instinctively. Only some of the extraterritorial gods have a little wisdom and know how to live in groups, build villages, and reproduce in their own way. There are only a very small number of extraterritorial gods who truly possess wisdom, and they are not here. A large number of divine pets and extraterritorial gods were attracted over, and the skeleton god general's team made a big circle before reuniting. The dragon riders, who had been prepared long ago, rushed forward and quickly surrounded the dragon and the extraterritorial gods. It seems that in the wild, there are no four-winged gods from outside the domain, and those wandering around are two-winged gods from outside the domain. After they were surrounded, they were unable to break through. Lin Moyu used corpse explosion to quickly clear out the extraterritorial gods. Except for the portion of raw materials he obtained, the rest became food for the evil spirits of hell. This method is the same as the old way of playing dungeons, luring monsters, pulling them, and killing them in groups. Lin Moyu was very familiar with this routine, and even though he hadn't used it for thousands of years, he hadn't forgotten it. Now Lin Moyu has divided the extraterritorial gods and divine pets here into several parts. Those in the wilds accounted for one part, and the villages that he had destroyed before were another part. Lin Moyu guessed that there would be no small number of villages like this. Perhaps there will be larger villages or even settlements similar to towns. 6-winged or 8-winged extraterritorial gods should appear in larger villages or towns. This is also very logical. It was basically the same situation when we were playing the dungeon back then. Wild monsters should always be a little weaker. Groups of divine pets and double-winged extraterritorial gods were constantly pulled over and then quickly cleared out. The territory occupied by Lin Moyu is getting larger and larger, and the number of divine pets and extraterritorial gods who die at his hands is increasing rapidly. According to the previous rewards from the Great Tao, the rewards he received from killing so many divine pets and extraterritorial gods were enough for him to rush to the 9th level of the Taoist realm in one go, and he could even try to reach the Great Tao realm. This is just the beginning. If he continues to kill, the accumulated rewards will increase. Lin Mo himself doesn't even know how far he will eventually reach. If this cannot lead to a dramatic change in the world, then who can lead to a dramatic change in the world? Rely on the plans and arrangements of the third ancestors? Or rely on something else? The truth is fair and just. Lin Moyu is very sure that there is nothing wrong with what he did. Only in this way can it be beneficial to the origin continent and the Great Tao. The dramatic changes in heaven and earth are just a way of saying it. To be specific, it needs to be divided. Those who contribute more to the origin continent can get the biggest reward and become the leader. Everything became clear. Lin Moyu's eyes were clear, and the dew on his feet disappeared. His determination and faith were as strong as iron, so he just kept doing it. The skeleton god explored larger and larger areas, and waves of extraterritorial gods and divine pets were killed, and the number was difficult to calculate. Along the way, skeleton god Steel saw one village after another. These villages are not large in size and are not much different from the one we encountered before. In every village, there is a 4-winged god from outside the realm. The skeleton god can use the eyes of the dead to spot them from a very far distance, so there is no need to alarm them. Lin Moyu did not rush over immediately. He was not in a hurry and took it step by step. First clear out the wild monsters, then deal with the village, advance layer by layer, and finally eliminate all the extraterritorial gods here and smooth out the last scar of the origin continent. Over countless years, so many extraterritorial gods have been bred, and no one could deal with them if they were to come in. Lin Moyu felt that these extraterritorial gods were prepared for him. Asterisk 10. The area covered by the formation is so large that it is comparable to any continent. The skeleton god will start to circle outside, constantly clearing until all the outer monsters are cleared. Time is immeasurable. Lin Moyu doesn't know how long it has been since he came here. Here, even the original light of the sun and the moon can hardly shine through. There is no distinction between night and day here. Here, the passage of time becomes a blur. Above the sea boundary, the Demon King's clone met the king of the sea boundary. The Demon King said, "Brother Lin has been in there for 10 years, why is there no movement at all?" The king of the sea boundary shook his head, "I don't know, but I think nothing will happen to Brother Lin." The Demon King said, "I believe in Brother Lin's strength, but it has been a long time. You usually come into contact with the heaven-sealing absolute Tao formation the most, so you don't have any way to deal with it." 0. The king of the sea boundary said, "Neither you nor I know the situation inside the formation. I have only touched the surface. Moreover, over the years, I have dealt with formations several times, but the results were always failures, and I even got injured." The Demon King asked, "According to your feeling, how strong can the strongest extraterritorial god in the formation be?" The king of the sea realm thought for a moment and said, "From what I sensed, the strongest one should be the 6-winged one, but I don't know if there are any stronger ones." The Demon King said, "The team that invaded the origin continent back then had tens of thousands of extraterritorial gods and countless divine pets, and the leader was a 10-winged man. You know the strength of a 10-winged man, which is equivalent to a 5th level innate soul. Although they were suppressed in the Great War on the Origin continent, neither you nor I know whether the 10-winged creature died or not. If it's still alive, I'm afraid Brother Lin will be in trouble. The King of the Sea said, "Then what do you want to do?" The Demon King said, "I came to you because I have no other options. I want to see if you have any solutions." The King of the Sea Realm shook his head. "If I had a way, would I still stay here? If anyone among the three of us can come up with a solution, it must be the third guy. That guy really wants to be the leader, but it probably won't be his turn this time. He will definitely not accept this. On the contrary, our layout has been decided. He might think of some way to get in and take a look." The Demon King said, "Even if he has a way, he won't tell us. It seems we can only wait." The King of the Sea Boundary said, "Just wait, there's no point in being anxious." The King of the Sea Realm and the Demon King were waiting, and the third ancestor was getting impatient. The third ancestor was on an island that was covered by a formation. Even a Tao Realm Master like the Demon King could not detect him unless he was within 10,000 meters. On the island, a more complex formation has been set up. This formation seems to have existed for many years, and it exudes the breath of time. The third ancestor stood beside the formation and sighed, "I didn't want to use it originally, but now it seems I have to." In his hand, he held a translucent jade bottle, and in the bottle there was a drop of red gold blood. Although it was just a drop of blood, in the hands of the third ancestor, the bottle felt extremely heavy, like a hill. After the formation had been running for a while, the third ancestor turned the jade bottle upside down, and blood dripped out of the bottle. Fresh blood fell into the formation and expanded instantly, and within a moment the formation was filled with blood. The majestic blood energy spread in all directions, covering the entire island. If it weren't for the formation covering the outside of the island 437, the blood energy would have rushed out. Just a drop of blood has such power, which is enough to show that it is extraordinary. The entire island was like a sea of blood. The third ancestor stood in the sea of blood and continued to activate the formation. After a moment, the blood and energy flowed back into the formation, and a bloody man had taken shape in the center of the formation. The bloody man exudes a strange aura, ancient and vicissitudes of life, unlike the people of this era. The third ancestor separated a strand of his soul and drilled into the bloody man, who suddenly opened his eyes. The next moment, the bloody man rushed out of the formation, flew out of the island, turned into a blood arrow, and headed straight for the bottom of the sea. He was flying at an astonishing speed, continuously heading towards the bottom of the Boundary Sea, 10,000 meters, 200,000 meters, 50 million meters. All the creatures in the boundless sea that stood in his way were instantly vaporized and turned into ashes. He broke through layers of obstacles and crashed into the heaven-sealing Absolute Tao Formation, but the heaven-sealing Absolute Tao Formation did not react at all and allowed him to pass through. Shui Ji Tianzun, who was drinking, suddenly paused and said, "You actually used my previous life. This is really beyond my expectation. What happened?" Antares asked. Shui Ji Tianzun said, "The third ancestor used the body of this old man in his previous life to refine his blood essence, and then used the demon blood formation to refine it into a demon blood man. The main ancestor manipulated the demon blood man into the Fengwei Ju Dao formation. The heaven-sealing and Tao-destroying formation was set up by the Taoist Lord of Sealing the Worlds, and the entire formation contains the will of the Taoist Lord of Sealing the Worlds. From the perspective of the formation, the demon blood man is the Taoist Lord of Sealing the World himself. It will block anyone except the Taoist Lord of Sealing the World." Shui Ji Tianzun said in a low voice, "After I died in battle, I did look for my body and found most of it, except for some parts that were missing. I thought these missing parts were gone forever, but I didn't expect them to fall into the hands of the third ancestor and be used by him. What a miscalculation." Antares asked, "If the third ancestor manipulates the demon blood man into the formation, will it have any effect on Lin the Kid?" Shui Ji Tianzun said, "That depends on what Lin Kid does. The third ancestor definitely wants to become the leader, and Lin Kid will not give up. I think they will definitely have a fight. And Terry said, if it's just the demon blood man, I don't think Lin will lose, but if the third ancestor loses, I'm afraid he will take action against Lin's forces. It seems I have to go there. Shui Ji Tianzuan said, although they may not really do it, it's good for you to go. And Terry said, based on my understanding of Lin, if his power is damaged, especially if his relatives and friends are killed or injured, I am afraid he will go crazy. Then it will be a disaster no less than the original Haoju. Shui Ji Tianzuan manipulated the formation to open a passage for Antares. Go ahead, I hope it won't be as we expected. 000. Outside the whirlpool, the king of the sea felt something in his heart. The third brother has taken action. The demon king asked, what did he do? The king of the sea boundary said, I don't know. I sense that someone else has entered the formation. I think it's only the third brother. The demon king said, the third brother has been planning for many years and is more concerned about it than the two of us. He is determined to gain the position of the leader. If Brother Lin takes it, he will definitely be angry. I'm afraid he might lose his mind in a fit of rage. I'm going to Yudao City to protect Brother Lin's forces. The king of the sea boundary said, it's time to go. If the third brother goes crazy, it will probably be very troublesome. As the two were talking, they suddenly turned their heads and saw a divine dragon rushing out of the whirlpool in the distance, rushing into the bird cloud and disappearing. The demon king frowned. The great Dao realm divine dragon is the one from the Eastern Spirit Empire. Why is he here? The king of the sea boundary said, I don't know, but judging from the direction he is heading, he is also going back to Dongzhou, so let's go together. Lin Moyu eliminated wave after wave of divine pets and extraterritorial gods, and the entire periphery had been cleared out by him. The map in his mind had already formed a circle. The area covered by the heaven-sealing absolute Dao formation had been completely revealed. It was a circular area with a diameter of 20 million kilometers, comparable to a. Lin Moyu spent a lot of time cleaning the outer circle. It can be said that he didn't even finish 1/10 of the entire map. Lin Moyu couldn't help but sigh, this copy is really big. Lin Moyu really treated it as a copy. The extraterritorial gods were just monsters. At this time, the number of undead legions he dispatched has exceeded 100 billion, and almost 1/3 of the undead legions have been dispatched. After clearing the periphery, the undead army began to advance inwards. There are a total of 10,100 villages on the outskirts, each with about 100 two-winged outer territory gods and 1 four-winged outer territory god. That's quite a lot. There must not have been so many extraterritorial gods that came back then. They must have been bred later. Is the reproduction ability of the gods so strong? If the reproduction ability is really so strong, how can other races survive? Lin Moyu felt that the reproductive capacity of the extraterritorial gods should not be so strong. They were already strong enough. They started out as Dao Zun, and if they successfully evolved, they would reach the Dao realm. Think about the origin continent, how difficult it is to advance to the Dao realm, and it is not easy to become a Dao master. Moreover, the extraterritorial gods have powerful defenses and a protective divine light. Although their attack methods are a bit simple, their power is not weak. So the more Lin Moyu looked at it, the more strange it was. The Dao was fair. Giving the extraterritorial gods such a powerful starting point, there would inevitably be some restrictions. If there are no restrictions, how can we play in other worlds? However, the answer to this question may only be known after entering the realm of gods. The target was the nearest village. As the undead army rushed over, a hell of bones naturally emerged, completely covering the village. The evil spirits from hell rushed out like mad, and after devouring countless gods from outside the realm, a faint glow appeared on their bodies. The effect of the faint glow was similar to the protective divine light of the gods from outside the realm, but there were some differences. It will not affect the attack of the hell spirits, but it can enhance the defense of the hell spirits. At the same time, the Glimmer has considerable devouring power just like the Hell Spirits. It was as if the evil spirits in Hell had many more mouths. Once they pounced on the enemy, wherever the faint light reached, it was as if the spirits from Hell were biting them. Absorb the characteristics of the extraterritorial gods to enhance all of your attacks and defenses. The extraterritorial gods and divine pets in the village launched a counterattack, and they were greeted by explosions. Lin Moyu now has a huge amount of raw materials on hand, and can use the corpse explosion technique with unscrupulous abandon. In a series of violent explosions, hundreds of two-winged extraterritorial gods in the village were killed in less than 2 minutes. The evil spirits in the skeleton hell ate without any hesitation and enjoyed themselves to their heart's content. Then, facing the double-winged extraterritorial god, Moyu also exploded unscrupulously. The Hell of Bones blocked him tightly, and with the black prison there, it couldn't get through at all. Lin Moyu did not use the remains of the four-winged god from outer space, but only the remains of the two-winged god from outer space. Now he had tens of thousands of pieces of the double-winged extraterritorial heavenly god on hand, and he could spend them as he pleased. There is only one piece of the four-winged outer heavenly god's body parts, and these pieces are to be prepared for the six-winged outer heavenly god and cannot be used indiscriminately. Not only can it not be used, but it must continue to be collected. These villages are the source of Lin Moyu's collection. After dozens of explosions, the four-winged extraterritorial god didn't even have time to make a sound before he was blown into pieces. He was truly torn into pieces. Lin Moyu only kept one piece and gave the rest to the skeleton hell. In the past 18 years, although the level of the skeleton hell has not been improved, its combat power has been actually improved. As long as we keep feeding it, the skeleton hell will continue to grow. Perhaps when I enter the Great Tao realm, the skeleton hell will soar into the sky. A village of the outer gods was completely destroyed in less than half an hour, without even a trace left. Everything related to the outer heavenly gods was completely wiped out. Unless one used time travel, one would never know that there was once a village belonging to the outer heavenly gods. Lin Moyu set his sights on another village. He continued to draw circles along the map, sweeping inwards in circles. His main goal was to not let anyone go and to ensure that everyone had a share. Although this approach is not very efficient, it is safer. Village after village was destroyed, and the fragments of the four-winged extraterritorial god in Lin Moyu's hand were increasing little by little. Tens of thousands of villages, this is a huge project and cannot be rushed. Dozens of villages were destroyed in one go, and looking at the map, a road leading to the interior has been opened. The world behind the village opened its doors to Lin Moyu. While continuing to destroy the village, legions of the undead have rushed in to explore the situation inside. Behind the village is a vast wilderness with streams but no mountains. It is not clear whether there was ever any silent language in the mountains and forests, but there certainly is none now. There are a large number of out-of-region gods in the wilderness. The divine pets are gone, leaving only the real out-of-region gods. These extraterritorial gods all have 2 wings, and I have never seen any with 4 wings. However, they are still not something the Undead Legion can deal with. All the Undead Army can do is lure and pull monsters. Legions of the undead gathered these extraterritorial gods together, brought them back, and handed them over to Lin Moyu to deal with. At the same time, there are more undead legions continuing to explore in depth. As more and more body parts appeared on his hands, Lin Moyu's movements became bolder and wilder. Let the Legion commander take command and start multi-threaded combat. Although the two-winged extraterritorial god has a certain degree of intelligence, it is not very intelligent and still seems to have only instincts. It is different from the extraterritorial gods I have seen in the outside world before. It should be the effect of the formation. The heaven-sealing formation not only sealed them here, but also made them stupid and unable to think, becoming like zombies. Although the suppression effect will decrease as their levels increase, it can still affect their consciousness. After countless years of reproduction, the population has increased significantly, but the threat of returning has not increased much. The probabilities of an enemy without intelligence and an enemy with intelligence are completely different. If these extraterritorial gods had intelligence, they would have known of my arrival long ago and would have attacked them in groups, instead of allowing me to defeat them one by one like I am doing now. Lin Moyu knew that as long as he could keep fighting like this, one day all the extraterritorial gods here would be wiped out. If there is any trouble, then the only trouble may be the strong ones among the gods from outside the domain. The extraterritorial gods with 6 wings, 8 wings, or even 10 wings are the difficult ones to deal with. Moreover, the higher the level, the higher the number. By that time, the body parts in your hands may not necessarily contain those of high-level beings. Never mind, let's just fight first, and we can talk about the rest later. Everything will work out when the time comes. Lin Moyu didn't think any more about it. Since he was here anyway, he might as well kill first. Suddenly he looked up and saw a ball of red light flying towards him. A line of blood cut through the sky and quickly came in front of him, condensing into a human shape. Lin Moyu had never seen a bloody man, but she could recognize the soul aura emanating from a bloody man. Third ancestor, how come Tao is here too? Lin Moyu said with a smile. It has been such a long time since I last saw him, and now an old acquaintance has come. Lin Moyu feels a little happy. The third ancestor said, we all miscalculated. We didn't expect that this place would be the one that led to the dramatic changes in the world. Lin Moyu said, has the upheaval in the world begun? He has lost contact with the outside world, so he doesn't know what is happening outside. The third ancestor shook his head. The upheaval of heaven and earth has not yet begun, but if you continue, it should not be far away. Lin Moyu asked, what are you doing here? The third ancestor said, once upon a time, Lord Fengtian received a mandate from heaven to set up this formation to seal off the extraterritorial gods who entered the origin continent. At the time, we thought that these extraterritorial gods should have died in the sealing heaven and absolute Tao formation. Even if they didn't die, they would no longer have any fighting power. We never thought that they could reproduce in the sealing heaven array 443 and even regard this place as their second home. Now I am sure that the real driving force behind the dramatic changes in the world should be here. Lin Moyu listened to what the third ancestor said and did not interrupt. The third ancestor said, my layout is not wrong. I control the spiritual veins. On the surface, it is the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce, but secretly there are other forces. My layout is so large that it cannot be compared with Meigao. To be frank, at least 50% of all the forces in the 2 southeastern continents of the origin continent have fallen into my hands. Even among the demons of northern continent, many actually obey my orders. Unfortunately, I didn't follow the right path and missed this point. I don't want to fail. You want to be the leader, and so do I. How about we make another deal? Among the people sealed by the formation, the strongest one should be the 10-winged outer realm heavenly god. With your ability, you are not enough to deal with him. In addition, there are some 8-winged outer territory gods who are also difficult to deal with. You will leave the extraterritorial gods above the 8 wings to me, and you will deal with the others. When the upheaval in heaven and earth is over, I will give you some great treasures. If you have any other requests, feel free to ask and I will do my best to satisfy them. The third patriarch said a lot and listed his own conditions. Lin Moyu looked at the third ancestor with a smile. He had already guessed what this old fox was going to do. Along the way, the third ancestor saw the situation inside the formation. The heaven sealing and absolute Tao formation was somewhat similar to what he had imagined. With his intelligence, it was not difficult for him to guess what had happened here, and he roughly knew what had happened here. Combining what he knew and what Lin Moyu might not know, the third ancestor thought he could discuss it with Lin Moyu. How could Lin Moyu not know what the third ancestor was planning? Just like when one kills an extraterritorial god and obtains a great reward, the killer must get the most reward. Even if someone had confronted the extraterritorial gods for countless years before, in the eyes of the great Tao, his contribution was not as great as that of the killer. The same is true now when it is placed in the heaven sealing and absolute Tao formation. No matter how many two-winged and four-winged extraterritorial gods are killed, for the great Tao, the contribution made is not as much as killing the strongest few extraterritorial gods. The principle is the same for both, so what the third ancestor wants is to kill the strongest one so that he can get the biggest reward and become the leader. Lin Moyu looked at the bloody man with a smile. Third ancestor, I know what you are thinking. I am a little curious, what capital do you have to deal with the 8-winged or even 10-winged extraterritorial gods? The third patriarch said, you don't have to worry about this, as long as you agree, God will naturally find a way. Lin Moyu said, you can come in now, it should be the blood essence of the sealing Tao Lord that is refined into the blood man. You don't have to deny it. The aura of your blood essence is very similar to that of the heaven-sealing absolute Tao formation. You also have the aura of another formation on your body. If I'm not mistaken, it should be the essence blood refining demon formation. The realm of Fengju Dao Jun is profound and powerful, but no matter how powerful a drop of blood is, it has its limits. Your realm is at most equivalent to the Dao realm of the 8th level and 8th soul. And an 8-winged outer territory god is at least as good as a 6th level and 8th soul, and a 10-winged god is even stronger. How do you fight him? If you want me not to ask, then I won't ask. I will just make a guess. You should have a way to die together with the 10-winged extraterritorial heavenly god, but it can only be used once. So you want to use me as a thug to help you get rid of the other outer gods, and you take the opportunity to die together with the 10-winged outer gods, right? You can get the most benefit from this and try to gain the chance to be the leader. I wonder if my guess is correct. The third ancestor, who had transformed into a demon blood man, did not speak, but from his expression and eyes, Lin Moyu realized that he had guessed correctly. If the real body of the third ancestor was here, his eyes and expressions could be well controlled and not easy to guess. But for the demon-blooded people, that's not difficult. Lin Moyu laughed. It doesn't matter if you don't answer. I've already agreed. Do you think this deal is still necessary? The third ancestor was silent for a while, then whispered, then do you know what I would do if I didn't make this deal? Lin Moyu said, you are a businessman. If you can't buy kindness, do you want to fight with me? The third ancestor chuckled, it's not impossible. Lin Moyu said, then I will continue to guess. The possibility of you attacking me directly is not high, but you can make trouble and destroy my plan. But your power is limited. As you use up your blood and essence, it will be gone. You don't have any supplies, so even if you want to cause trouble, it won't last long. I am very patient and can wait until you run out of power before continuing. There is another way. You can lure those powerful outer gods here, but it is dangerous. However, if you have no choice, you should do this. As for the dramatic changes in the world, you want it to happen, but you don't care about waiting any longer. Anyway, you don't want me to be the leader. The third ancestor said, as expected of you, little fox, you have guessed everything I was thinking, but there is one thing you didn't say, don't forget, you have Yudao City outside. Lin Moyu looked unconcerned, how could I forget? Yudao City is my power, and there are my friends and disciples in it. Of course you can attack Yudao City, and I believe Yudao City can't stop you, but you also have to know that if something happens to Yudao City, I might go crazy. The third ancestor asked, even if you go crazy, what can you do? Lin Moyu said, of course I can't do anything to you, but I believe that on the origin continent, except for yourself, all your forces and all your arrangements will be uprooted by me. I would rather kill 10,000 people by mistake than let one go. Even if I have to kill everyone on the origin continent, I will not let your forces be wiped out. You will say that there will be punishment from heaven and earth. I know that too. It doesn't matter. Let the punishment come. This happened because of you, so you have to bear the consequences. Do you think that once things become like this, there is still a chance to become a Taoist master? Lin Moyu's tone was calm, as if he was describing the disaster that the origin continent was about to face. What he said was nothing more than a fight to the bitter end. If you don't make me feel better, I will make you feel worse. You have been planning for countless years, all for the position of Taoist Master. If you dare to attack me, I will put an end to your thoughts forever. The third ancestor hesitated for a moment and said, You are so cruel. Lin Muyu smiled and said, I have always been like this. You must have seen my murderous aura. Do you know where it comes from? In the big world, I slaughtered countless races and countless lives. To put it bluntly, even if all the lives on the 4 continents of the origin continent are added together, I have not slaughtered as many. And don't forget, once I do this, someone might come looking for you, and then you'll be on your own, because that guy isn't very reasonable. The third ancestor felt more and more uncomfortable as he listened, and when he heard the last sentence, his hair stood on end. He had calculated everything, but he had missed one thing. Behind Lin Muyu stands a super boss. Even if that big guy becomes a Taoist master, we can only look up to him. Even a cough from the other party could cost him his life. Thinking back to Lin Muyu's experience and what he had done, he suddenly realized that the origin continent seemed unable to cultivate a person like Lin Muyu. In other words, Lin Muyu's strange growth rate and strange magical abilities did not come from the origin continent. Perhaps that big guy just borrowed the shell of the origin continent to train Lin Muyu. Until now, the third ancestor finally felt a little scared. He realized that he might have been bewildered by the position of Taoist Master, Nuo Qianhao, and even wanted to compete with Lin Muyu. The third ancestor whispered, Everything you do is from that person's will? Lin Muyu laughed, There are some things I can't say, but you can think about why the Taoist sealing world allowed me to come in. The third ancestor finally gave up the last bit of thought. He really wanted to become the Taoist master, but it didn't seem worth it to risk his own life for this ideal. After all, even if he didn't become the Lord of Tao, he could still live forever. As long as the origin continent was still there, his life would have no end. The third ancestor cherishes his life very much and does not want to take risks with it. The third ancestor sighed, After all, I am still a businessman. Lin Muyu knew that the third ancestor had retreated, and he had an idea. How about this? You refine this drop of blood essence into a strike, and I will help you get rid of a powerful extraterritorial god. This way the reward can be counted on your head, and you can also gain a lot of benefits. The third ancestor was at a loss whether to laugh or cry at this moment. He had plotted against Lin Muyu, but his plot had failed. Now Lin Muyu was plotting against him instead. Lin Muyu clearly knew that he was not strong enough and it would be difficult for him to deal with the powerful extraterritorial gods, but he actually wanted to use his own hand. The only difference between the two is that the strongest extraterritorial god must be dealt with by Lin Muyu personally. In this way, Lin Muyu can become the leader. As for the slightly weaker extraterritorial gods, he could use his own hands to deal with them. In that case, Lin Muyu could be relieved and he could also gain benefits. This statement seems to be a win-win situation, but in fact, the third ancestor knows very well that he will not have the right to choose. But at this point, he seemed to have no other choice. What Lin Muyu said was already the most favorable option for him. It is better to get some benefits than to get no benefits at all. As for face or something like that, it is not important in the face of benefits. Although the third ancestor was willing in his heart, he still had to be reserved because he had to save face. Lin Muyu did not urge him. He gave the third ancestor some time to think about it. After a moment, the third ancestor whispered, Then can you guarantee that you will choose a powerful extraterritorial god? Lin Muyu said, Of course, if I don't pick a strong enough extraterritorial god, it would be a waste. I have never been a person who likes to waste. These words gave the third ancestor a way out, and he finally made a choice. Little fox, I will trust you once. 430 foot. Lin Muyu laughed. When have I ever broken my promise? The demon blood man began to explore, shrinking rapidly, and quickly turned into a drop of blood the size of a fist. A wisp of the third ancestor's soul stood on the blood essence. You just need to lock onto the opponent and use your soul to activate the blood essence, and the blood essence will be able to launch an attack. This attack is enough to kill the 10-winged outer realm god, but only once. After finishing speaking, a wisp of soul in the sedan dissipated. Lin Moyu held the essence and blood in his hand. He could feel the power of the essence and blood. This essence and blood came from the Taoist Lord of Sealing the Realm. The Taoist Lord of Sealing the Realm once stepped into the second class and ate soul. Otherwise, he would not have been able to fight against the Daojin sect alone. In the entire Daojin sect, there were only a handful of people who could defeat him. How could his blood and essence not be strong? Lin Moyu collected his blood and essence and raised his lips slightly. The third ancestor is really a good person. He came from afar to send me a killing weapon. Not bad, not bad. He did not blame the third ancestor. There was absolutely no need to do so. Beings like the three ancestors must have their own calculations, otherwise why would they go to so much trouble to enter the origin continent? Wouldn't it be better for them to stay in the great Tao outer heaven? Isn't it just to gamble on the future and the position of Taoist master? When someone threatens his position as the Taoist master, how could the third ancestor let it go easily? The competition for the great Tao is fierce and dangerous, and the position of Tao master also needs to be fought for. To cut off someone's path to cultivation is tantamount to killing their parents. It is a matter of life and death. Gathering his blood and essence, Lin Moyu continued to follow the routine and continued to fight according to the plan. He was in no hurry. He boiled the frog in warm water and cleared out all the extraterritorial gods here. It seems like a large-scale battle, but when you look closely, it is actually made up of a series of small battles. Start small and work your way up to big. Win small first and then win the day after tomorrow. The heaven sealing and absolute Tao formation has existed for countless years, and the origin continent has also been recuperating for countless years, so it doesn't matter if it takes such a short period of time. The third patriarch returned to Dongzhou. On the way back, he suddenly had a feeling and went to Yushu City instead. 1,000,000 kilometers outside Yudao City, a powerful formation covered the earth. The third ancestor naturally did not take this formation seriously, but the one who could set up this formation could be considered an excellent formation master. He knew that this formation was created by Lin Moyu, and he couldn't help but sigh that Lin Moyu's attainments in formation were truly amazing. The third ancestor sensed several auras and said loudly, "Come out, everyone. Don't hide anymore." The Demon King and the King of the Sea Realm appeared in the void. The Demon King smiled and said, "You really came." The third ancestor snorted lightly, "Don't think that I don't know what you are going to do. Don't worry, I will not attack Yushu City." The Demon King laughed and said, "You don't want to move, or you don't dare to move." The third ancestor snorted, "Do you dare to move?" The Demon King said, "I am me, you are you, I am asking you, why are you asking me back?" The King of the Sea Boundary said, all right, just don't do it. There won't be any trouble if you don't do it." The third ancestor looked past the two of them and into the distance. Why is he here too? In the eyes of the third ancestor, Antares was hidden in the clouds, his eyes lowered, looking over vaguely, his lazy eyes full of warnings. The King of the Sea Boundary said, "He arrived one step ahead of us and is here without saying a word." The third ancestor said, "He and little friend Lin have a close relationship, so they must be old acquaintances. I don't know which great dragon in the dragon clan he is. Anyway, I don't intend to take action, so let's leave it at that." The Demon King said, "If you don't want to do anything, then why are you here?" The third ancestor snorted, "I just wanted to see you guys. Now that you've seen it, you can go back to Beizhou. It makes me upset just by looking at you." He knew that his plan had failed and that he could no longer be the leader, so he felt a little depressed. The three men left, but Antares did not leave. He stayed in Yudao City just in case. Nowadays, there are several people in the Tao realm on the origin continent. The third ancestor, the Demon King, the King of the Sea Realm, Yin Shun, and Siye of the ancient Lotus Holy Land. In his opinion, none of them are good guys and they must be watched out for. As time passed, the world was getting closer and closer to a dramatic change, and in the blink of an eye, 100 years had passed. In the past 20 or 30 years, the number of children born on the Origin continent has increased, and their talents have become stronger and stronger. The holy bodies, which were once rarely seen, now appeared in large numbers. The major sects in Nanzhou continued to recruit satisfied disciples, and they all shouted that their inheritance had been completed. Not only the newcomers, but also the older generation's cultivation has continued to break through. Those ancestors who had purchased the breakthrough method from the third ancestor had achieved breakthroughs one after another in the past 10 years. Although they have not yet truly entered the Tao realm, they have already reached the pseudo-Tao realm and have no worries about their lifespan. Only a few insiders knew that this was a sign of an impending drastic change in heaven and earth, and that the suppression of heaven and earth by the great Tao was gradually decreasing. Even the two major origins, the sun and the moon, are much brighter than before, and the power of origin that showers down is far greater. Those lands in the Origin continent that are not suppressed by the Origin spiritual veins have become much more stable in recent years, and are no longer so wild. All kinds of changes are happening imperceptibly. In Yudao City, someone finally broke through to the level of Dao Zun. Moreover, several people broke through at once. How Daozuan and others who came out of the first batch broke through to the Daozuan realm at the same time, becoming the first to break through to the Daozuan realm among those who came out of the big world. After they broke through the Daozun realm, the human emperor called them together and passed on the Tao pattern cultivation method left by Lin Moyu. They will not practice the path of soul, but directly embark on the path of Tao pattern. Lin Moyu is always generous to her own people and never hides anything. In the heaven-sealing absolute Tao formation, Lin Moyu spent 100 years and finally cleared several circles. He razed tens of thousands of villages to the ground, completely erasing the presence of the extraterritorial gods. His actions finally attracted the attention of the gods from outside the domain. When he wanted to go one step further, a huge army of extraterritorial gods came rushing towards him. And before the wisdom of the extraterritorial gods was suppressed by the formation, and they were almost reduced to zombies, with only instincts left and unable to think. However, the extraterritorial gods with more than 4 wings still possess a certain degree of wisdom because they are powerful enough to offset some of the suppression of the formation. But that kind of wisdom is too weak, like that of a 3 or 4-year-old child, and is of no use. Most of the time, the 4-winged extraterritorial gods act on instinct and do not think about what they should do. Lin Moyu killed his way here, destroyed a large number of villages, and killed tens of thousands of 4-winged extraterritorial gods, and saw the whole situation. Until the 6-winged gods from outer space, they finally showed real wisdom, began to think, and would take the initiative to do things. The 6-winged extraterritorial god is equivalent to the Tao realm of the 7th level innate soul, which is not too weak. Even in the team of extraterritorial gods, he is still the main fighting force. It is normal that they can fight against formations and have their own thoughts. So when the 6-winged extraterritorial god discovered the situation in each village and gathered a large army, Lin Moyu was not surprised at all. Instead, he felt that this was the way it should be. So much time has passed since he entered the formation, and the gods from outside the domain have never resisted him. He is a little fed up with them and wants to have a good fight this time. But there was one question that always puzzled Lin Moyu. He always felt that there shouldn't be so many extraterritorial gods. He didn't know the exact number of extraterritorial gods that were sealed off back then. Even though so many years had passed, there shouldn't have been so many. Lin Moyu always believed in his intuition. If the gods from outside the realm had this ability to reproduce, the outcome of the Origin catastrophe that year might have been different. Under the eyes of the undead, the armies of the extraterritorial gods were all transformed into soul flames. The strength and number of the army are clearly visible. 1 person has 6 wings, 100 has 4 wings, and 10,000 has 2 wings. This should be the formation pattern of the extraterritorial gods' army. It seems quite reasonable, but it's a pity that there are so few of them. Compared with the number of the undead army, it is like a drop in the ocean. The difference is like heaven and earth. Even though the combat power of the Undead Legion is not as good as that of the extraterritorial gods, they can at least hold off the enemy for a long time by relying on their numerical advantage. 10,000 versus 100 billion, the gap is tens of millions times. Even if the undead army stands there for them to kill, they will kill them one level at a time. And this time is enough for Lin Moyu to blow them up. When dealing with divine pets, the Undead Legion is a powerful killing machine. When facing the extraterritorial gods, the undead army is a solid meat shield. Lin Moyu took the enemy very seriously and summoned 5,000 legion commanders, each with their dragon cavalry legions, totaling 50 billion. In addition, there are 50 billion skeleton generals, all of whom are under the command of the legion commander. The undead army is overwhelming, occupying every corner of the sky and the earth. The area within hundreds of kilometers has become the world of the undead army. The undead army of more than 100 billion pressed over like a dark cloud, leaving no gaps. Behind the undead army were 3,000 skeleton kings, who came out in groups to provide support to the undead army. The more skeleton kings there are, the greater the increase in the undead army. Lin Moyu exudes the aura of origin, and with the support of the origin of yin and yang, the origin magic has almost become permanent. At the same time, the original aura also greatly stimulated the gods from outside the realm. Facing the undead army, the gods' army rushed over frantically. The two sides collided with a loud bang, and a large number of undead legions in the front were killed instantly. Countless dragon riders and skeleton generals turned into dust on the spot. Wherever the extraterritorial gods went, both dragon riders and skeleton generals were smashed to pieces. The protective divine light of the extraterritorial gods gathered together, like a huge ball of light, rushing forward. The six-winged extraterritorial god vibrated his wings, condensing 6 giant swords of light, which swept across the battlefield. In an instant, a 1,000-meter void was swept away by it alone, and the undead army suffered countless casualties. What a difference in strength! Lin Moyu murmured in a low voice. This is the gap in strength, which can be made up. Although the number of the undead army is large enough, if the war continues, the undead army will be slaughtered sooner or later. When the realm difference is too great, quantity really cannot make up for it. Moreover, the other party can fight when he wants to, and leave when he wants to, and you can't stop him even if you want to. Even with their numerical advantage, they cannot hold out for too long. The team will be penetrated, and the gods from outside the domain are fully capable of striking straight at the enemy. Lin Moyu witnessed the combat power of the 6-winged extraterritorial god, which was greatly improved compared to the 4-winged extraterritorial god. This kind of improvement can completely correspond to the Tao realm. From the extraterritorial gods, she can roughly see the corresponding battle in the Tao realm. The attack methods of the gods from outside the domain are very simple. The avenue they use seems to be the avenue of divine light, but it also incorporates the power of the avenue of gold from the avenue of the 5 elements. The body-protecting divine light should be the divine light avenue, which integrates the power of the earth avenue among the 5 elements avenue. It seems that the power of the extraterritorial gods should come from the great avenue of divine light. After dealing with them for so many years, Lin Moyu has already seen the essence of the power of the extraterritorial gods. Their power is very single, and no powers of other attributes have been seen so far. The avenue of divine light also exists on the origin continent, so the extraterritorial gods can exert their full combat power on the origin continent. Seeing that the team of extraterritorial gods had charged into the undead legion, they kept charging and killing towards them. The 6-winged extraterritorial god in the lead also understood the principle of capturing the leader first, so he did not deal with the undead army, but dealt with himself first. Lin Moyu pointed his finger, and the Hell of Bones appeared in the back half of the army of extraterritorial gods. The skeleton hell cut the entire army of the extraterritorial gods into 2 parts, and the 6-winged extraterritorial gods immediately turned their guns around and attacked the skeleton hell. 0. Black Prison rushed out of the Hell of Bones and collided head-on with the 6-winged extraterritorial god. The heaven and earth shook violently, a huge crack appeared in space, and Heyu flew backwards with a dragon roar, with many pieces of his body broken into pieces. The white sword light swept past, and when Black Prison was flying backwards, he was cut into several pieces by the sword condensed by the six-winged outer domain god. One collision and Black Prison was completely defeated. With the combat power of Heyu, who has just entered the Dao realm, he cannot compare with the six-winged extraterritorial god at all. But it also completed its mission, helping Lin Moyu complete the lock at the moment of collision. Boom! An explosion sounded, and the six-winged extraterritorial god was submerged in the violent explosion. Over the years, Lin Moyu has accumulated a large number of four-winged extraterritorial gods' body parts, which he uses specifically to deal with six-winged extraterritorial gods. There is a huge difference in strength between four-wing and six-wing, but as long as they can cause damage, the number can be stacked. If you pile up the numbers, you can always kill them. During an explosion, Lin Moyu saw wounds on the body of the six-winged extraterritorial god. The wounds were not big, but blood was still flowing out. Okay, Lin Moyu said to himself, knowing that what he thought was correct. Using the corpse of the four-winged outer heavenly god as raw material was enough to kill the six-winged outer heavenly god. It was just a matter of bombing it a few more times. The explosion of the corpses was unreasonable, ignoring the protective divine light of the extraterritorial gods and exploding directly on them. The explosions came one after another, continuously and unstoppably. The six-winged god from outer space had his flesh and blood flying everywhere, his wings were broken, and he was screaming miserably. In the midst of hundreds of violent explosions, consciousness fell into darkness, shattered into pieces. Lin Moyu has completely treated the extraterritorial god as a copy, and his experience is not much different from when he was clearing copies in the small world thousands of years ago. The six-winged extraterritorial god is just a slightly more powerful little boss and is nothing at all. Before dealing with it, Lin Moyu did enough homework and prepared enough materials. This battle may seem like a huge simulation, but when it really starts, it would only take Lin Moyu a simple move to raise his hand. The undead legions seem to have suffered heavy casualties, but in fact there were not many casualties. The undead spirits can revive them, and the legion leader will choose the right time to revive them. After the whole battle, if we were to say who suffered the most, it would be Aohiyu. In order to help Lin Moyu lock onto the six-winged extraterritorial god, it went over to act as bait, but was cut into several pieces and took a while to recover. The flesh and blood of the six-winged outer god was not easy to digest, and the evil spirits of hell took a long time to chew it before digesting it. For the 850 skeleton hell, the flesh and blood of the six extraterritorial gods are a great tonic. Lin Moyu had a feeling that the faint light on the evil spirits of hell had become stronger, and the defense of the entire skeleton hell had also become stronger. Clearly he had already reached the peak of the 9th realm of Daozun, and it seemed that he could not improve any further, but he improved a little bit more. It seems that the skeleton hell has not yet reached its peak, and there is still some room for improvement. Then keep eating and see how much you can improve. There are many extraterritorial gods here. They can all become nutrients for the skeleton hell and contribute to its growth. After destroying this army of extraterritorial gods, continue to move deeper into the interior. Now the circle on the map has been enlarged a lot, and more than 1/3 of the entire sealed world has been explored. A town appeared on the map, much larger than the previous village. There are also inverted triangle buildings in the town. The inverted triangle buildings are very large. They are not used to breed divine pets. The ones inside are the gods from outside the domain. There is also an altar on top of the triangular building, which belongs to the four-winged extraterritorial god. In the center of the town, there stood an altar several hundred meters high, and in front of the altar stood a statue of an alien god. The statue is as tall as the altar, lifelike, and has 22 inscriptions on its back. According to the system of the extraterritorial gods, every additional pair of wings means a higher realm. 18 wings are equivalent to a first-class innate soul realm powerhouse in the origin continent, so 20 wings and 22 wings must be even stronger. The one who is stronger than the first-class innate soul should be Daoxing. Lin Moyu looked at the statue and said, 20 wings should be equivalent to the Dao Master of an ordinary Dao, and 22 wings are the Dao Master of the origin Dao. It seems that this should be the strongest among the extraterritorial gods. With 22 wings, with this kind of strength, he is indeed not as good as the origin continent. No wonder they want to gather the Black Blood Realm and find a few cannon fodder worlds to attack the origin continent together. Lin Moyu was thinking that the undead army had already entered the town. The army of extraterritorial gods that had just fought with him came from this town. Now there are no powerful extraterritorial gods in the town. It is not surprising that there are still some extraterritorial gods left in the city. The triangular building opened, and some extraterritorial gods and divine pets rushed out, only to become food for the skeleton hell. The triangular buildings continued to collapse, and this simple town quickly became a ruin. The skeleton hell swept across the land, and the evil spirits in hell ate everything, erasing all traces left by the extraterritorial gods. When the undead army reached the statue in the center of the town, the statue suddenly burst into brilliant light. The phantom of a god from outside the domain emerged. The statue had 22 wings, but the phantom it created did not have 22 wings. The phantom was just an 8-winged extraterritorial god with an extra pair of wings, but its power was weaker than the 6-winged one that had just been killed. Lin Moyu didn't take it seriously at all. The skeleton hell enveloped it, quickly locked onto it, and then there were continuous explosions. After more than a dozen explosions, the statue collapsed, and the phantom of the 8-winged extraterritorial god turned into smoke and disappeared. When it disappeared, Lin Moyu faintly heard Zhou Yi's angry roar. Lin Moyu knew that behind this statue, there was indeed an 8-winged god from outer space. A trace of its will resides in the statue, where it is worshipped and offered sacrifices by the tribesmen from time to time. From the collapsed fragments of the statue, Lin Moyu could still feel the breath of faith. I didn't expect that the gods from outside the realm also liked the power of faith. It seems that the power of faith is not as simple as imagined. Perhaps there are some secrets in it. Lin Moyu had not studied the power of belief in depth, and he had not expected that the gods from outside the realm would also use the power of belief. This was really unexpected. If I have the chance in the future, I can study it and maybe find some unexpected surprises. Just 1 hour later, the town completely disappeared from the world, and Lin Moyu disappeared without a trace without even looking back. Since the 8-winged extraterritorial god has discovered me, I will just leave the village. He didn't want a head-on conflict with the 8-winged extraterritorial god for the time being. He preferred to proceed step by step and fight his way up one level at a time. When he has enough materials on hand, he will go and cause trouble for the 8-winged extraterritorial god. Don't worry, Lin Moyu is very patient. Lin Moyu flew quickly along the map. This time he flew very far, crossing most of the area and arriving in front of another town. Lin Moyu's sudden arrival alarmed the extraterritorial gods in the town. A 6-winged god from outside the realm led a great country to attack. The army of the undead set out again, cooperating with the Hell of Bones to clean up the extraterritorial gods. Faced with the well-prepared Lin Moyu, the army of the extraterritorial gods was quickly wiped out. The leading 6-winged extraterritorial god was reduced to ashes after hundreds of corpse explosions. There are also statues in the town. Clear the entire town first and then deal with the statues. After quickly getting rid of the statue in the same way, Lin Moyu turned around and left without looking back, looking for his next target. Each target is very far away, and Lin Moyu will not give the other party a chance to catch up. There were many towns in this area, enough for him to choose from and clear out one by one. In this way, they cleaned up here and there. Although the efficiency was much slower, it was very stable. Finally, after he cleared out hundreds of towns, the extraterritorial gods of 5.1 disappeared from the towns. I searched 5 towns in a row, and the situation was the same in all of them. All the foreign gods in the towns had left. Not only did the gods from outside the domain disappear, but even the statues in the city disappeared. When the extraterritorial gods left, they took the statue with them, leaving only an empty city. The power of faith exists in the statue. It seems that it is reluctant to let go. What use is the power of faith to the extraterritorial gods? They seem to take it very seriously. The out-of-region gods who left should gather together and prepare for a battle with me. Lin Moyu ignored all this and continued to clean up the town according to the original plan. In addition to killing the extraterritorial gods, erasing all traces of their existence is also a very important thing. Town after town disappeared under the devouring of the evil spirits of hell, and no one remained. Finally, when the town was almost completely cleared, Lin Moyu saw the army of the extraterritorial gods. Looking at the army of extraterritorial gods, Lin Moyu smiled faintly. Under the suppression of the formation, the gods from outside the domain were not smart enough and were defeated one by himself, but this decision was somewhat beyond his expectations. Leading the army was a 10-winged god from outside the realm. This extraterritorial god exuded a terrifying aura and stared at him coldly. Behind him were 10 8-winged extraterritorial gods. Further back, there are 106 winged extraterritorial gods, followed by 4-winged and double-winged gods. In addition, there are more than 1 million divine pets. The divine pets were just cannon fodder. The 2-winged and 4-winged outer heavenly gods were the main force of the army. There were hundreds of thousands of 2-winged outer heavenly gods and thousands of 4-winged outer heavenly gods. This is going to be a decisive battle. It seems that all the extraterritorial gods are here. As long as we win this battle, the great changes in heaven and earth will officially begin. Lin Moyu had a feeling that this would be the most important battle in the origin continent to initiate a dramatic change in the world. As long as this battle can be won, the origin continent will be able to return to its peak state. If we lose this battle, we don't know when the next one will happen. Over the past 20 years, although the heaven sealing formation has sealed off the extraterritorial gods, it has given them a chance to recuperate and reproduce. No one expected that the reproduction of the extraterritorial gods would be so fast. If this continued, their numbers would continue to increase until they filled up the entire formation space. Lin Moyu believed that these extraterritorial gods must also be trying to find a way to break through the blockade of the formation. The eyes of the leading 10-winged extraterritorial god are no longer dull. He can think, is wise, and can find solutions. Lin Moyu's mind quickly flashed through the villages and towns and the tall altars he saw after he came in. Combining the map in my mind, I found some clues. Those altar statues do look a bit like some kind of formation, probably belonging to the outer territory gods. They have been trying to break through the heaven-sealing absolute Tao formation, but they have never succeeded. But as long as they persist, their numbers will increase and their strength will grow stronger, and one day they will be able to break through the formation. If that happens, it will be another disaster for the origin continent. It is not certain that there will be another Tao Lord who will seal the world to suppress them. They haven't made a breakthrough yet, but the power that has leaked out has already caused a large area of the sea to change in different dimensions. Lin Moyu suddenly realized something. The heaven-sealing absolute Tao formation that the Taoist master from Jia had set up back then was definitely not like this one. The heaven-sealing and absolute Tao formation can definitely suppress the wisdom and thoughts of all the extraterritorial gods and turn them into walking corpses. As long as these extraterritorial gods lose their wisdom, the divine pets will sooner or later die completely due to lifespan issues. Once the divine pets die out, the reproduction of the extraterritorial gods will come to an end. Moreover, it is impossible for the extraterritorial gods who have no wisdom but only instinct to build villages and towns of the current scale, let alone try to break through the formation. And all these problems are caused by the Daojian sect. The formation master of the Dao formation sect tampered with the heaven-sealing absolute Tao formation, causing a loophole in the heaven-sealing absolute Tao formation. This allowed the most powerful extraterritorial gods to regain their wisdom. Once they regained their wisdom, they would naturally plan how to escape. It will take enormous strength to escape from the predicament. They will order their subordinates to begin to reproduce, build villages and towns, arrange formations belonging to the world of gods, and collect the power of faith. Although the weak extraterritorial gods have no self-thoughts and wisdom, they will obey orders and do whatever they are told to do. The formation that was originally used to suppress them turned out to be the best place for them to reproduce. It is really ridiculous to think about it. The culprit behind all this is the Daojian sect. Back then, the Taoist Lord Fingjie knew that the Daojian sect had done something, and he was the one who condoned it. He also knew that after the manipulation, the formation would be flawed and some changes would occur, but he still indulged it. And after that, he chose to commit suicide, completely severing his causal relationship with the sealing heaven and absolute Tao formation. All the consequences will be borne by the Daojian sect. This incident caused great harm to the great Tao of the origin continent. The Taoist Lord of Sealing the Realm is dead, and the great Tao cannot find anyone, so ultimately all the blame will be put on the great Tao Array sect. Lin Moyu knew that once the problems here were solved and drastic changes began to take place in heaven and earth, the Daojian sect would be finished. It's not like I thought before, that I would be punished, but it's really over. The Taoist master Fingjie is a ruthless man. Lin Moyu sighed secretly. How could a person who dared to confront the great Tao Array sect alone be good at it? The great Daojian sect was completely devised by him and was doomed to be dead. But what does this have to do with me? The Daojian sect has no grudge against me, so it is not a bad thing for me if they are in trouble. Moreover, Master Lin Mo felt that Lord Fingjie's plan was more than just this. After his death, he was reincarnated and became Shueiji Tianzuan. He must have had deeper plans. These big guys are all calculating and scheming, and compared with the Taoist Lord Fingjie, the three ancestor demon emperors seemed to be a little inferior. While he was thinking, the army of the extraterritorial gods had already rushed over. The Undead Legion also launched an attack under the command of the Legion leader. This time, the entire undead army was mobilized. Except for some that were placed next to Shizhou Lilian, all other undead legions were summoned out. With an army of nearly 200 billion, Chu Lao occupied the world. In terms of numbers, an army of only a few million extraterritorial gods is nothing at all. But in terms of actual combat power, the undead army of nearly 200 billion seems a little insufficient. The two armies collided, and the army of the extraterritorial gods was like a sharp blade, tearing open the defense network formed by the undead army. The tin-winged extraterritorial god released dazzling light from his entire body, like the origin of the sun. Wherever the light reached, the undead army was burned to ashes. A huge hole was torn in the undead army, and the tin-winged extraterritorial god came straight towards Lin Moyu to kill him. Lin Moyu retreated 490 meters away from the battlefield, and at the same time pointed his finger, and the skeleton hell appeared on the battlefield. He rushed out of the black prison and rushed towards the tin-winged extraterritorial god like he was committing suicide. But before it got close, it was already surrounded by flames like a legion of undead. Even the Hell of Bones was not spared and quickly burned. Fortunately, after devouring a large number of extraterritorial gods, the skeleton hell has acquired the characteristic of protective divine light and can hold on for a while. Black Prison, covered in flames, crashed into an eight-winged god from outside the realm. The eight-winged god from outer space vibrated his wings, evolving into a sharp sword, and chopped the Black Prison into pieces with great crispness. In the Hell of Bones, countless evil spirits from hell rushed over. Although none of them could reach the outer world god, they were all attacked by the outer world god. It's done. The lock was established, and Lin Moyu moved the skeleton hell out of the battlefield with a thought. At the same time, he took out the blood essence ball left by the third ancestor and activated it with his soul. The blood essence ball shot out with a flash of blood, pierced through the protective divine light, rushed into the battle formation of the extraterritorial god, and instantly killed an 8-winged extraterritorial god. The soul of the 8-winged extraterritorial god was annihilated and fell from the sky. The speed at which the blood essence ball killed people was so fast that even Lin Moyu could not react. The third ancestor's methods are indeed extraordinary. Lin Moyu chuckled and used the corpse of the 8-winged extraterritorial god as raw material to perform corpse explosion. He locked onto 5 8-winged extraterritorial gods at the same time. 10 drops of ancestral water flew out and landed on the magic star. The power of faith burned fiercely, increasing the power of the magic to the extreme. There was no problem in using 1 to bomb 2, and Lin Moyu tried it repeatedly many times. In the previous massacres, Lin Moyu tried the limits of corpse explosion again and again. The limit is to blast 4 with 1, there is no possibility of failure. If you bomb all 5 at the same time, you may fail and not be able to kill all 5. But this time, Lin Moyu used 10 drops of ancestral water, plus the power of faith. With the blessing of the 2, the power of the spell will be greatly enhanced, and it should not be a problem to blow up 5 at the same time. Boom! 5 explosions, but only 1 sound. The 5 8-winged gods from outside the realm died on the spot without even having time to make a whimper. There are a total of 10 8-winged extraterritorial gods. 1 was killed by the essence and blood ball, and 5 more were killed in an explosion of their corpses. Now there are 4 left. Lin Moyu was not polite at all and quickly locked onto them, and there was another huge explosion. 4 extraterritorial celestial gods who were comparable to the 6th level and 8th soul realm were killed so cleanly and efficiently without even a chance to resist. 10 8-winged extraterritorial gods died within less than 2 seconds, and the combat effectiveness of the entire army of extraterritorial gods was greatly weakened. The leading 10-winged extraterritorial god had a look of astonishment in his eyes. He did not understand at all what had happened and why 10 of his clansmen, who were second only to him, had died just like that. But he no longer had the chance to figure it out, as explosions bloomed like fireworks in the team of extraterritorial gods. Lin Moyu said that it had been a long time since she had such a great time bombing. The last time I saw something like this was when I was playing a dungeon in the small world. When he arrived in the big world, the enemies he faced were either too weak or too few in number, and he was never able to blow them up properly. Today, he can have a good time. I haven't had such a blast in a long time. It feels so good. At this moment, Lin Moyu really had the illusion of returning to the small world to play a dungeon. He had thought before that the small world seemed to have been deliberately designed by someone, and many of the scenes he later encountered in the big world and the origin continent seemed to have appeared in the small world. It's as if someone deliberately lets oneself experience what will happen in the future in advance so that oneself can accumulate experience. I have to say that this is very effective. The copies of the small world and the secret realms of the big world actually have some similarities. The image of the old man in green robe appeared involuntarily in my mind again. It's all your fault, old man in green robe. Lin Moyu thought to himself, no matter if it was true or not, he would scold him first. The roar of explosions continued, filling the battlefield. The entire battle turned into a fireworks show, except that the fireworks were made up of flesh and blood instead of gunpowder. Blood and flesh flew everywhere, covering the entire battlefield. The skeleton hell returned to the battlefield, and the evil spirits of hell began to devour flesh and blood to strengthen themselves. The 10-winged outer realm god was stunned. He couldn't understand what was happening before his eyes. A team that took countless years to grow is gone just like that? Lin Moyu understood the look in its eyes. Although they did not speak the same language, eyes could not lie. Sometimes, it is good to be without wisdom. At least you won't be troubled or afraid. As he thought about it, his hands did not stop. Corpses exploded one after another and were thrown out. The fireworks of flesh and blood continued. 10 minutes later, the world finally quieted down. Out of millions of extraterritorial gods, only one person is left. The 10-winged extraterritorial god was left alone, staring blankly at everything, unable to react for a moment. He was in a daze, but the undead army would not just stand there and surrounded him silently. The skeleton god generals and dragon riders who had just died have all been resurrected at this moment. Nearly 200 billion undead armies surrounded the 10-winged extraterritorial god in so many layers that no one knew how many layers they formed. Lin Moyu clapped her hands, eagle. 200 billion against one, even if there is a huge difference in strength, it will be exhausted to death. Even if we can't do anything to it, at least it can't escape. The 10-winged extraterritorial god finally reacted and roared angrily, his voice full of hatred. Flames ignited in the protective divine light, and anyone who touched it would die, no matter if it was a skeleton general or a dragon rider. The 10-winged extraterritorial god rushed towards Lin Moyu like crazy, but it had long been submerged in the sea of undead and could not get out. It was even difficult for it to find Lin Moyu's exact location. His lock on Lin Moyu had long been cut off. The Legion commanders worked together to control the sea of undead. The sea of undead was not a real sea, it moved. Wherever the 10-winged extraterritorial god rushed to, the sea of undead would roll there. It was always in the center of the encirclement. Lin Moyu was not in a hurry and just played with him, even if he was tired to death. The skeleton hell was finally full. With the distortion of space, the skeleton hell entered the battlefield again and headed towards the sky formation outside the Wangqi domain. The skeleton hell emitted a faint light all over, resisting the flames of the 10-winged extraterritorial god. Through the characteristics of the skeleton hell, Lin Moyu locked it firmly. A large number of body parts appeared around him, including those of the 8-winged and 6-winged outer heavenly gods who had just been killed, as well as those of 4-winged and double-winged outer heavenly gods, the number of which reached millions. Locking on it, the corpse exploded and started its performance again. The explosion sounded again not long after the engine was turned off, and it continued. Regardless of whether it was useful or not, Lin Moyu advocated blowing them up one by one, and starting with the weakest one. The corpse explosion performed by using the corpse fragmentation skill of the 2-winged outer god did not have much effect and was simply ignored by the 10-winged outer god. Then came the 4-winged one, which was almost the same, with much greater power, but was still ignored. It was not until the broken body of the 6-winged outer god turned into smoke and dust that some damage was finally caused. The 10-winged outer heavenly god's body trembled violently in the explosion, and a finger-sized hole appeared on his body. The damage was not great, only a little bit, but it was enough to give Lin Moyu hope. After Moyu discovered that it was useful, the explosions never stopped. One after another, there were hundreds of materials for the 6-winged extraterritorial god. Lin Moyu didn't feel sorry for it and used them casually. As long as we can kill the other party, it's worth it. The explosions continued, and the 10-winged extraterritorial god was blown to the point where he could hardly keep his body steady and fell all over the place. Blood gushed out of its wounds and it roared and screamed, but to no avail. At this point, Lin Moyu has plenty of ways to kill it. Jows. If the corpse explodes, he still has the Scepter of Calamity. As long as he finds the right time, he will be able to kill it with it. In the explosions, blood and flesh flew all over its body, and its soul was becoming weak. It was injured, and its injuries were getting worse. Lin Moyu took advantage of his illness to kill him, and added insult to injury. When the hundreds of pieces of the 6-winged outer territory god's body were used up, they immediately switched to the 8-winged outer territory god's body. There were only 8 pieces of the 8-winged outer heavenly god's body, but it had also been seriously injured, so this was almost enough. After 8 consecutive explosions, the 10-winged extraterritorial god's body was shattered and he was on the verge of death. Lin Moyu was a little surprised. He is not dead yet, his vitality is really strong. Although he was not dead, he no longer had the strength to resist, and even the divine light that protected his body was almost shattered. The skeleton hell came on the scene, and the evil spirits of hell pounced on it and began to bite it madly. Black Prison, who had just recovered, rushed out, bit it, and chewed and rubbed it hard with dragon fang. He was bombed to the point of death, and eventually his last glimmer of life was taken away by the Hell of Bones. The 10-winged extraterritorial god was very powerful. Lin Moyu used almost all the means except the Scepter of Natural Disaster, and even used up all the corpse explosion materials that had been accumulated before he was barely able to kill it. I hope there won't be any 12-winged extraterritorial gods. Lin Moyu whispered his thoughts, and a piece of the 10-winged outer heavenly god's flesh fell into his hand, while the rest was swallowed by the evil spirits of hell and the Black Prison. For the skeleton hell, this feast was extremely sumptuous, second only to the Red Blood Avenue among all the grand banquets. The special abilities of the extraterritorial gods were also digested and absorbed, becoming the abilities of the skeleton hell. Everything in the Hell of Bones, including the red spider lilies, was now emitting a dim glow. While the realm has not been improved, the combat power of the skeleton hell has increased by at least 20%. While cleaning up the battlefield, the hundreds of billions of undead legions dispersed and flew deeper. Now most of this area has been explored, with only the last third left. Lin Moyu felt that the main force of the extraterritorial gods had already been dispatched, and if he encountered extraterritorial gods again in the future, there would be at most 2 or 3 kittens, and there would be no more threat. Although I thought so, I still felt a little uneasy in my heart. The uneasiness came from the statue of the extraterritorial god from 570. The statue was a 22-winged extraterritorial god. This is a terrifying existence that can rival the origin of the Great Tao. He was not very clear about the significance of the statue, whether it was simply a commemoration of worship or had some other purpose. The answer will soon be revealed. The land behind is very wide and flat, as if it had been deliberately trimmed, and there are traces of artificial polishing. Altars stand on the earth. The altars seem to form a special pattern, spreading towards the center. The closer to the center, the taller the altar. The outer altar was only 100 meters high, but it kept rising. Before reaching the center, the altar was more than 1,000 meters high, and it was still getting higher. After Lin Moyu arrived, he saw some special marks left by the altar. These marks were left by the statues, indicating that there had been statues of extraterritorial gods next to the altar before. Only now, they have been moved. This discovery made Lin Moyu even more certain that the statue must have other uses. Since the altar appeared, there have been no villages or towns. The undead army is still advancing inward in circles according to the previous plan. I didn't encounter any extraterritorial gods along the way. It seems that all the extraterritorial, gods are dead. Until we reached the center, a huge palace appeared in sight. In the eyes of the undead, there are a large number of soul flames inside and outside the palace. The owners of these soul flames are all extraterritorial gods, and their number exceeds 100,000. In addition, the outside of the palace was filled with statues, which were moved from various towns, villages, and altars. The gods from outside the realm seemed to be performing some kind of ritual, kneeling and kowtowing towards the palace. They kept making strange sounds from their mouths. Although we couldn't understand them, they contained a certain rhythm. When Lin Moyu saw this scene, her heart skipped a beat and she felt like something bad was going to happen. Then, several statues suddenly emitted strong light and flew into the palace like flowing water. In the palace, a powerful aura is reviving. This palace is somewhat special. It is filled with the power of the Great Tao. The eyes of the undead cannot penetrate it and cannot see what is going on inside the palace. Lin Moyu didn't think much and rushed over immediately. At the same time, he ordered the nearest undead army to attack the palace. No matter what rituals these extraterritorial gods are performing, or what they are about to do, it will not be a good thing. The undead army rushed towards the palace, but was stopped by an invisible force when it was still 10,000 meters away from the palace. This force was not offensive at all. It was like an invisible wall that prevented the undead army from advancing even a single inch. The undead legion continued to launch attacks, but all of their attacks were like cows entering the sea, without causing any ripples. The ceremony was still going on, and statues continued to transform into streams of light and enter the palace. The atmosphere in the palace became stronger and stronger. Lin Moyu arrived and lightly tapped his fingers, and the hell of bones flew out naturally. Countless evil spirits from hell pounced on the invisible wall and began to bite it frantically. The evil spirits in hell do eat everything, including invisible walls, but they eat very slowly. Black Prison rushed out with bursts of dragon roars, and its dragon tail lashed out like a whip, hitting the invisible wall, but its attacks were equally ineffective and were all blocked. Even the cracks on the dragon scales on Black Prison's tail did not do anything to break this invisible wall. The invisible wall is not offensive at all, and the skeleton hell cannot use it to lock down the extraterritorial gods inside and outside the palace. Lin Moyu tried to extend his soul power, but was also blocked. Unable to rush in, they could only watch as more and more statues turned into streams of light. The aura of the palace became stronger and stronger, with waves of pressure emanating from it. The existence in the palace was about to wake up. Lin Moyu saw that these statues of extraterritorial gods were actually the carriers of the power of faith. The extraterritorial gods used some special ritual methods to transform the power of faith into physical strength, awakening one of their beings. According to the properties of the power of faith, this awakening should be short-lived. As long as the power of faith is exhausted, the other party will fall into sleep again. Then your own tactics should be based on delaying the opponent. But what happened next was beyond Lin Moyu's expectations. As the ceremony continued, the statues became fewer and fewer until all were gone. The being in the palace still hadn't awakened. Apparently, the power of faith in these statues wasn't enough to revive it. Then, one by one, the gods from outside the domain turned into streams of light and rushed into the palace. The extraterritorial gods sacrificed themselves just to revive the existence in the palace. 100,000 extraterritorial gods are equivalent to 100,000 Tao Realm Masters. Their power added together is extremely astonishing. The palace was rumbling nonstop, and waves of oppression were emanating from it, making it hard to breathe. Lin Moyu frowned slightly. He had already seen that this official share was itself a powerful treasure. And the existence sleeping in the palace must be even more powerful. There should be more than 12 wings, at least 14. 14 wings are equivalent to the Tao realm of the third class innate soul, and are the top powerhouses in the Tao realm. Even if he tried his best, he couldn't fight against the 14-winged extraterritorial god. Even if he had the Scepter of Scourge, it would be difficult. He couldn't get close at all. But now, this battle has to be fought. Lin Moyu moved his mind, and the Calamity Scepter appeared in his hand. He looked at the 3 gems on the Calamity Scepter and said, "It's up to you." The only thing he can count on now is the Scepter of Calamity. Perhaps the Balance Gem can play a role. If it can balance the opponent's realm, then I won't be able to fight. If not, this will be a real headache. 100,000 extraterritorial gods completed the sacrifice, the palace burst into brilliant light, and the invisible wall disappeared. In the palace, a god from outside the realm slowly flew out, and the palace quickly shrank and changed, eventually turning into golden armor, which was worn by the god from outside the realm. Lin Moyu narrowed his eyes suddenly. 16 wings. The results were worse than expected. Lin Moyu had tried his best to think of the worst possible outcome, but the extraterritorial god in front of him did not have 14 wings, but 16 wings. The 16-winged extraterritorial god was equivalent to the Tao realm of a second-class innate soul. There was an unknown number of realms difference between him and the other party, and there was no way he could defeat him. The gap in levels and the improvement in strength are not linear, but increase in geometric multiples. Especially in the last few realms, the strength changes drastically with each realm difference. Lin Moyu sensed the danger, and his spiritual sense kept sending warnings. What he was doing now was extremely risky. Even if there are 200 billion undead legions blocking me, they can't stop me. Since I started practicing, I have encountered countless dangers, big and small, but none of them were as bad as this time. God knows why such a powerful outer-world god appears here. The wings of the curse of time spread out, and Lin Moyu quickly retreated. At the same time, the undead army tightly wrapped the 16-winged outer sky weapon. If the opponent has any weakness, it is that its power does not come from itself. The power of faith will always be exhausted. If we can delay it for enough time, there may be a chance of victory. The key is, you can't hold back. The extraterritorial god slowly opened his eyes, and the protective divine light burst out. It instantly turned into a scorching sun, shining on the earth like the origin of the sun. Wherever the light reached, the undead army died quickly. In just a blink of an eye, the death toll exceeded 100 million. The undead army launched an attack on the other side: sword energy, charge, skeleton king's bone sword slash, health bar. Endless attacks rained down, but to no avail. The protective divine light within a kilometer range became its absolute domain, and all attacks without its permission were blocked outside. The only thing that can attack it now is the explosion of corpses. The key point is that Lin Moyu only has a piece of the flesh of the 10-winged extraterritorial god, so it is impossible to kill it with the explosion, and even injuring it is unlikely. The gap in strength is too big, so big that it is unimaginable. At this moment, even Lin Moyu had a headache. I do have the ability to fight across levels, and even across borders, but this is too much. The gap between him and the other party is like the gap between an ordinary person and a Taoist master. There is no comparison at all. Under the shining of the protective divine light, in just a few seconds, the casualties of the undead legion exceeded 100 billion. At this time, a golden spear appeared in its hand, and the 16 wings behind it simultaneously evolved into spear shadows. Boom! The spear swept across, and the space was filled with cracks, and the sky and the earth were empty. With just a casual sweep, the undead legion suffered more than 10 billion casualties. It seems that there are 400 billion undead legions, but even if they can be resurrected again and again, they will not be able to last long. The gap in strength is so huge that it is difficult to make up for it by any means. Lin Moyu frowned, his mind working rapidly as he thought of a countermeasure. This battle was indeed the most difficult one he had ever had since he started practicing. No method is sure, you can only try it out. With a thought, the hell of bones emerged and vividly wrapped the other person. Before the evil spirits of hell could pounce, Black Hell didn't even have time to roar like a dragon, and the skeleton hell had been torn into pieces by the protective divine light. Boom! The spears swept across again, and 19 spear shadows appeared between heaven and earth, killing a large number of the undead army. Lin Moyu couldn't care less about these things. No matter what, the skeleton hell had already been locked. The pieces of flesh of the 10-winged outer god appeared in his hand and then turned into ashes. Also turned to ashes were hundreds of drops of ancestral water and the history of infinite faith. Origin-level magic, corpse explosion. Boom! An explosion occurred on the body of the 16-winged extraterritorial god, but it just trembled slightly and had no effect. Lin Moyu discovered that his lock had been cut off, and then a gaze fell on him, and the alarm in his spiritual sense rang wildly. His attack attracted the opponent's attention, and the undead army could not block the opponent's sight. Lin Moyu didn't even think twice and immediately stepped back without stopping for a moment. As soon as he left, the space where he was standing suddenly shattered, and the shadow of a spear flashed by. The 16-winged extraterritorial god quickly chased after him, and all the undead legions that blocked the way were destroyed at the same time, and they could not stop him for even a second. Lin Moyu's speed was far slower than his, and the distance between them was closing rapidly. Lin Moyu's soul power surged wildly, rushing into the Calamity Scepter, and shouted in a low voice, "Balance!" All means were ineffective, and Lin Moyu could only rely on the Scepter of Natural Disaster. The Scepter of Calamity did not disappoint Lin Moyu. The Balance Gem was activated, shining brightly and covering the heaven and earth. The function of the Balance Gem is simple, which is balance. Balance everything, including strength, realm, etc. Lin Moyu felt that his realm and strength were improving. Compared with the Undead Legion, he, who was only at the 7th level of Dao Zone, was indeed the weakest member. But this is not important. What is important is the 16-winged extraterritorial god. The wings behind the 16-winged extraterritorial god were becoming somewhat dim, and its power was also decreasing. Balance gem works. Lin Moyu was about to breathe a sigh of relief when he suddenly discovered that the breath of the 16-winged extraterritorial god had stopped. The pair of wings behind him burst into dazzling light, and then became dim. This pair of wings seemed to have sacrificed all its strength, in exchange for which the power of the extraterritorial god no longer decreased. It went from 16 wings to 14 wings. Although it decreased a little, it was still easy to kill Lin Moyu. The Scourge Scepter failed for the first time, and Lin Moyu realized that the Scourge Scepter also had its limits, and the decision of its limits was up to him. It is because of my lack of strength that the effect of the Scepter of Calamity is limited. The extraterritorial god, who descended into 14 wings, waved his spear again. 15 spears appeared between heaven and earth, and the terrifying force swept across the entire space, leaving no place to escape. The boom! Lin Moyu's body exploded on the spot. He couldn't block it and was beaten to pieces. The next second, a purple light flashed, and Lin Moyu was resurrected again. Fortunately, the new talent was still useful, otherwise he would have really died. Seeing that Lin Moyu was not dead, Tianxi, the outer god, waved his spear again. Suddenly, a delicate voice was heard, and a sword light came from thousands of miles away. It came in front of him in an instant like teleportation and slashed fiercely at the out-of-region god. The extraterritorial god was chopped to the ground, and the earth shook violently, revealing countless cracks. A big pit appeared where the impact occurred, and the god outside the city was chopped into the pit. Lin Moyu was slightly stunned by the suddenness of the incident, and then she smiled, "Sister, you are awesome." Lin Mohan appeared in the air and shouted in a cold voice, "Don't be afraid, little brother, my sister is here." Lin Moyu looked helpless. "I'm not afraid." Although the opponent is very strong and difficult to deal with, the worst that can happen is that I will die in battle. So I'm not really afraid of him. Lin Moyu said that she had long been accustomed to death, and it made no difference to her whether it was a real death or a fake death. People who practice cultivation come back and talk about fear. But Lin Moyu was very confused. Why did Lin Mohan suddenly appear here? When did she come in? How did she get in? And why is Lin Mohan's power so strong? A 14-winged extraterritorial god is equivalent to a third-class innate soul realm. Even if Lin Mohan is very talented, with the help of blood resonance, he can't reach this level. The extraterritorial god rushed out of the pit, waving his spear and attacking again. Lin Mohan shouted softly, the sharp sword flew to his head, and the sword finger moved, cut the soul with one sword. As the sword slashed down, Lin Moyu only felt a sword ringing deep in his soul, and his soul felt as if it was slashed by a sharp sword, causing a dull pain. I am in this situation, let alone the extraterritorial gods who are facing this sword head-on. The extraterritorial god screamed, his face was hideous, his soul was hurt, and it was obvious that he was feeling uncomfortable. There was dazzling golden light on its body, and its armor was sparkling. Under the golden light, the expression of the out-of-region god was no longer ferocious. The spear was swung and stabbed towards Lin Mohan. The sky and earth were filled with gun shadows, and Lin Mohan had no way to avoid them. Lin Mohan had no intention of dodging at all. After learning, another sword flew out. The sword light flickered, and the sword body instantly enlarged dozens of times, turning into a sword shield in front of Lin Mohan. With a loud bang, Lin Mohan's sword and shield were knocked away, but the shot was ineffective. Lin Mohan once again pointed his sword, one sword to kill the gods. The sword light fell and turned into sword rain, pouring down from all directions towards the extraterritorial gods. Wherever the sword light passed, the space was full of cracks. The power of this sword is beyond imagination. In the rain of swords, the wings of the out-of-region god rolled up, and the armor on his body evolved into a phantom, firmly blocking the sword rain attack. Its aura is gradually weakening under the sword rain attack. Its power does not come from itself, but from the power of faith and 100,000 extraterritorial gods. If it is not yours, the more you use it, the less it is, and it will eventually run out. If Lin Mohan continues like this, it won't be long before he can bring the extraterritorial gods down from the altar. But the key point is that Lin Mohan's breath is also rapidly decreasing at this moment. The speed at which her power was decreasing was faster than that of the extraterritorial gods, and Lin Mohan's face was turning pale. Sister, are you using some secret method to open up your battle history? This is not a solution. Lin Moyu's heart moved, and she rushed towards the outer god. The moment she got close to him, she shouted, "Sister, stop." Lin Mohan didn't hesitate and put away his sword instantly. At the same time, Lin Moyu raised the scepter of calamity and smashed it hard. The wings of the extraterritorial god that were originally rolled up suddenly opened up, and Lin Moyu was instantly blown away. His body shattered in mid-air, and then he was resurrected in the purple light. He died again, but Lin Moyu still had a smile on his face. He still hit it just now, and one of the wings of the extraterritorial god was broken by him. The scepter of calamity was hard enough and did not let him down. The 14-winged extraterritorial god has now become 13-winged, and his combat power has dropped again. The extraterritorial god screamed in anger and stabbed Lin Moyu with a gun. The shadow of the gun exploded in the void, and Lin Moyu had no time to react before his body shattered into pieces, and he died again. Lin Mohan's face was slightly pale at this moment, and he shouted, "One sword will destroy the Tao." The great way of sword appeared above his head, and the great way turned into a sword, smashing down towards the extraterritorial god. This sword was like destroying the Tao, as if it could shatter the Tao. The out-of-region god roared, and the armor on his body automatically flew out and turned into a palace to resist the sword. As the sword came out, Lin Mohan's face lost all color, and his body swayed and fell from the air. Lin Moyu, who had just resurrected, immediately flew over to catch Lin Mohan. "Sister, are you okay?" Lin Mohan shook his head. "It's okay, I just feel exhausted." She took a deep breath, stood firm again, and looked at the sword she had swung out. Mie Dao's sword clashed with the palace, causing a large number of cracks to appear on the palace, which then collapsed. Unfortunately, when the palace collapsed, the sword of destruction also disappeared. This sword shattered the protective magic weapon of the extraterritorial god, but failed to hurt it. The extraterritorial god came again with anger and murderous intent. The spear thrust out, and Lin Moyu suddenly took out the ice jade cushion given by the old man in green robe. With a movement of soul power, the ice jade cushion instantly grew larger, blocking Lin Moyu in front of him. Bang! The ice jade mat shook slightly and easily blocked the shot, and the out-of-region god was instead pushed back 1,000 meters. Lin Moyu was delighted. What the old man in green robe gave me is indeed a good thing. He suddenly thought of the ice jade cushion, which can be used for meditation and cultivation. Of course, it can also be used as a shield. Anyway, the grade of this magic weapon is incredibly high. It once transformed into the Nine-Polar Glacier, and the ice jade futon is only one side of it. Now it seems that the effect is really good. With the ice jade mat in hand, Lin Moyu felt more confident and said to Lin Mohan, "You take a rest first, I'll go kill it." Lin Mohan nodded. "Be careful." Lin Moyu held the ice jade cushion in his left hand and the scepter of natural disaster in his right hand, and rushed towards the extraterritorial god with great momentum. The outer god shot out again, tearing the sky and earth apart, beheading souls and destroying the Tao, but Lin Moyu treated the ice jade cushion as a card and ignored the outer god's attack. The soul activated the ice jade mat, and the mat's phantom appeared around Lin Moyu, blocking all attacks. On the contrary, the gods from outside the domain were repelled again and again. Not only did it block all attacks, but even the protective divine light of the extraterritorial gods was forcibly knocked away. Lin Mapu did not feel any resistance brought by the protective divine light at all. Lin Moyu rushed to the front of the extraterritorial god, grabbed the scepter of natural disasters, and smashed it down. The out-of-territory god had suffered from the Calamity Scepter, and his sword swung and collided with the Calamity Scepter. Boom! The sky and the earth exploded, the space shattered, and Lin Moyu was blown to pieces by the huge force, and then resurrected in the purple light. The difference in power between the two was too great, and Lin Moyu couldn't handle it at all. The spear of the extraterritorial god was as fragile as tofu in front of the scepter of calamity and was smashed to pieces in just one blow. The extraterritorial god obviously didn't believe that his spear was so vulnerable. Lin Moyu took the opportunity to rush in front of it again and smashed the scepter of natural disaster down again. With a strange cry, the wings vibrated violently and slashed towards Lin Moyu like a sharp blade. The Bingyu Futon blocked all the attacks, and at the same time Lin Moyu took the opportunity to smash forward with the staff. There was another loud noise, and the extraterritorial gods retreated with strange cries. Another of his wings was smashed to pieces, and 13 wings became 12, and his strength was greatly weakened. Lin Moyu was resurrected again in the purple light and attacked again. Only Lin Moyu could use such a shameless fighting style. Who allowed him to be resurrected again and also possess the two great treasures of defense and attack? It's simply unreasonable. The extraterritorial god seemed to know that he could not win, and glared at Lin Moyu angrily, then turned around and thought. Lin Moyu 0.5 said in a low voice, "You want to leave? You're dreaming." The soul force surged with all its might, and the ice jade cushion suddenly emitted a cold light. The heaven and earth froze instantly, and the protective divine light of the extraterritorial god turned into ice, which quickly spread towards the extraterritorial god's body. The speed of the extraterritorial god suddenly slowed down, becoming slower and slower, and he was unable to escape at all. The ice jade prayer mat once evolved into the nine-polar glacier, which could freeze the heaven and earth. Even if it couldn't freeze the extraterritorial gods, it could greatly reduce their speed. Lin Moyu had always ignored the power of the ice jade prayer mat before, but now she suddenly realized that this magic weapon was extremely extraordinary. The extraterritorial god was gradually frozen. He was not completely frozen, but it was impossible for him to escape as his speed was many times slower. Lin Moyu consumed a large amount of soul power to maintain the freezing, and at the same time caught up with the extraterritorial god, snatched the scepter of natural disasters, and smashed it hard on its head. The moment the calamity scepter fell, Lin Moyu saw the horrified look in the eyes of the extraterritorial gods. The gods from outside the realm are also intelligent creatures. As long as they are intelligent creatures, they will have emotions such as fear, especially when facing death. They will instinctively feel afraid. Unless you are like me and have become accustomed to it, that is another matter. In front of the scepter of calamity, the body of the extraterritorial god is still as fragile as tofu. With one blow of the stick, both the body and the soul were smashed to pieces. The body turned to ashes and disappeared without a trace, with no physical body left. Lin Moyu's eyes revealed a strange expression. No body? Then what is it? Ashes flew up, and a fist-sized transparent crystal fell to the ground. Lin Moyu picked up the crystal and felt the power of the great Tao contained in it. It's the crystallization of the great divine light avenue. How can there be such a thing? After Lin Moyu looked carefully, he finally understood why this happened. There once was a 16-winged extraterritorial god, whose soul resided here and followed the army to the origin continent. It uses the power of faith, gathers the power of 100,000 extraterritorial gods, and relies on the avenue of divine light to temporarily reshape its body. In fact, its body had been destroyed long ago, leaving only the soul, and even its soul was severely damaged. However, even though he was injured, he was still a 16-winged extraterritorial god after all. As long as he had enough strength, he could burst out with unimaginable combat power. But I didn't expect that this place was later sealed, and it has been dormant for so many years. After being awakened with great difficulty, he was killed again, and was truly reduced to ashes. By this calculation, this guy is indeed a bit miserable. Finally it was solved. Lin Moyu turned around and shouted, "Stop." As soon as she said the word sister, she found that Lin Mohan had disappeared. Lin Moyu was stunned on the spot, his eyes full of confusion. He did not notice when Lin Mohan left. Lin Mohan arrived suddenly and left silently, which made Lin Moyu very puzzled. Coupled with the previous doubts, Lin Moyu felt that something must have happened to her sister. When it comes to her fighting ability, it is difficult to explain. No matter what kind of secret method it was, it would be impossible for her to have such a combat experience. The Origin continent suppresses everyone's cultivation. Even if Lin Mohan encounters many adventures, it is impossible for him to break through this limitation. The Pseudo-Dao Dao realm is the limit. A person in the Pseudo-Dao Dao realm can use secret methods to launch an attack equivalent to that of a third-level innate soul. This is simply impossible. Not to mention the secret method, even those with great divine powers can't do it. The only explanation that makes sense is that Lin Mohan has broken through to the Dao realm, and it's not just a 9th grade innate soul, it could be a 7th grade or even a 6th grade innate soul, which makes it possible for him to temporarily gain such powerful strength with the help of secret techniques. As for how she broke the limitations of heaven and earth, in fact, it is not difficult to guess. There are only 3 people who have this ability. The green-robed old man and his Taoist companion, and the other one is the white-robed old senior who gave him the ancestral water. Only beings like them can ignore the restrictions of the Origin continent and allow others to step into the realm of the Great Tao. Apart from this, Lin Moyu really couldn't think of any other possibility. Ever since the last time they met on the sea boundary, he had sensed that something was wrong with his sister. When we met again after so many years, something felt even more wrong. I know, but what can I do? Lin Moyu sighed softly and stopped thinking about it. Now the extraterritorial gods have been completely cleared out. In the words of the small world, the map is fully open and there are no secrets. This great change in the world is about to begin. Lin Moyu looked up at the sky, and in the sky was the heaven-sealing Absolute Tao formation. After waiting for a few seconds, the earth began to rumble and shake, shaking not only the earth, but the entire space. Rays of light passed through the heaven-sealing Absolute Tao formation, illuminating the heaven and earth. The dramatic changes in heaven and earth have officially begun. On the Origin continent, colorful rays of light fell, and the dark clouds that had covered the Boundary Sea for countless years were torn apart by the rays of light, and the Boundary Sea welcomed true light. The origins of the sun and the moon appeared at the same time, and beneath them, large lines emerged automatically. The power of the Infinite Avenue spread out, and the entire Origin continent began to shake. Unlike an earthquake, the houses on the Origin continent were not affected at all. The 3 ancestors and others shouted at the same time, "The upheaval of heaven and earth has begun." The Demon King roared, "Activate the formation." The Demon King mountains scattered across northern continent, and the statues of the Demon King glowed at the same time, forming a formation that enveloped the land of northern continent. Beizhou turned into a funnel, receiving the rays of light and attracting the calendar of the Great Tao. Rays of luck rose into the sky and intertwined with the rosy clouds. A vast amount of power from the avenue mixed with the luck and fell upon countless living beings. However, the power of the Great Tao obtained by all living beings is far inferior to that of the Demon King. The 3rd ancestor also shouted at the same time, "Start." After years of planning, it officially begins at this moment. The Lufeng chambers of commerce spread across various continents glowed at the same time and connected with each other, forming a whirlpool-like shape. The vortex rotates, attracting the calendar of heaven. Even on the land of North Continent, whirlpools appeared, competing with the Demon King for the power of the Great Tao. There is not only the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce on the land of Beizhou, but also many demon forces, and there are also formations rising inside. They didn't know when they became the main ancestors. The same is true in Nanzhou. Some small sects have secretly become the third ancestor's people, and their territory is the third ancestor's territory. The Demon King roared, "Old Third, you're asking for a fight." The third ancestor laughed and said, "The world has changed dramatically, the hospital is in trouble." The three ancestors of South Continent, North Continent, and East Continent have all made arrangements. At the same time, the power of the great Tao he obtained is far greater than that of the Demon King. There were also numerous whirlpools in the Sea of Realm. They were arranged by the King of the Sea of Realm, and they were also absorbing the power of the great Tao. The Sea of Boundaries is vast enough, and the experience of the great Tao he absorbed is also not bad. At the edge of the Boundary Sea, formations appeared on the islands at the same time. These were the forces of Yin Shun. Although not many, they were not few either. In the Eastern Spirit Empire and the Western Continent, whirlpools also appeared, and Antares also set up formations to absorb the power of the Avenue. In the ancient Lotus Holy Land of Nanzhou, Fairy Siet sighed softly, "Compared to these people, I am indeed a step late." She arrived too late and had no time to make various arrangements, so she could only hold onto one side. She knew that, goodly Zhao, when the great changes in heaven and earth were over and the connection between heaven and earth was restored, the people from the great avenue outside the heaven would come down, and that would be the beginning of the real test. Those who obtain the power of the Tao may not necessarily have the last laugh. The heaven-sealing absolute boundary array exploded. It had completed its mission and was no longer needed. The Daojin sect had made great efforts to absorb the power of a large number of extraterritorial gods over the years, and it also exploded at this moment. A large amount of power from extraterritorial gods pollutes the Sea of Realm. The rays of light fell, penetrated the Sea of Boundary, and purified all these forces. How could the Avenue of the Origin Continent allow external forces to stay? At the same time, in the Avenue Outer Heaven, the Avenue Formation sect was greeted by a dark cloud, which enveloped the entire Avenue Formation, and was struck by thunder. For a while, there were endless screams and thunder in the Tao Formation sect. The Tao Formation activated the Formation defense, but found that all the formations had lost their function. Under the punishment from heaven, the Avenue fell silent and the formation came to a halt. Shui Ji Tianzun sneered, "De Dao Zhen Zong, it settled." The Origin Continent is the core of this world, and the dramatic changes in heaven and earth also started from the Origin Continent and spread towards the Avenue beyond heaven. In the great avenue outside the sky, various forces have long been ready to go. They are watching the Origin Continent that is undergoing drastic changes, waiting for the opportunity. In the Origin Continent, the Human Emperor and the Demon Emperor are competing with each other for the power of the Great Tao with their own abilities. Their layout, the formation they formed, and everything they did to the Origin Continent were all within the scope of the Great Tao calculation. Rays of light fell, and all those who had made contributions to the Origin Continent were rewarded. The Tao is impartial and will not miss or let anyone go. The three ancestors and the Demon King were all illuminated by the rosy glow, and within it, information was bursting out of them. At the same time, in the depths of the Heavenly Avenue, several powerful figures slowly emerged. They were the real bodies of the three ancestor demon emperors. Their terrifying aura swept across the void, causing the Heavenly Avenue to shake continuously. A loud and excited voice rang out. "I have attained enlightenment." When Tian Dao Jun stood on the Purple Thunder Avenue, he had a tall and majestic figure, surrounded by rosy clouds, and under his feet was purple thunder surging like a river. At this moment, he looked down at the road and at the world and all living things. The Purple Thunder Avenue was restored, and Wen Dao Jun achieved Dao Yong. In the void, majestic voices rang out one after another. "Congratulations, Lord Wen. Congratulations, Lord Tian Dao." In the great changes of heaven and earth, things that were once unimaginable are happening one after another. What is a miracle? Today, on the Origin Continent, the Avenue Beyond Heaven is being staged. As the rosy glow shone down, a large number of people in the Origin Continent who had made contributions to the continent were rewarded, and their cultivation levels were dramatically improved. The power of the great Tao is pouring out, and the qualifications of the people on the origin continent have been improved, making it faster and easier to practice. One after another, spiritual veins of origin were born under the continent, and the history of origin became more and more rich. Boom! In the endless rays of light, a beam of light that was incredibly strong suddenly appeared, shining brightly into the sea of boundary. The boundary sea parted, revealing the situation 1,000,000 meters below. The boundary sea rolled violently, and the entire origin continent was shaking. The 5 continents that once sank into the bounded sea began to recover. Lin Moyu sat in the rosy glow, with an icy jade cushion beneath him. He had fallen into a state of cultivation. His aura increased dramatically under the glow of the sunset glow. Lin Moyu had never experienced this level of reward from the avenue before. Even if we dragged it back to the main road last time, it was far worse than it is now. Tao patterns were condensed one after another at an incredibly fast speed. The Tao patterns that were once suppressed by the great Tao and unable to condense in the ancestral land of origin now erupted completely. This is the reward for the leader. It is he who has led the drastic changes in heaven and earth, and it is he who has killed all the extraterritorial gods in the formation. No amount of reward is too much. The power of the great Tao surged and rushed madly into Lin Moyu's body, and all kinds of insights came one after another. Lin Moyu's aura rose rapidly, and in less than 20 minutes, he completed the breakthrough and entered the 8th level of Dao Zun. Then the momentum did not decrease at all, and the Tao was still condensing at an astonishing speed. 30 minutes later, he officially entered the 9th realm of Dao Zun. A total of 162 Tao patterns sparkled in the soul world, resonating with the Tao and with the heaven and earth. A vast land rose from the bounded sea. It was located in the center of the 4 continents of Southeast, Northwest, Northeast, and Southwest, and its area was larger than the 4 continents combined. It has been dormant in the sea of boundaries for countless years, and has been recuperating for countless years. Above the earth, mountains stand tall, rivers and lakes have been formed, and the original power is vigorous. It can be seen how many original spiritual veins there are in the middle and lower parts. This is a real treasure land, much better than the 4 continents in the southeast, northwest, northeast, and southwest. It is a treasure land that has been reborn after so many years of recuperation on the origin continent. On the Tianwai Avenue, powerful men watched this scene one after another, and they all said, "What a precious land. This precious land should have a place for our burning heaven sect. This place is not something that can be taken over by one sect alone. My Xuanbuang sect will naturally have a share as well. My Huantian Dao sect will establish its inheritance in this precious land. If anyone refuses to obey, we can fight." In the great avenue outside the sky, all the sects and forces want to get a piece of the pie. In their eyes, this newly emerged continent had already become theirs, and they could divide it up at will. As for the local forces on the origin continent, they did not take them seriously at all. At this time, someone noticed Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu was sitting in the center of the earth and also in the center of the origin continent. At this moment, he became the center of the origin continent. Endless original power gathered towards him. The extremely rich glow shone on him, making Lin Moyu look illusory and hazy. Even a strong man in the heavenly Dao realm could not see Lin Moyu's appearance clearly. Someone exclaimed, "Is this the person who led this dramatic change?" A strong man said loudly, "What a strong luck, he must be a rare genius. This kind of person is most suitable to join my Lingtian Dao lair." His words were immediately refuted by others. "This boy is the son of the world chosen by the great Dao. He does not belong to any sect. Your small Lingtian Dao sect cannot accommodate him." "That's right. How can a small Lingtian sect tolerate such a person? And are they not afraid of the backlash of their luck and the annihilation of the sect?" Lingtian sect was immediately ridiculed by a group of powerful Dao realm masters. Among the Tianwai Dao sects, Lingtian sect was not weak, but it was certainly not the top one. For a moment, the strong men of Lingtian sect were speechless. Lin Moyu. A roar suppressed all other sounds. An old man came walking in the air, and behind him, the Japanese road tree was looming. Master Kurong's true form appeared. He stood in the void, staring at Lin Moyu. Although Lin Moyu was shrouded in the rosy glow and could not see clearly, he could still recognize at a glance that this was the most hateful guy. Master Kurong was full of energy. This child has a grudge against me. Anyone who wants to take him in will be my enemy. His tone was extremely overbearing, leaving no room for maneuver. The powerful pressure made everyone present feel breathless. Boom! A purple lightning appeared from afar, and the next second, it was close. Wendian Daojun was covered in thunder and stepped on the purple lightning road. He came here by riding the road. Seeing this, many people bowed to Wendian Daojun. Greetings, Daojun. Wendian Daojun is now the Dao Master of Purple Thunder Avenue. Regardless of whether it is the origin of the avenue or not, he is still the Dao Master, and his identity and status are different from those of ordinary practitioners. When Tian Daojun glanced at the origin continent and said loudly, Lin Moyu is my brother, Master Kurong, do you want to be my enemy? Master Kurong snorted coldly, Master Wendian, you are just a branch master. If we really fight, the outcome is still uncertain. The Purple Thunder Avenue is just a branch of the Thunder Avenue, not the original avenue. Master Beak clearly did not take the Taoist Master Wendian seriously. As soon as these words came out, everyone's face changed. Although Master Kurong was telling the truth, the Taoist Master is the Taoist Master and should be respected. The way Master Kurong spoke showed that he did not take Taoist seriously. Daoist Wendian chuckled. Without any nonsense, he pointed his finger, and the Purple Thunder Avenue roared continuously. A bolt of lightning came down and struck Master Kurong. Master Kurong let out a strange cry, with smoke coming out of his body. How dare you do that? When Tian Daojun shouted in a low voice, what are you talking about? Fight first and talk later. The dramatic changes in the world had not yet ended, and on the great avenue outside the heaven, Lord Wendian Dao and Master Kuruo had already started fighting. Having just become the Taoist Master, Wendian Daojun, with thousands of thunders, mercilessly bombarded Master Kurong. Although Master Kuruo did not take Daoist Master Wendian seriously, a Daoist Master was still a Daoist Master after all, even if he was a Daoist Master of a branch avenue. Even if he was just a projection Daoist Master, even if he was a newly formed Daoist Master, he was only the weakest existence among Daoist Masters. Daoist Master Wendian was still extremely powerful, commanding the Purple Thunder Avenue, and Master Qi was crying out in pain because of the thunder. When Tian Daojun used his strength to tell everyone not to go after Lin Moyu, because he is his brother. The dramatic changes in the world continued. After Lin Moyu entered the 9th realm of Daozun, his Dao pattern had been completed. 6 great ways emerged, and the calendar of heaven enveloped Lin Moyu at the same time. The next step should be to break through to the Dao realm, but Lin Moyu had a feeling in his heart and did not do it immediately. Because his path to the avenue has not yet been completed, the other avenues are easy to complete, except for the Thousand Stars Avenue, which is currently missing. After so many years of nurturing, the establishment of the Thousand Star Hall in Yudao City and the search for the successor of the Star God for the Thousand Star Avenue have restored much of the Star Avenue. But this is not enough, far from enough. As soon as the thought came to mind, the power of the avenue immediately gathered towards the Thousand Star Avenue. The rewards from the avenue obey Lin Moyu's will and illuminate the Thousand Star Avenue. All of a sudden, a large number of stars lit up on the Thousand Star Avenue. The originally dim avenue was suddenly dotted with stars and became dazzling. In just 10 minutes, Thousand Star Avenue had been completely restored, better than Lin Moyu's 1,000 years of nurturing. Even the falling swords and stars were restored a lot through the rewards from the Great Tao. The falling sword Star Lord woke up from his deep sleep and asked in surprise, Master, what did you do? Lin Moyu did not answer, but asked, what is the best way to practice the Thousand Star Avenue? The falling sword Star-Lord said, "Sprinkle all over the stars, and spread the inheritance of time throughout the heaven and earth." Lin Moyu nodded. "I understand." As a leader, the rewards he received from the Avenue are too many. Even if the 1,000-star Avenue is restored, the rewards are still far from over. The rewards from the Avenue are ever-changing and can be changed by his will. His mind moved slightly, and he said loudly, "The Star-Lord preaches, and those who are predestined can become Star-Lords and step into the great Tao." Suddenly, a large number of stars in the 1,000-star Avenue turned into streams of light and flew out to look for their destined people. Who is the destined person? It is all decided by fate. Lin Moyu doesn't need to worry about it. Everything depends on fate. But those who had inherited the Star-Lord's legacy suddenly saw a blur in front of their eyes, and they saw the shadow of Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu stood in the avenue, with a sky full of stars behind him, looking extremely majestic. The terrifying pressure made all those who had inherited the Star-Lord's legacy kneel down on the spot. They all realized that Lin Moyu was their master, the supreme being. Even if they could inherit the position of Star-Lord and become powerful Star-Lords, they would ultimately be Lin Moyu's subordinates. Gu Nianshui knelt on the ground, his eyes filled with fear and confusion. This once weak existence has grown to this point in such a short period of time. It seemed that I no longer had the qualifications to even look up to him. Thinking about the little thoughts he had, Gu Nianshui found it a little ridiculous. What can I use to fight for such a person? In Yudao City, people from Qianqing Hall knelt on the ground. They were chosen by the human emperor and inherited a lot of star god heritage. At this moment, they also heard Lin Moyu's words and knew that Lin Moyu was their real master. The falling sword Star-Lord said, "It all depends on each person's fate. It is destiny and karma that determine the future Star-Lords. They will naturally return to their positions and be at the disposal of the Tao Master." Lin Moyu nodded. "I have reached the Tao Zun realm, and now it's time for me to advance to the Tao realm. It's time to break the restrictions of heaven and earth." As the leader, his thoughts seemed to be integrated with the will of the Origin Continent. When he said this, the restrictions of the Origin Continent were broken with a bang. All the practitioners in the Origin Continent felt a sense of relief at the same time, as if a mountain pressing down on them had disappeared. The ancestors who stepped into the Pseudo-Dao realm roared excitedly one after another, and they began to attack the Dao realm. Those 9 realms' ancestors who had not yet entered the Pseudo-Dao realm also felt blessed at this moment and took advantage of the situation to soar into the heavenly Dao realm. Lin Moyu's Dao is perfect, and reaching the Dao realm is a natural thing. His aura continued to rise, quickly reaching the limit of the 9th realm of Dao Zun. The soul force moved suddenly, break. The bottleneck was broken, and Lin Moyu's aura rose sharply. At this time, layers of dark clouds floated over, with flames billowing in the dark clouds. To break through the Dao realm, one would face the test of the Dao fire. Those who succeed will be promoted to the Great Way and gain eternal life. The loser will die and turn into ashes. Lin Moyu had long been prepared to endure the test of the fire of the Avenue, but before the fire of the Avenue descended, the rays of light rewarded by the Avenue turned into sharp swords, shattering the dark clouds in a few strokes. Request flowers. The reward from the Avenue was to help Lin Moyu avoid the test of the Avenue fire. The dark clouds dissipated, and Lin Moyu's aura rose again, rushing straight into the Dao realm. The powerful people in Tianwai Avenue were stunned. How can it be like this? What on earth did this guy named Lin Moyu do? The Avenue actually took the initiative to help him avoid the test. I've never heard of such a thing. Even the son of the world before the catastrophe had to go through trials before achieving the great Tao. Yeah, it's really hard to understand. How could he become a brother and friend with the Taoist master when he is still in the Origin Continent? He is about to achieve the great Tao. It seems that he is the first great Tao realm after the restoration of the Origin Continent. With the gathering of luck, he may become the second son of the world. 0. No, I feel that the sons of the world back then were not as good as him. the Tao realm cultivators expressed their own opinions one by one. What happened to Lin Moyu was so incredible in their words. Lin Moyu came from behind, surpassed everyone, broke through to the Tao Zun level, and officially entered the Tao realm. The moment he stepped into the Tao realm, his soul world shook violently. Infinite power surged in from all directions, including the power of the origin of the sun and the moon, the power of the original spiritual veins, the power of luck, and the power of the great roads. Various forces gathered in the soul world. The soul world rapidly grew larger and stronger, and the world tree grew even more wildly. The 11-colored dragon soul crystals continuously emitted dragon roars, one after another. The magic stars are getting stronger, and their power is increasing. The skeleton hell was boiling. Without Lin Moyu's shackles, the skeleton hell was getting stronger and stronger. Behind the gate of hell, which had not yet fully recovered, a road emerged, and flames were sprinkled on the road. The gate of hell was restored to a large extent in the flames. It has been a long time since he had a breakthrough to a higher realm. A breakthrough to a higher realm would be an indescribable transformation for Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu made a breakthrough like a hot knife through butter, reaching the great Tao realm in one fell swoop, and his aura continued to soar. His soul had long reached the 7th level of innateness. After he achieved the Tao realm, he directly possessed the power of the 7th level of innateness. All the accumulation in the past has now turned into fruit. Avenues emerged and enveloped Lin Moyu, the Tao patterns resonated with them, and then a lot of enlightenment poured into him. Lin Moyu exclaimed in a low voice, "Great Tao magical power." The great ways converge and resonate with the Tao patterns, and streams of wonderful insights are transmitted into the soul. Lin Moyu felt the magical power of the great Tao. 100 Tao patterns could resonate with the great Tao and gain the magical power of the great Tao. I originally thought that I could only choose one out of the 6, but I didn't expect that all 6 avenues would be possible. Lin Moyu finally understood what the divine power of the heavenly Tao was all about. All great ways have sources, and the source is in the ancestral land of origin. No matter which world the Great Way is in, it is all a projection of the Great Way. Each world is based on the 2 major origins of the sun and the moon, connecting to the ancestral land of the origin and guiding the projection of the avenue. After a long period of time, it gradually evolves into avenues suitable for its own world. The whole process is extremely complicated. To simplify it, the ancestral land can be regarded as the source of everything, and the laws of the world come from it. The avenues of the worlds are all projections of the avenues. The true avenue itself is in the ancestral land of origin. All those who have achieved the status of Tao Lord in the 173 worlds of various worlds can only be called projected Tao Lords. After becoming Tao Lords, if they want to go further, they must engage in the Great Tao competition. Defeat other Tao masters, obtain their Tao, strengthen yourself, and finally step into the Tao itself to achieve true Tao. The Tao realm drives the power of the Tao, but what it drives is only the power of the projected Tao. The magical power of the great Tao is achieved through the resonance of Tao patterns, using the projection of the great Tao as a bridge, borrowing the power of the great Tao itself and transforming it into magical power. This kind of power is only borrowed when needed and is not used at other times. The more Tao patterns you have, the more power you can borrow. The 100 Tao patterns are the basis for leveraging power. This is a secret belonging to those Tao masters, and they will not tell anyone else, so people who don't understand the Tao's magical powers can only guess. He has a total of 162 Tao patterns, far more than the number of 100, so naturally he can borrow more power. In addition to the Tao patterns, there is another restriction, which is cultivation. If one wants to borrow more power, one needs the support of one's own cultivation. To put it bluntly, the soul must be strong enough. The two complement each other and are indispensable. Lin Moyu is now a 7th level innate soul. If he uses the magical power of the great Tao, Lin Moyu feels that he can easily slaughter those of the same great Tao realm. He felt the 6 kinds of great magical powers. The first is his immortal path. As his innate path, the immortal path has an irreplaceable status. Moreover, the avenue of immortality is an avenue that has completely returned to its origin. The power of the avenue shines upon all worlds and is extremely powerful. The Great Way is very simple. His great magical power is extremely simple. It is either life or death. Its great magical power can determine a person's life or death according to Lin Moyu's will. According to Lin Moyu's understanding of the immortal Tao, the true meaning of this Tao is that for himself, it is immortal, and for the enemy, it is possible to control life and death. How powerful the Tao's magical power is can only be known after using it, but Lin Moyu knows that it is not too weak. The immortal power of Thousand Star Avenue is also simple, and it is a passive power. Once it is used, you don't need to take care of it, and it can last for a long time. The function of supernatural power is to gather the power of many star gods and strengthen oneself. The power of the many star gods of the Thousand Star Avenue will constantly hone and strengthen itself. In this way, it is equivalent to having countless people helping you to practice, and even if you lie still, you can enhance your cultivation. This is somewhat similar to blood resonance. Lin Moyu muttered to himself. He was very envious of his elder sister's blood resonance. He never thought that he would have it too. The third magical power comes from the avenue of space, and its name is cage. Cut out a piece of space and turn it into a cage. This space will be extremely solid and cannot be broken by people of the same realm. And in the cage, you will be impacted by the avenue of space. If you are not strong enough, you will be torn to pieces. As the avenue that ranks first among all avenues, the power of Space Avenue is unquestionable. Now that he has this magical power, it is a great help to him. The fourth magical power comes from the avenue of time, and this magical power is called wandering. By activating this magical power, Lin Moyu can enter the long river of time and look back at the past. The higher the realm, the stronger the power, and the longer you can see in the long river of time. If the power is strong enough, it can even go back to the past through the long river of time, influence the past, and change the present. Lin Moyu pondered for a moment. Looking back to the past, it is somewhat similar to the 3 lives secret method of the Buddhist clan. One of the 3 lives in the secret method is the past. If we change the past, can it really affect the present? This possibility needs to be tried to know. The 3 lives secret method is very strange. I have studied it myself, but I haven't gained much. It was not until this moment that Lin Moyu finally understood the true function of the 3 lives secret method. The 3 lives secret method is not to promote cultivation, but to make oneself understand the past, present and future, to look at the world from 3 perspectives, the long river of time, the present world, and the road of destiny, to understand all things in the world, and finally to comprehend the road of cause and effect. This is Lin Moyu's understanding of the 3 lives secret method. The 3 lives secret method actually aims to cultivate the great Tao of cause and effect. The 5th great avenue of magical power is the great avenue of magical power of luck. As an illusory avenue, the magical power of the avenue of fortune is also illusory and is called luck. Transform the target's luck. Good luck can be turned into bad luck can be turned into good luck. Everything depends on the caster's intention, and the effect can last for a long time. This magical power doesn't seem to be very powerful at first glance. If used in the right place, the effect will be extremely terrifying. The only trouble is that if the opponent's realm is much higher than your own, the effect will be greatly reduced. The 6th great magical power is the great magical power of power. The avenue of power is also the avenue to return to the place of origin. No matter where you are, the avenue of power can play its powerful role. The supernatural power is called divine power. The great way is to return to simplicity. The function of this supernatural power is to gather one's own power into one point and amplify it when it is used. What is the probability of 1,000 times? Lin Moyu magnified the punch of a 7th level innate soul 1,000 times, which was enough to kill a 6th level innate soul. A magical power that directly gives him the ability to fight across borders. To others, this magical power is extraordinary, but to Lin Moyu, it is just that. Because other magic is so powerful, fighting across borders is not a difficult task. This magical power should be used together with the power-gathering technique to achieve the best effect. Lin Moyu thought about it and decided to give it a try when she had the chance in the future. The rewards from the avenue are still going on, but for Lin Moyu, he no longer needs the rewards from the avenue. To improve your cultivation, you have to take one step at a time and walk steadily. He has already gone too fast and too far. He needs time to lay a solid foundation and can no longer move forward. As soon as the thought arises, the reward from heaven will shift. The rosy glow disappeared from above Lin Moyu's head and instantly reached above Antares' head, shining down. Antares let out a dragon roar and evolved into the true form of the great Tao divine dragon. The huge dragon body of 100,000 meters long slowly rose up. His appearance immediately caused exclamations. On the Tianwai Avenue, a Dao realm expert was surprised and said, "Dao Shenlong, someone from the dragon clan actually entered the origin continent. This avenue dragon is so strong, his aura scares me. Why does he look familiar to me? I think I've seen him somewhere before." A dragon from the dragon clan looked at Antares with sharp eyes and whispered to himself, "You are not dead yet." The dramatic changes in heaven and earth are still continuing. Under the power of the great Tao, all practitioners are doing the same action, sitting cross-legged to practice. Even the two people who were originally fighting stopped temporarily, left separately, and took this opportunity to practice. This kind of opportunity only comes once in a million years. How can we let it go easily? Everyone enjoyed the benefits of the dramatic changes in heaven and earth. Their cultivation levels were rapidly improving, and people were constantly making breakthroughs. The look of the origin continent is constantly sublimating and becoming stronger and stronger. A roar came from Dongzhou, full of excitement. The Tao is complete. The third ancestor's voice resounded throughout heaven and earth. On the avenue beyond heaven, a huge dark figure stepped out from the depths of the void. He walked along the avenue and descended upon the continent of origin. Countless people bowed to the third ancestor, greetings to the Taoist master of the origin. The avenue that the third ancestor treads is called the Avenue of Balance, and it is an avenue of origin. The master of the origin avenue has already stood at the pinnacle of the origin continent. The third ancestor planned and laid out plans for tens of millions of years, and finally succeeded. After achieving enlightenment, the third patriarch looked at Lin Moyu. He knew very well that Lin Moyu played a great role in his success. He used the blood essence ball he refined to kill at least one 8-winged outer celestial being, and also used the body of this outer celestial being as a weapon to blow up several other 8-winged outer celestial beings. 22 The deaths of these extraterritorial gods are all related to him, so the rewards from heaven will also be shared with him to a certain extent. The third ancestor did not tell Lin Moyu that he had a trace of consciousness focused on the essence and blood ball. After using the essence and blood ball, he could see part of what happened afterwards. He saw everything Lin Moyu did. The third ancestor said in a low voice, "Lin Moyu is my good friend. If anyone wants to take advantage of him, I will not be polite." After asking Tian Daojun, the third ancestor made such a statement again, shocking everyone in Tianwai Dao once again. Some forces may ignore the words of the branch Taoist master, but they will never underestimate the words of the original Taoist master. There is a huge difference between the two. An original Taoist master may be stronger than a branch Taoist master. During the catastrophe of the origin, many branch masters died, but only 1 or 2 original masters died. The Lord of the origin of Taoism is the real ruler of the great Tao beyond heaven. Moreover, would the origin Lord not have his own power? Everyone was calculating in their hearts and became even more wary of Lin Moyu. Suddenly, the boundary sea boiled and a huge black whale rushed out from the boundary sea. Under the illumination of the sun and moon, the black whale glows black all over, looking extremely noble. The black whale howled towards the sky, and the sound reached the avenue beyond the sky. Immediately afterwards, the avenue outer heaven roared continuously, and the space rippled like waves. The avenue outer heaven, which was originally dry and waterless, suddenly turned into a swamp. The water road rolled in, and because of the road a black whale of tens of millions meters long rose and fell. The aura on its body continued to rise, and the water avenues surrounded it. Another Origin Master arrived, and everyone bowed again. "Greetings, Master." The third ancestor laughed loudly. "Old Black, you're slow this time." The King of the Sea Boundary said, "You are fast, so be it. There is nothing to compare." It swept its eyes across the Origin continent, and a heavy and majestic voice rolled out, "Lin Moyu is my brother. If anyone dares to offend me, I will eat him." The people in Tianwai Avenue have become numb. This is the first time Daosher has said so. Everyone is guessing, what is Lin Moyu's identity, and why is this happening? There are more or less some rumors in Tianwai Avenue about what the third ancestor and the King of the Sea Boundary did. They were originally in the Dao realm of the first-class Xiantian suit, already at the peak of their powers, and their strength was enough to rival that of the branch Dao masters. In order to become the original Taoist master, they have devoted themselves to the game and have been planning for billions of years until today. This kind of success is natural, and there is nothing to say except admiration. However, Lin Moyu is from the Origin continent, so why should he be on friendly terms with them? Some people have begun to suspect whether this guy named Lin Moyu is the reincarnation of a certain big shot. In Beizhou, a breath rose into the sky again, followed by a strong wind, blowing directly from the Origin continent to the avenue outer heaven. Deep in the heavenly avenue, a strong wind blew through the air. The King of the Sea Realm laughed and said, "The Demon King has also become successful." The third ancestor said, "It is only natural that he succeeded. You didn't see how fiercely he fought with me in the Origin continent." The King of the Sea Boundary said, "How could I not see it? But if Brother Lin gave you the ice and fire Dao stone, it would be difficult for you to complete this last step." The third ancestor said, "It's just difficult, not impossible. Don't underestimate our layout, we are different from you." The King of the Sea Realm laughed and said, "I can't help it. I'm lucky. It is indeed different." The King of the Sea Realm has a force behind him, while the third ancestor Demon Emperor is fighting alone. It's not that there is no power behind them, but that this power is insignificant. The Demon King arrived on the Avenue of Wind, and everyone saluted him again. The Demon King swept his eyes across the universe. "Everyone, Lin Moyu is my brother." He spoke more simply, only pointing out Lin Moyu's identity, but this sentence was enough. Normally, no one would be stupid enough to mess with the brothers of an Origin Dao master. What's more, he has the support of the three original Taoist masters, so he will not be depressed. In the eyes of many people, this kid named Lin Moyu has become the most untouchable person. Anteri circled in the sky above Dongzhou, its aura rushing towards the peak again and again, but it fell just short each time. Even though Lin Moyu gave it subsequent rewards, it still couldn't make it take that step and become the master of Yanglong Avenue. Anteri's accumulation and foundation are still 10 points behind those of the Lord Ancestor and others. The same was true for Yin Shun. His layout was not enough. Although he was a little closer to the position of Taoist Master, he did not succeed. After being chased away by Lord Wendian, Master Kuruo did not really leave. Instead, one of his small clones hid in the dark and stared at the Origin continent. If there was anyone who wanted Lin Moyu's life the most, it was undoubtedly him. Lin Moyu's actions 917 destroyed his plan, especially after the third ancestor and others achieved enlightenment, which made him deeply shocked. If it weren't for Lin Moyu, he should also have become the Taoist master. It's all Lin Moyu's fault that I'm in this situation now and haven't gained anything. I must kill you." Master Kurong said this viciously in his heart. Lin Moyu was looking inward at his own soul world. After this promotion, his soul world had undergone tremendous changes. The soul world becomes stronger as the realm improves. This is the most basic change. Among them, the world tree has grown a lot, but it is still in the growth stage and has not yet truly matured. After Lin Moyu received the information from the World Tree, he couldn't help but get excited despite his Tao heart. The changes to the World Tree this time are huge, so huge that it is beyond imagination. The World Tree became even thicker, still wrapping around the entire soul world, protecting it firmly. A large amount of silver sap was secreted, and there was a hint of purple gold in the silver sap, which meant that the silver tree dog was in trouble again. The evolved silver sap can not only speed up cultivation, but also improve the soul level. Although the effect is slow, if taken every day, over time, the soul can also gain huge benefits. The spiritual flowers are also in full bloom, and now they are bigger and stronger than before. The most important thing is that the World Tree has added a new ability, and this ability is what shocked Lin Moyu. The message from the World Tree shocked Lin Moyu. World Tree, Growth Stage. Ability 1, Rebirth. When receiving fatal damage, you will be reborn and instantly recover to your peak state. All spells will have their cooldown reset. It can be triggered 10 times in a row within 20 seconds, and the cooldown of this ability will reset 20 seconds after the first trigger. Ability 2, Fruit. The World Tree will produce World Fruit. By taking the World Fruit, a world of rules can be created. If a world of rules already exists, the world of rules can be enhanced. Ability 3, Spirit Flower. A mature spirit flower can repair any injury. If used by members of the Undead Legion, it can give them spiritual intelligence. Ability 4, Leaves. The leaves of the world are extremely excellent materials for refining equipment. Some of the leaves of the world that have undergone mutations may be able to evolve into spirituality and become spiritual materials. Ability 5, Gold and Silver Tree Juice. Gold and Silver Tree Juice can improve the integration of the Great Tao, improve the aptitude for cultivation, increase the speed of cultivation, and improve the level of the soul. Daily output is 10,000 tons. Ability 6, World Spirit. Using the World Fruit as the shell, the leaves as the bones, the spirit flowers as the flesh and blood, supplemented by the power of the sun and the moon, the World Spirit is evolved in the sweat of the gold and silver tree. The World Spirit can transform into the origin of the sun and the moon. 2 or more World Spirits can merge with each other and evolve into an independent world. The first 5 abilities were merely further strengthened on the basis of the previous ones and did not exceed Lin Moyu's expectations. It was just this 6th newly emerged ability that shocked Lin Moyu. Jia-Ling, the Spirit of the World, the Spirit of the World created by the World Tree. The Spirit of the World is not a weapon spirit or a ray spirit, but a special creature that exists independently. They have no consciousness, but can evolve instinctively, and eventually evolve into the origin of the sun or the moon. However, the origin of the sun and the moon is the foundation of any world. When the 2 world spirits merge with each other, they can obtain the complete origin of the sun, and when yin and yang intersect, they will eventually evolve into an independent world. I never expected that the World Tree would have such ability. Evolving the origin of the sun and the moon, isn't that the same as the origin of the ancestral land? World Tree, what is its origin? Lin Moyu was completely speechless. This was only the growth stage. If the World Tree could fully mature further, how powerful would it be? His heart was full of expectations, and he knew that the world's growth still needed his help. Not only does one need to improve one's own realm, but one also needs a large supply of original spirit vein debris. The remains of the original spiritual vein are like fertilizer for the World Tree. With enough fertilizer, the World Tree can grow taller and bigger. As for where to find the wreckage, there are not many wreckages in the Origin continent, but there should be quite a few in the Great Avenue Outer Heaven. Those Tao Realm Masters of Tianwai Avenue could never imagine that before they could even set their sights on Lin Moyu had already set his sights on them. After seeing the changes in the World Tree, let's start to check the changes in the skeleton ground. As the realm improves, the world of rules becomes bigger, and the soul world also becomes bigger. At the bottom of the rule world, the skeleton hell was shrouded in a layer of faint light. Under the faint light, lava was boiling and countless volcanoes were erupting. In this evolutionary place, the skeleton hell has become more and more real, like a real hell. The range of the skeleton hell has now been expanded from 2,000 kilometers in radius to 10,000 kilometers in radius, and the number of evil spirits in the hell has also increased from 2 million to 10 million. Lin Moyu looked down at the hell of bones. His will swept across the hell of bones. Countless evil spirits in hell knelt on the ground, welcoming his will. Bone hell has become more real, but something seems to be missing. The faint light comes from the gods from outside the realm, and its function is similar to the divine light of protection. It can also enhance the attacks of the evil spirits of hell. The evil spirits of hell have already entered the Tao realm. They don't have souls, so they can't be distinguished by soul levels. But judging by their combat power, they should be no weaker than the Tao realm of the 9th level souls. Considering their numbers, they are enough to trap and kill the Tao realm of the 8th level souls. As for the Black Prison, Lin Moyu's mind moved, and the Black Prison burst out. The Black Prison is even stronger, 1 level stronger than the Hell Spirits, and has reached at least the 8th level of soul. But a strange aura was revealed on Heiyu's body. This aura should have always existed before, but he had never discovered it. It was not until he was promoted to the Great Tao realm that he discovered the existence of this aura. After careful sensing, Lin Moyu determined that the aura in Heiyu's body came from the Taiyin origin of the Origin continent. As he pondered, he said to himself, the predecessor of the Black Prison was the Netherworld Black Dragon, the predecessor of the Netherworld Black Dragon was the Taiyin Ancestral Dragon, and the Taiyin Ancestral Dragon came from the Taiyin origin. The Lord of Hell wants to become the Lord of the Origin continent and refines the Taiyin Ancestral Dragon. His purpose is to obtain the Taiyin origin. Later, the Ancestral Dragon fled to the wasteland, and the Lord of Hell stopped having this idea, but the Nether Black Dragon could not go back, so the source of the water barrier has always been in the body of the Nether Black Dragon. Now that the Black Prison has become the Netherworld Black Prison, the origin of the Taiyin has also entered the Black Prison's body. The Black Prison's Taiyin origin comes from the Origin continent. Although it has benefits for me, it is also a shackle. With the Taiyin origin of the Origin continent, the Black Prison will become more powerful, but at the same time, the upper limit of the Origin continent will also restrict its growth. Without the Taiyin origin, the power of the Black Prison would be weakened, but its upper limit would only be restricted by itself. Lin Moyu thought for a moment and made a decision. With a thought, Heiyu's body exploded. Strands of original power flew out from the shattered flesh and blood, gathered together and formed a ball of light. The ball of light was extremely cold. Although it was not ice, it was far better than ice. This is the essence of the Taiyin origin in the Origin continent. Black Prison was reborn under Lin Moyu's will. After losing the Taiyin origin, Black Prison's aura obviously dropped a lot, but Lin Moyu knew that without the shackles of the Taiyin origin, Black Prison would be able to go further. Of course, the premise is that you can go far enough. Lin Moyu has already thought of a place to put the separated essence of the Taiyin origin. He can give it to Antares, and he will probably be very happy. By integrating the 2 original powers of the sun and the moon, I wonder if Antares can become the legendary Yin-Yang dragon. Lin Moyu, Lili Zhao, chuckled and put away the essence of Taiyin origin. His gaze fell on the Gate of Hell. Affected by the drastic changes in heaven and earth caused by the Great Tao's reward, the Gate of Hell had recovered somewhat, but it had not fully recovered. At this moment, Lin Moyu was promoted to the Tao realm, and many things that he didn't understand before, he now understood. What actually constitutes the Gate of Hell is the Avenue of Hell. The reason why the fragments of the Gate of Hell cannot be found is because the fragments do not exist at all. After the Gate of Hell collapsed, it returned to the Avenue of Hell. So if I want to repair the Gate of Hell, I have to go to Hell Avenue and borrow the power of Hell Avenue. But Lin Moyu didn't want to do this. If he used the Avenue of Hell to cultivate the Gate of Hell, then the Skeleton Hell would be affected by the Origin continent again. I want to evolve my own path and truly transform the Skeleton Hell. I am not the Lord of Hell, and my goal is not only the Origin continent. If I want to surpass it, I must break away from it fundamentally. The upgrade path of Skeleton Hell is repeated over and over again. First, the scope is continuously expanded, the number of evil spirits in hell is increased, and the route of using more to defeat the fewer is taken. Later, after a qualitative change, quantity turned into quality, the range became smaller, and the individual combat power of the evil spirits in hell became stronger. Only then did the Skeleton Hell begin to show its true power. But no matter when, the Skeleton Hell could not escape the shadow of the real hell. Most people would think that Moyu is the reincarnation of the Hand of Hell. Only Lin Moyu knew that he was definitely not the reincarnation of the Lord of Hell. Maybe there is some relationship, maybe there is no relationship at all. He knew what to do next. He wanted to completely sever the connection between the Skeleton Hell and the real hell of the former Lord of Hell, and turn it into a world of magic that belonged only to him. The origin of Yin and Yang shines down, and the power of the origin cleanses the bits of power that once existed in hell, allowing the Skeleton Hell to be reborn with a new bone structure and blood. This is a long process. Lin Moyu is not in a hurry and just waits slowly. When he can evolve his own avenue of hell, then the Skeleton Hell will completely become his own magic, and it will be connected with the avenue of origin continent. Then Lin Moyu looked at other spells. There was no change in the two original magic techniques, and the original magic techniques would never change because of his realm improvement. The same is true for Infinite Fusion. This thing is even more powerful than the original magic. No matter how Lin Moyu's realm changes, 73B remains motionless. It will only take action when the magic needs to be integrated and is worth integrating. Now Lin Moyu no longer goes out of his way to look for spiritual materials. Over the years, Infinite Fusion has consumed a lot of spiritual materials. Those spiritual materials are the leaves of the world. Occasionally, a few pieces of spiritual materials would be born from the leaves of the world tree, but they would be eaten by this guy as soon as they were born. Lin Moyu was too lazy to care about it. Just eat it if you want. It's just that the spiritual materials of the world tree are of average quality, so I will still find some for it if I have the chance. The 5 major summoning techniques are collectively enhanced. The combat power of the skeleton generals and dragon riders is consistent with their own realm, reaching the level of the 7th level innate soul. The Legion commander is slightly higher, but not yet at the intermediate level. Only the Skeleton King barely reached the middle level of the 7th grade innate soul. The summoned creature is at the same level as himself. In Lin Moyu's opinion, this is not a good thing. Although it is strong enough, it is not strong enough. Lin Moyu could clearly feel the restrictions from the great Tao of the origin continent. The avenue of the origin continent does not seem to allow such things that destroy the balance to exist. When I was weak, the laws of nature could leave me alone. But when you become strong enough, the Tao will intervene, because your existence disrupts the balance too much. At this time, the summoning is still going on, and the undead army is still growing. Lin Moyu is not sure where the exact upper limit is. There are ways to break through the limitations of summoning techniques. Lin Moyu immediately thought of a way to break through the limitations. Just like the Skeleton Hell, it also required his own avenue. I already have the origin of Yin and Yang and the foundation for the great way of evolution. If you can evolve your own path, you will be able to break through the limitations of the origin continent. As for now, the simplest way is to use Tao patterns to enhance the magic. Blast, blast, blast. With 6 consecutive light sounds, the 6 true bodies of the great Tao shattered at the same time in the soul world. He has already entered the Tao realm and can harness the power of the Tao, so the Tao's true body is no longer needed. Every move in the Tao realm is as if the Tao itself is present, and there is no need to rely on the Tao's true body. The Tao's true body collapsed, and the 24 Tao patterns returned automatically. In this way, the number of Tao patterns he had available increased to 62. Bang, there was another light sound, and the luck talisman was shattered along with the Tao's true body. 4 of the Dao patterns returned automatically, and the number of free Dao patterns increased to 66. At the Dao realm, one can use the Dao of luck to predict the future at any time. There is no need for the luck talisman at all. The luck talisman is no longer necessary. Among the current spells, the 5 major summoning spells each incorporate 12 Dao patterns, the Skeleton Hell incorporates 32 Dao patterns, and the Corpse Explosion incorporates 4 Dao patterns, for a total of 96 Dao patterns. Lin Moyu moved his mind, and 60 Dao patterns flew out, with 12 Dao patterns allocated to each summoning spell. In this way, the number of Dao patterns for each summoning spell will increase to 24, exactly doubling. As the Dao patterns increased, the strength of the spells skyrocketed. The power of the Skeleton God General and the Dragon Rider has been upgraded to the high-level 7th grade innate soul, and it is at the peak of the high level. The strength of the Legion Commander was increased to the initial stage of the 6th grade innate soul, and the Skeleton King Zetian reached the middle stage of the 6th grade innate soul. Lin Moyu looked at the result and whispered, "Let's leave it like this for now. I will change it when I have my own path in the future." Summoning an elemental lich has not changed much. It requires the right materials to obtain a powerful lich. Today's liches are already strong enough, and Lin Moyu hopes to obtain some suitable materials to upgrade their levels. As for the resurrection of the dead, this technique that relies on corpses has not changed much. The existence time increased from 6,000 days to 10,000 days, and the upper limit of capacity increased from 3 billion to 10 billion. But it is impossible to call up the full 10 billion, and because of the existence of the dormant mechanism, there is actually not much difference between 6,000 days and 10,000 days. Anyway, it's an improvement, which is better than nothing. Lin Moyu moved his mind, and the last 6 Dao patterns all flew into the corpse and exploded. The stars of the Corpse Explosion spell glowed faintly and became stronger. Corpse Explosion, origin level, detonate a corpse or debris, causing damage to the locked target equal to 300% of the corpse's vitality when it was alive. Can attack multiple targets at the same time. The more targets there are, the less damage will be distributed. The attack ignores all obstacles and time limits. The detonation time can be controlled, and the longest time does not exceed 100 years. Increase the power of Corpse Explosion from 200% to 300%. With such a change, a corpse of the same level can completely kill 7 or 8 enemies of the same level. This is the preferred method for killing enemies in large-scale combat, no doubt about it. This technique played a major role in clearing out the extraterritorial gods. The last one is the Wings of Curse of Time, a spell that is said to be able to destroy the Avenue. Wings of Time Curse, origin level, the perfect fusion of the Avenue of Time and the Avenue of Curse. When the Wings of Time are unfolded, they can distort time and reach infinite speed. In the strongest state, they can enter the long river of time and travel through time. It looked like there was no change, but Lin Moyu knew that its speed should become faster and the power of the curse stronger. As for distorting time, that depends on how much it can be distorted. Even if it is only 0.01 seconds, it is still a distortion, and it is better than nothing, although I have never used it. What Lin Moyu is looking forward to is traveling through time, but she doesn't know how to travel through time. This requires it to enter its strongest state. So far, it has not entered this state yet. This technique, at present, seems a bit useless, and Lin Moyu looks forward to the future. He believed that this technique was very powerful. How could a technique that couldn't even integrate the Dao patterns not be powerful? There are no major changes to the passive spells. The cooldown time of Undead Spirit has been shortened to 60 seconds, and the number of resurrections has been increased to 8, which is a small improvement. As for the 2 passive spells, Damage Transfer and Immunity, there are not many changes. However, the enemy he faced was too strong, and these 2 spells became almost useless. Lin Moyu looked at Infinite Fusion, see if these 2 guys can be fused. If they can, then let's do it. Lin Moyu casually made an unreasonable request. He actually didn't care whether he could merge or not. Even if he couldn't, it didn't matter. Infinite Fusion, flew down, circled the two magic stars for a few times, and then flew back without looking back. At the same time, a thought came: it can be integrated, but not now. It doesn't work now. The dark reason is that Infinite Fusion itself is not strong enough. Lin Moyu smiled and said, in that case, when you can fuse them, just fuse them. The light of Infinite Fusion flickered a few times, telling Lin Moyu that there was no problem. It was still as arrogant as ever and had its own ideas. Lin Moyu didn't care. As long as it could do good things, nothing else mattered. The rewards from the Tao have ended, but the power of the Tao is still continuing to be dispersed. The power of the Tao that has been accumulated for countless years cannot be dispersed in a day or two. As the power of the great Tao descended, the barrier between the origin continent and the great Tao beyond heaven was gradually disappearing. Lin Moyu looked up at the sky. His eyes penetrated the horizon and saw the great Tao realm masters standing outside the sky. Many forces are eager to come in, but it is not so easy to get in. The origin continent has been self-sealing for so many years. Even if the restrictions are reduced, it will not disappear completely all at once. It would take at least 1,000 years, or even longer, to restore the free movement that existed before. During this period, only some Tao realm souls of the 9th level could come down, and even those of the 8th level could not necessarily come down. At this moment, a thought surged between heaven and earth, lingering on this new continent. Lin Moyu quickly sensed it and learned the information. This is the will of the Tao. He was blessed with a clear voice that resounded through the heavens and the earth. This continent is called Zhongzhou, the center of the origin continent, the most prosperous place, and also a holy place for cultivation. His voice, accompanied by the will of heaven and earth, spread to the 4 continents of southeast, northwest, northeast, and southwest, and also reached the heavens beyond heaven. The Tao realm experts who heard this voice all changed color. He actually got help from God. Zhongzhou has been named. This boy has become half the master of Zhongzhou. This is a bit troublesome. This boy has the support of 4 Tao masters, and he cannot be touched at all. If he becomes half the master of Zhongzhou, if our forces want to establish a legacy in Zhongzhou in the future, we will probably have to go through him. A newly promoted Tao realm, even if there are 4 Tao masters behind him, is not necessarily safe. There is more than one Tao master, and the forces of those old Tao masters are not so easy to deal with. That's right, if he really died, those Tao masters might not be able to find him. At this time, the power of the Great Tao still existed. Those people in the Great Tao realm in Tianwai Great Tao could see Lin Moyu's advancement to the Great Tao, but they didn't know that he had stepped into the 7th level. Lin Moyu received the final reward from the will of the Great Tao of the origin continent, which made him half the master of Central Continent by destiny. Authorized by destiny, he can control some of the original spiritual veins in Zhongzhou and can come and go at will in an instant. This piece of land is the new land of the origin continent. It is still under protection and it will take time to fully recover. During this period, the original spiritual vein is not allowed to be refined. The various forces in Tianwai Avenue can establish their inheritance in Zhongzhou. Originally, they could divide Zhongzhou, but now they must obtain Lin Mapu's consent. Otherwise, Lin Moyu could control the original spiritual vein and turn the treasure land into a deadly place. Lin Moyu thought to himself, this reward gives me a certain say, but it also puts me in danger. It seems that the rewards of the avenue are not so easy to obtain, and being a leader is not so easy either. Having become the leader and received so many benefits, the next step is to guard Zhongzhou for the destiny of the Great Tao. As for how to defend, it depends on yourself. Lin Moyu looked up at the sky and spoke slowly, his voice sounding like a decree. I have been ordered by heaven to look after the land of Central Continent. Before Central Continent is restored, no one is allowed to live in the origin continent. Fellow Taoists from the Outer Heaven Avenue, if you want to fight, please leave the origin continent and go to the Outer Heaven Avenue. If anyone disobeys, I will hunt him down with all my strength to restore the destiny. These words seemed to be spoken on behalf of God, but in fact they contained Lin Moyu's personal will. He wanted to use the power of destiny to add a shackle for all those who came into the Tao realm. Arrogant, someone shouted. On the great Tao outside the sky, one after another Tao realm masters stepped out from the void. They looked at Lin Moyu with unkind eyes. Although several Tao lords had said so before, all the strong men in the Tao realm were bold and reckless, with a firm heart of Tao. They must have made up their minds to kill, and unless the Taoist master personally intervenes to stop them, they will definitely follow their hearts. Someone looked disdainful and said, "A mere newcomer to the Tao realm, who was lucky enough to be granted the mandate of heaven, dares to be so bold as to set the rules for us. Do you really think you can do whatever you want with the Tao Master protecting you? The Tao Master wants to compete with the Tao and travel through the void, so how can he have the time to watch over you every day? Asterisk, 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 asterisk. If you die, the Taoist Master may not be able to find the murderer." Many people did not hide what Lin Moyu said. Lin Moyu turned a blind eye to what these people said. After all, it was destiny that made him say it. If they came to kill him because of this, then they would be going against the Tao. If you kill them yourself, you might even get a reward. Even if Lin Moyu was plotting against them, she would have offended them anyway, so she might as well take advantage of them. Deep in the void, Group 3 and the Demon King were drinking tea. The third ancestor looked at this scene with a smile. This kid is really not peaceful. The Demon King said, "He is just like you, a fox, and is used to scheming." The third ancestor had achieved the great Tao, and was in a very good mood at the moment. He did not bother with the Demon King. "What are you going to do? Can you still go back to the origin continent?" 0. The Demon King said, "Just leave a clone behind. I will build a Demon King palace in Zhongzhou and leave my legacy behind." The third ancestor was slightly stunned. "You want to leave?" The Demon King said, "Wait a few more years, until I get used to it. It's been delayed for so long, a few more days won't make a difference." The third ancestor said, "It's not safe there. Even if you become a Taoist master, you may not be able to return safely." The Demon King pouted, "Can't you just hope for something good?" The third ancestor laughed loudly. "Honest words are unpleasant to the ears." The Demon King changed the subject. "What about you? What are you going to do?" The third ancestor said, "Leave a clone like you do. I will let Feng Yao manage the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce. With Lu Lian and I assisting in the rear, and with all the accumulation over the years, there will be no problem." The Demon King asked, "I have always been curious, what is your relationship with this girl named Lu Feng Yao?" The third ancestor said, "What other relationship could there be? She's probably a great-great-great-granddaughter." The Demon King snorted, "You have so many great-granddaughters and grandchildren, what's so special about her?" The third ancestor said, "My bloodline has awakened in Feng Yao." "Ah?" The Demon King was obviously shocked. "I didn't see that." The third ancestor said, "I suppressed him, and he will only show up after he reaches the Tao realm." The Demon King suddenly realized, "It seems that you are planning to train her to be your successor." The third ancestor hummed, "The topic has gone off track. Let's talk about Lin. This kid might be in danger. His words have offended too many people." The Demon King said, "Don't worry, based on my understanding of him, anyone who wants to kill him will be killed by him in the end." The summoning of the undead army was finally completed. The number of skeleton generals has reached 300 billion, a full 200 billion more than before. The number of dragon riders is equal to that of skeleton generals, both at 300 billion. The number of legion commanders also increased from 10,000 to 30,000. The number of troops that each legion commander can command has not changed and remains 10 million. A legion commander of 30,000 can just command 300 billion dragon riders. Command is not leadership, if we talk about simply commanding on the battlefield. A legionary can command an army of hundreds of millions. Command means that it can bring the dragon riders into its own world of rules. He looks like one person, but he is actually leading an entire army. A dragon roar sounded, and Antares turned into a stream of light and flew over from afar. As soon as he entered Central Plains, Antares' speed dropped sharply. He was surrounded by the power of the Central Plains Avenue and was subject to many restrictions. Even it is affected by 280. It's not that it's impossible to break through this restriction, but once you force it through, you're going against the Tao and there will be no good consequences. Moreover, Middle-earth is very large. After Antares arrived in Middle-earth, he had been flying for a whole day before he could barely reach the center. Lin Moyu chuckled and said, "Why are you here?" Antares said, "I came to see you. How are you?" Lin Moyu spread her hands and said, "Just look for yourself." At this time, the power of the great Tao surrounded Antares, affecting his vision. A faint light flashed between Lin Moyu's eyebrows, and the soul channel was opened. There are countless pairs of eyes watching from above, and some things still have to be said in the soul world. Antares did not hesitate at all, and his soul went directly into Lin Moyu's soul world. He originally planned to send a part of his soul in, but this time Lin Moyu asked him to enter with his real body. When the Tao Realm Masters in the heavens saw this scene, they were extremely surprised. They actually entered the soul world. Are their relationships so good? This is complete trust. This great Tao divine dragon and he should be friends for life and death. Yes, except for life and death friends, who can open their soul world to each other. Even Taoist couples may not be able to do it. Many people had envy in their eyes. Who wouldn't want to have a life and death friendship like this? But how many people could get it? In the soul world, Antares saw Lin Moyu's realm clearly, and his dragon body trembled slightly. 7th level and 8th soul, you are reaching the sky in one step. Lin Moyu chuckled, I have already been an 8th level and 8th soul, and I am only one step away from entering the Tao realm. This time I became the leader, which is another step forward, so don't feel strange. Antares screamed, you say it easily, but do you know how difficult it is to advance in the Tao realm? I went from the 9th level to the soul level, and it took me 20,000 years to reach the 8th level. It then took 60,000 years to reach the 7th level. You have no idea how much suffering I went through and how many times I almost died. He poured out his grievances to Lin Moyu nonstop. Lin Moyu said, okay, stop complaining there. I didn't let you in just to chat. This is for you. A piece of Tyene origin essence was thrown over and landed near Antares' mouth. Antares looked strange. Is this the essence of the origin of the moon? Lin Moyu said, to be precise, it comes from the Tyene origin essence of Tyene Zulong. Antares frowned. You want me to absorb it? Lin Moyu nodded. I didn't understand it at first, but now that I have entered the Tao realm, I understand it. Yin and Yang are originally one, just like the Yin and Yang origins here. Your ancestor dragon was bred from the sun origin. You have the sun origin in your body, and this is the origin of the Tyene ancestor dragon. You are also from the same root and origin, so you should be able to absorb it. If you succeed, you may become the first Yin-Yang dragon on the origin continent. Back then, the Lord of Hell wanted to refine the sun and moon ancestral dragons into Yin-Yang divine dragons, and with their help, he could control the origins of the sun and moon and become the Lord of the origin continent. Antares said in a low voice, don't you want to be the master of the origin continent? Lin Moyu shook her head, no, I have my own way. In the soul world, the origin of Yin and Yang shines in all directions, and the strong power of the origin fills every corner of the soul world. Antares could clearly feel that there was a clear difference between Lin Moyu's Yin and Yang origins and the sun and moon origins of the origin continent. Antares suddenly knew what Lin Moyu was going to do. You plan to use your own Yin and Yang origins to replace the sun and moon origins. Do you plan to transcend the origin continent? Lin Moyu nodded, yes, this is my ultimate goal, but it is not easy to achieve. He suddenly chuckled and said, but as a human being, you always have to have some small goals. The harder it is to do something, the more challenging it is. Some people want me to become a Taoist master, but I refuse. What does being a Taoist master mean? I want to be the master of the world, and the master of my own world. When the time comes, all the Daos will obey my orders. This is the true Dao Master, not the Dao Master of a certain Dao. Antares was completely speechless. Lin Moyu's goal was something he dared not even think about. Becoming a Taoist master is, in his opinion, the ultimate goal. As a result, Lin Moyu said that he disdained to be the Lord of Tao. He wanted to be the master of his own world and become the master of all Tao. The world of Origin Continent is just his stepping stone. Lin Moyu moved his mind, and 11 colored dragon soul crystals flew over. Lin Moyu said, "You should need this thing. It should be able to neutralize the origin of the sun and the moon." Antares nodded. "According to the legend of our dragon clan, the limit of dragon soul crystal is 12 colors. Once it reaches 12 colors, the dragon soul crystal will change shape. After the change, the dragon soul crystal will eat all the dragons. So in the dragon clan, it is strictly forbidden to have dragon soul crystals above 9 colors. But they don't know that the dragon soul crystal with 9 colors or above is actually the most important treasure of our dragon clan. With its help, we can not only fuse our powers, but also fuse the dragon god tree. In our dragon clan, besides the ancestral dragon himself, the one that contains the most powerful and greatest amount of the sun's essence is the dragon god tree. It's just that we can't absorb the sun essence in the dragon god tree. We can only obtain a part of it through a specific ritual. But if I have this 11-colored dragon soul crystal, I can absorb the entire dragon god tree and then fuse it with the essence of the Taiyin ancestral dragon. Maybe I really have a chance to become the Yinyang divine dragon and surpass the ancestral dragon in one fell swoop." The light in Antares' eyes grew brighter and brighter, and his ambition was growing. Lin Moyu said 1.0, "I said, I will accompany you to kill the dragons, but before that, you need to be prepared. After all, they are your own people. No matter what you say, when it comes to killing, will you be soft-hearted?" Antares looked at Lin Moyu with sharp eyes and did not speak for a long time. Normally he talks about fighting and killing, but when the killing actually starts, that's another matter. It's hard to say whether one can bear to attack one's own people. Lin Moyu said, "Someone should have recognized you by now and knows our relationship. You Dragon Flag will not let me go. If they provoke me, I won't be polite either. Even if you can't do it, don't stop me. As a brother, I am willing to take the blame for you. I will be the bad guy. That's not a problem. But if you can't be firm in your heart, it will be difficult to achieve the great Dao." Note: information about the Dao realm is in the related section of the work. Antares stared at Lin Moyu blankly. After a long while, he finally uttered a few words. "You have changed." Lin Moyu chuckled. "People always have to change. When I stand at different heights and see different things, if I remain unchanged, then I am a fool. But not everything will change. Some things will never change, like you and me." Antares nodded. "I thought I was determined, but now it seems that it is still not enough. I know I am lacking. If I could have resisted back then." At this point, Antares shook his head and said, "Let's not talk about the past, it's all in the past." Lin Moyu smiled and said, "Why not? Not only should you mention it, but you should also mention it more. For example, the guy who took you away, if I have the chance in the future, I will help you beat him up." Looking at Lin Moyu's smile, Antares felt a chill down his spine, and his dragon body felt cold. "Do you know what kind of existence that is?" Lin Moyu shook her head. "I don't know. Why don't you tell me?" Antares chuckled. "You are trying to trick me again." Lin Moyu sighed helplessly. "What can I do? You have lived for so long and know so many things." Antares said, "What nonsense. Actually, I don't know what kind of existence that guy is. Anyway, he is very terrifying. When the Dao Masters of the origin of the great Dao came, the Zulongs were sitting, but when that guy came, the Zulongs knelt." It seems that Antares really doesn't know much. He only knows that the old man in green robe is very scary, and he doesn't know much else. Lin Moyu did not ask any more questions. Perhaps he could only find the answer to this question by himself. However, the old man in green robe is not out of reach. After all, many people know him, which means he often hangs out. What I fear most is the complete unknown, such as the guy who killed the Lord of Hell. It would be better if it were like the old man in green robe. Lin Moyu threw the dragon soul crystal and the Tyene origin essence to Antares, and Antares laughed and left Lin Moyu's soul world. Antares said, "I'm leaving first. Call me when you're ready and we'll go together." Lin Moyu nodded. "You should also prepare yourself and stabilize your realm first." This time, although he failed to become the Tao Lord as he wished, Antares' realm still moved up a step, and he truly became a first-class innate soul, and he also entered the intermediate level in one fell swoop. This kind of strength is already top-notch among many Tao realms, and is not much inferior even when facing a branch Tao master like Wen Ian Dao Jun. If a real fight breaks out, with the Dragon Clan's advantages, even if they can't win, a draw won't be a problem. The most important thing is that Lin Moyu has found a more powerful and broader path for himself, and Antares is already overjoyed. He consolidated his improved realm, waited for Lin Moyu to finish the matter, and then attacked together on Yanglong Avenue where the Dragon Clan was. At the same time, he also had to strengthen his faith in the Tao and show no mercy to those who deserved to be killed. He couldn't just let Lin Moyu go alone to kill while he picked the fruits of his labor. This would be too shameless. After Antares left, Lin Moyu still sat there motionless. At the last moment of the drastic changes in heaven and earth, he was still comprehending the changes in the great way. At this time, the great Tao of heaven and earth was undergoing drastic changes. The recovery of heaven and earth was actually also a process of reconstruction. It was very important for him to understand this process. He can use it as a reference to evolve his own path and his own world. Lin Moyu always likes to plan 3 steps ahead before taking 1 step. The further he plans, the easier the future will be and the less likely he will make mistakes. While comprehending, Lin Moyu continued to use his ability to multitask, separating a trace of his soul from the world tree and beginning to try out new abilities. A ripe world fruit fell off naturally and automatically flew into the lake watered by the sap of the gold and silver trees. Now, in addition to pure silver, there is also a hint of gold in the lake, but the amount of gold is still very scarce. After all, it is a new thing that has just come out and there is no rush. The world fruit rolled in the golden and silver tree sap, dyed with silver and gold threads, becoming even more noble. Then spiritual flowers flew down one after another, and 10 spiritual flowers in total bloomed in an orderly manner, wrapping the fruit of the world tree layer by layer, and turned into a big ball. The big ball continued to roll in the gold and silver tree sap, continuing to spread silver and gold threads all over its body. Then a branch fell and the big ball was picked up. A large number of world leaves flew over and wrapped the big ball, layer by layer, until the diameter of the big ball reached 10 meters, and then they stopped. The world tree held up the big ball and sent it to the origin of yin and yang, enjoying the illumination of the origin of yin and yang. Under the influence of the original power of yin and yang, the leaves on the big ball began to merge with each other, the gaps gradually disappeared, and it became smoother and smoother. Lin Moyu's mind moved, and he separated a trace of his soul and will, which fell into the smooth big ball. What the world spirit will finally look like is entirely up to Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu's soul will also be the will of the world spirit. This world spirit belongs to Lin Moyu. If the world is evolved by the world spirit, the evolved world also belongs to Lin Moyu. Under Lin Moyu's will, the shape of the big ball changed slightly. It was as soft as water, first turned into an oval, then a head appeared, and then hands and feet grew out. Lin Moyu is a human, so the world spirit that evolved from him is naturally also in human form. Soon the prototype of the world spirit was formed, but it would take some time for it to be fully formed. Under the illumination of the yin and yang origin, it is like a successor, gradually gaining the same abilities as the yin and yang origin. One world spirit was basically formed, and all that was left was time for nurturing. Lin Moyu did not stop, but began to cultivate a second world spirit. The process of cultivating world spirits is the same. It is basically a continuous repetition. For Lin Moyu, it can be completed without much effort. Before, I had to condense Tao patterns and always maintained a multitasking state. I thought that after entering the Tao realm, I wouldn't need to be so troubled. I never thought that the world tree would come up with something like the world spirit. It seems like I can't just sit there doing nothing. Among all the heavens and worlds, the origin continent is just the king of all worlds. Moreover, no world can fully evolve all the great ways, not even the origin continent. Now Lin Moxin is extremely ambitious. He wants to transcend the origin continent and become the master of all paths, kingly, so there cannot be only one world. He also needs a vast number of worlds and a vast number of world spirits. The world spirits were gestating one by one, and the appearances of the world spirits that appeared later began to become strange and bizarre. There are flowers, plants, birds, beasts, insects, fish, snakes, and pythons. Each world spirit condenses into a prototype and then enjoys the illumination of the origin of yin and yang. As time went by, Lin Moyu had a clearer understanding of the evolution of the universe and the universe. He had a growing understanding in his mind and knew what to do next. Finally, in the 10th year after the great changes in heaven and earth began, the last barriers separating the origin continent from the great Tao outside the heaven disappeared. From this second on, the Tao realm powerhouses in the heavenly avenue can freely enter the origin continent. Of course, only those with the 9th grade innate soul can enter now, and those who are stronger will have to wait a little longer. Similarly, practitioners in the origin continent can also find ways to reach the unknown avenue. A loud sound resounded through the sky, and a giant sea turtle rushed out from the boundary sea and headed towards the road outside the sky. Lin Moyu looked at the turtle flying into the sky and whispered to himself, "Senior Shueiji, everything went well." The one who flew up was Shueiji Tianzuan. Now he can no longer be called Shueiji Tianzuan, but should be called Shueiji Daozuan. Amidst the dramatic changes in heaven and earth, Shueiji Tianzuan made continuous breakthroughs. In just 10 years, he broke through to the 9th level of Daozun at an astonishing speed. Lin Moyu had long realized that Shueiji Tianzuan's power was no longer just Tianzuan realm, but he had been suppressing his own power to maintain it at the Tianzuan level. At this moment, with the dramatic changes in heaven and earth and the arrival of the power of the Tao, he released his suppression and officially entered the Daozun realm, directly improving at the speed of 1 realm per year, reaching the 9th realm of Daozun. The 9th realm of Daozun was not his limit. He would certainly be able to break through, but Daozun Shueiji chose the great Tao outside the heaven as his breakthrough point. Inside its shell, Japan is operating. In the center of the formation, a man in black sat. The man in black and the Taoist master Shueiji are connected as one, and it is difficult to tell them apart. Lin Moyu recognized at a glance that the formation in the tortoise shell of Taoist Shueiji should be a natural formation, that is, a heavenly formation. In the previous life of Taoist Shueiji, he was born with a heavenly formation. The so-called heavenly formation is a natural formation, and it is an extremely powerful natural formation. This formation is powerful, effective, and extremely mysterious. Except for Shuei 697G Daozun himself, no one knows the purpose of this formation. Taoist Master Shueiji also lived for 3 lifetimes thanks to this heavenly formation. The most important thing is that the person sitting in the sky formation is a dead person. Although dead, he still possesses an amazing aura. It's the Taoist Master Fengjie. Lin Moyu whispered in his heart. Taoist Master Shueiji carried the corpse of his previous life and rushed straight to the avenue outer heaven. Lin Moyu immediately understood what he was going to do. He was going to go to the Daojin sect, break through the Dao realm, and at the same time avenge his past life. No one knows what the Daojin sect is like now. Amidst the drastic changes in the world, the Jin sect must have suffered a lot. Taoist Shueiji's plot against the Daojin sect is far from over. At this time, there were already many people queuing up in Tianwai Avenue, wanting to enter the Origin Continent. Unexpectedly, before they came in, it was Shueishang Daozuan who rushed up first. The Dao Realm cultivators immediately became dissatisfied, and one Dao Realm cultivator shouted, "Little Dao Master, why don't you retreat quickly?" Taoist Shueiji turned a deaf ear to him. He rushed into the passage and ran straight into it. The Dao Realm Master found out that Shueiji Tianzun actually ignored him, and immediately felt ashamed. "If you are so disobedient, I will take the blame." He slapped down at Taoist Shueiji. Although he had no intention to kill, the power of the Dao Realm was enough to seriously injure Taoist Shueiji. "Get out of here!" Taoist Shueiji roared, and the black-robed man on his back suddenly raised his head. The man in black robe pointed his finger and a talisman flew out. The talisman exploded instantly and evolved into a fist that flew out. Boom! The fists and palms collided, and the palm of the Dao Realm was shattered on the spot. The Dao Realm screamed, his body exploded, and the whole person flew backwards like meat paste, almost being shattered to pieces. Fortunately, he was in the Dao Realm and had a strong soul. Although he was seriously injured, he was not dead. With the help of the power of the Tao, the body is recovering rapidly. The fist opened the way, and Taoist Master Shueiji followed closely behind the fist, rushing out of the Great Avenue of Origin and entering the Great Avenue beyond the heaven. All the Dao Realm Masters who were blocking the way would explode on the spot and suffer serious injuries as soon as they were touched by the fist. This punch disrupted the line of Dao Realm cultivators and created a passage. Taoist Master Shueiji followed closely, and after entering the void, the formation on his back was activated and Taoist Master Shueishang disappeared instantly. Lin Moyu had guessed this scene a long time ago. Although the Taoist Lord of Sealing the World was dead, the Taoist Lord of Water Stopping could use his secret method to control the Taoist Lord of Sealing the World's corpse. With the realm of the first-class innate soul that Fingjie Daojun once reached, even a trace of power could not be stopped by these Dao realms. Lin Moyu chuckled and said to himself, "Senior Shueiji, I'm afraid you will be a Taoist master when we meet next time." After Taoist Shueiji left, Tianwai Avenue finally regained some peace. But the discussion continues. Who is this? How could there be such a terrifying Dao master in the Origin Continent? How can he be called Dao Zun? When he attacked just now, I clearly felt the power of Dao Realm. He is at least a third-class innate soul. Hasn't this Origin Continent been sealed off for many years so that even the Dao Realm cannot appear? How could there be such a person? There are many secrets in the Origin Continent, many of which are beyond our reach. We will follow orders and go to the Origin Continent to establish our heritage. Well, keep a low profile, don't be too ostentatious, and don't provoke that person called Lin Moyu. The passage has been opened, and these Dao Realm Masters have begun to enter the Origin Continent. They are all 9th level innate souls, which are at the bottom of the Dao Realm, but they are enough to establish inheritance. Before entering, the various forces in Tianwai Avenue had already agreed on the division of territory. Naturally, the powerful forces would occupy better territories, while the weaker forces would naturally occupy worse territories. These people at the Dao Realm passed through the passage and entered one after another. They immediately felt an aura that was completely different from that of the Dao beyond heaven. In the Origin Continent, myriad paths are intertwined, and the power of various avenues can be felt here. Although the power of the Great Dao is not as pure as that of the Great Dao outside the sky, the key is that it is comprehensive and has everything. In such an environment, people born in the Origin Continent can practice the appropriate avenue according to their own physique. Unlike the outer avenue, if the physique is not suitable and there is no elder to guide them in finding the right avenue, then their life will be over. In other words, everyone has a chance in the Origin Continent. Hundreds of 9th level innate souls at the Dao Realm entered the Origin Continent. Before they dispersed, Lin Moyu's warning sounded deafeningly: you can establish your inheritance in Zhongzhou, or preach in other continents, but you cannot use coercion or other despicable means, and you must not intimidate the various forces in the Origin Continent. If anyone violates this rule, I will not be polite. Please remember this and do not be surprised if I do not give you any advice. Lin Moyu's warning made everyone change color. The inheritance must naturally be established in Zhongzhou, but if they only go there to preach, the speed of developing the inheritance power will be quite slow. Their original idea was to establish a legacy and occupy the territory, and then go to various continents to bring back a group of people to become the first batch of disciples. As for how to lead, it is not important, and it is not impossible to use some tricks. But Lin Moyu's words clearly meant that they were not allowed to use any tricks. This would make it much more difficult and time-consuming. They all came with a mission, and if they failed to complete the mission, the forces and sects behind them would definitely punish them. Although they didn't want to provoke Lin Moyu, there were always people who were bold enough to do so. Someone immediately expressed dissatisfaction. Mr. Lin, although you have the support of the Taoist master behind you, you shouldn't be too nosy. We also have the Taoist master behind us, so we may not be afraid of you. Lin Moyu looked at this person. The two of them were millions of meters apart and stared at each other from a distance. Gradually, a smile appeared on Lin Moyu's lips. Really? When the third ancestor and the Demon King saw this scene, they said in unison, someone is going to be in trouble. The two smiled at each other. They all knew Lin Moyu's temper. When Lin Moyu said this, someone was bound to be in trouble. To Lin Moyu, killing is as easy as drinking water. The man in the Dao realm is most likely finished. Lin Moyu's words were not only heard by those people in Tianwai Avenue, but also by the ancestors of many sects and forces on the Origin continent. 10 years ago, ancestors at the Dao realm or pseudo-Dao realm appeared in all forces. They all understood that it was hard to predict whether this group of people from Tianwai Avenue would bring good or bad luck. Unexpectedly, Lin Moyu actually said such a thing, which was actually to protect the ugly Japanese forces on the Origin continent. How could they know that the reason why Lin Moyu said this was entirely because of destiny? Fate has ordered Lin Moyu to guard the Origin continent and not allow any more major destruction before it is completely restored. That's exactly what the Lin Moyu group said. He first warned that if someone disobeyed, it would be against the will of heaven, and if he killed someone again, the cause and effect would be taken care of by the will of heaven. Lin Moyu smiled. It seems that the power behind you is very strong. The man chuckled and said, of course, I come from Huangquan Dao sect. He had a proud look on his face, as if he was very pleased with his descent from the Huang clan. Lin Moyu shook his head slightly. I haven't heard of it. Why don't you tell me how powerful Huangquan Dao sect is? The man laughed even more wildly. You are indeed a bumpkin who has never been to Tianwai Avenue. You have never even heard of Huangquan Dao sect. Huangquan Dao sect is the top sect in Tianwai Avenue. There are countless Dao lords in the sect. People like you can't even be ranked in the upper level. Lin Moyu hummed. It seems to be quite strong. So, are you sure you want to break the rules set by Lin? The man sneered. Your rules are like shit in front of me. Others are afraid of you having the support of the Taoist master, but I am not afraid. Bullshit. Lin Moyu chuckled. In his eyes, this person was no different from a dead person. At this moment, Lin Moyu represents destiny. When the other party says the word bullshit, he has already violated destiny. His luck was rapidly weakening, and Lin Moyu could see it clearly. Lin Moyu snapped his fingers, and a skeleton god appeared in the air. The skeleton general who has reached the high level of the 7th grade innate soul is wearing a bone armor with white light lingering on the armor and black energy like a dragon outside the armor. It exuded an astonishing aura, transformed into a stream of light, and directly killed the Dao Realm Master. The skeleton god was incredibly fast, crossing 1,000,000 meters in an instant and killing in front of that person. The man was obviously startled and stepped back quickly. But no matter how fast he retreated, he could not catch up with the sword light. The sword light swept over, and the man screamed and took out a magic mirror. The magic weapon was obviously also at the Dao realm. It swelled against the wind and became extremely large in an instant. The sword light fell on the mirror, and with a bang, the magic weapon shattered on the spot, and the sword light was annihilated. Before he could even breathe a sigh of relief, the skeleton god had already swung out his second sword. He was locked onto by the skeleton god, and had nowhere to hide from the sword light. He took out another small tower, which immediately enlarged. It was also a magic weapon from the Tao realm, but its grade was not high. Boom! The small tower emitted yellow light, but was shattered by the sword light, and the small tower also collapsed in the sword light. The skeleton god did not stop and slashed out with the third sword. He took out another magic weapon to block it. Lin Moyu saw it and said, "There are quite a lot of magic weapons. This person comes from Huangquan Taoist sect. Since he came here to arrange the inheritance, he would naturally carry a magical weapon with him. It is very useful whether used for rewarding or fighting. Unfortunately, I met Lin Moyu. The skeleton god will slash with his sword one after another. No matter how many magic weapons he has, he can break them with one sword. The sword light contains a strong power of death. Even if the magic weapon is strong enough, it will be corroded by the power of death." After smashing 7 magic weapons in a row, the man's magic weapons were finally exhausted. He fled for his life at an extremely fast speed, but unfortunately he was no match for him. There was an essential gap in strength between the two sides. The skeleton god caught up with the enemy as if teleporting and slashed with his sword. He didn't even have time to shout out no before he was swallowed by the sword light. The Tao realm of the 9th level innate soul was completely unable to fight back against the skeleton god general of the 7th level innate soul. The Tao realm that countless ancestors of the origin continent dreamed of was as fragile as an ant in front of Lin Moyu. Even after the fight, Lin Moyu still didn't know the other person's name. He only knew that he was a young man from the Huangquan Tao sect. After his death, Lin Moyu did not feel any cause and effect. Under the destiny, the Tao protects him. Such a person's death is in vain. If Huangquan Tao Zong dares to seek revenge on him, then he will definitely be the one in trouble. Lin Moyu was killed so quickly and decisively that all the Tao realm cultivators who came and gasped in shock. Only then did they realize that Lin Moyu was not joking but was serious. After killing the other party, Lin Moyu took back the skeleton god general and said loudly again, "Everyone, please abide by the rules." Lin Moyu has a bad temper. After that, Lin Moyu said no more. The Tao realm cultivators in the sky all had strange looks on their faces, saluted Lin Moyu one after another, and then dispersed. They began to establish their inheritance according to the areas that had been divided up in advance. Lin Moyu still sat in the center without moving. He was still comprehending the great Tao. Asterisk 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 dash dot. The dramatic changes in heaven and earth seem to have ended, but in fact they are still continuing. Although the surface is calm, the inside is turbulent. The 5 continents once sank and became the current central continent. Over countless years, the evolution of the great Tao of heaven and earth was very long and worth understanding. In the outer avenue of the sky, the third ancestor chuckled and said, "Little Lin is really so straightforward. He kills without hesitation." The Demon King said, "I don't believe you didn't see that Brother Lin did it on purpose." The third ancestor said, "I can still understand his calculations, but I can't see the deeper ones. He hides them very well. But I am sure that he must have his own calculations. Just sitting there without moving is problematic." The Demon King has now become a Taoist master, and he sees things better than before. He also sees some clues. The place where Brother Lin is sitting is the center of the origin continent. Could it be that he wants to emulate the Lord of Hell and become the master of this world? The third ancestor shook his head. It may be possible, given his ambition, he may not be the original continent. The Demon King was shocked. You mean, he has set his sights on the origin ancestral land? Can he be so bold? The third ancestor laughed. It's hard to say. Don't forget the person behind him. Is that person training him just for a Taoist master? Or the master of a world? That's underestimating that person. The Demon King felt that what the third ancestor said made sense. Indeed, we cannot look at the problem from our perspective. The third ancestor said, let's not talk about this anymore. This kid is fine, so we don't need to intervene. Why don't we go to the Great Dao Array sect to watch the show? The one who left just now should be the Sealing Dao Lord. I'm afraid his grudge with the Great Dao Array sect is about to be settled. The Demon King immediately became interested. Come on, I didn't expect that I could see such a big show just after becoming a Taoist master. The third ancestor said, let me make it clear first, the cause and effect between the Sealing Dao Lord and the Great Dao Array sect is extremely serious. No matter what the situation is, we should not intervene. It will not benefit us. The Demon King said, of course, I'm not stupid. In the Daojin sect, thunder rumbled and it has been going on for 10 years without stopping. The Jin sect suffered countless casualties, and the heaven and earth were sealed off, with no one able to leave. Now, the Great Dao Array sect relies entirely on the Great Origin Array to barely survive the heavenly punishment. The leader of the Daojin sect, Tianjin Daojun, had a gloomy face. What did our sect do wrong? What did our sect do wrong? What did you do wrong? You are very wrong. With wild laughter, Dao Zun Shueji appeared in the outer sect of Daojin Zone. When Taoist Tianjin saw Taoist Zai Shuizi, he was slightly stunned. He did not recognize him. Moreover, he was just a small Taoist master who could be killed with just a breath, so he didn't take him seriously at all. But when he saw the heavenly array on the back of Taoist Shueji and the black-robed man in the center of the heavenly array, Taoist Tianjin suddenly understood. So it was you schemed against us. Taoist Shueji laughed softly and said, you are allowed to scheme against others, but others are not allowed to scheme against you? That's too good to be true. Taoist Tianjin has understood that Taoist Fengjie plotted against the Daojin sect at the cost of his own death and reincarnation, and threw all the cause and effect to the Daojin sect. Destroying the heaven sealing and absolute Dao formation was seen by the Great Dao as betrayal of the origin continent, and even becoming an enemy of the origin continent, so heavenly punishment was brought down. Tianjin Daojun whispered, what a miscalculation. Taoist Shueji's voice suddenly changed and became extremely solemn. In my first life, you were called Heavenly Array Daoist Lord, the leader of the Great Dao Array sect. You accepted me as your sect's disciple. I was born with the Heavenly Array. In order to seize my Heavenly Array, you first gained my trust, and then plotted against me, causing my death. In my second life, I cultivated to the Great Dao realm again, and was named the Dao Lord of the Sealed Realm. I settled the grievances of the previous life with you. You used the Origin Array to injure me, and I hid in the Origin Continent. You kept chasing me. During the Origin Catastrophe, you closed your doors and locked up your sect, ignoring the Origin Catastrophe for your own selfish interests. Later, I was ordered by heaven to set up the heaven sealing and absolute Dao formation at the bottom of the Sea of Boundary, but you disobeyed heaven's order and destroyed the formation, intending to harm the origin continent. You all know that the heaven sealing and absolute Dao formation is a destiny formation. How many people have sacrificed their lives for this formation? The cursed Dao Master and I share the same destiny. He used his life as a price to cast the curse and blocked the wisdom of the gods from outside the domain, allowing me to complete the formation. But it was destroyed by you. You are the enemy of the Great Dao, the enemy of the world. Helpless, I died of exhaustion after setting up the Great Formation. I will have to wait until the third life to settle accounts with you all. Although I died in my second life body still exists. With this heavenly formation, I can communicate with the great way of destiny, cleanse the filth, and righteousness. Clear the dirty, righteous heart. His words resounded in the void, and the heavenly formation on his back kept running, erupting with terrifying power. The origins of the sun and the moonshine, and the origins of yin and yang intersect to form an extremely special avenue. This avenue seems to be the root of the entire world and the starting point of the origin continent. The moment the Great Dao emerged, the heavenly punishment thunder that enveloped the Great Dao formation sect became even more violent. Even the origin formation began to become unstable. Taoist Tianjin's expression turned extremely ugly. He had already guessed what Taoist Shueiji was going to do. At this moment, Taoist Master Shueiji took a bold step forward and attempted to reach the Tao realm. The fire of heavenly punishment descended, the heavenly formation was activated, and all the fire of heavenly punishment was drawn to the large layer. The power of the heavenly punishment thunder mixed with the heavenly punishment fire increased dramatically, and the disaster of the great Dao Jin sect turned into doomsday. In the void, the Demon King and the three ancestors looked at each other in bewilderment. The Demon King whispered, "Look, this is what we call scheming. Compared to their scheming, we are nothing." The third ancestor narrowed his eyes slightly. "Indeed, compared to him, our calculations are really nothing." He intervened with his own body and firmly calculated the death of the great Dao Array sect. After this battle, I am afraid that there will no longer be a great Dao Array sect, and the master of the great Dao of Arrays should also appear. The Demon King raised his eyebrows. "Do you think he can become the Dao master of the great Dao of the formation? But he is not yet at the great Dao realm." The third ancestor whispered, "He is not, but the sealing Dao Lord is. Just watch." What he said just now was told to the great Dao through the heavenly array. Do you know what the heavenly array is? It is a natural array, an array bestowed by destiny. I can only say that the old man from the Daojin sect was too stupid to even dare to set up a heavenly formation. He deserves his bad luck. The appearance of the heavenly array actually means that this person is the master of the array Dao destined by heaven. If you want to snatch people from the heavenly Dao, you must not want to stay in the origin continent anymore. What the third ancestor said made sense, and the Demon King was not denying it. It was indeed the fact. Taoist Shueiji attracted the fire of heavenly punishment, and then reported it to the great Dao of destiny through the heavenly array, telling him about his own suffering and the evils of the great Dao array sect. Destiny seemed to understand, and the punishment it brought down was even more severe. Daoist Master Shueiji stepped into the Dao realm and said loudly again, "The Daojin sect is selfish and has betrayed its origin. This sect should not exist. The Dao is fair and will reward merits and punish evil. Please help me. Eradicate this sect and wipe out all traces of its existence." He spoke earnestly and sounded angry. He stood on the side of the Tao, not for himself, but for the Tao. The sound passed through the sky formation and echoed in the void like the sound of the Tao. Amid the sound, the heavenly formation was fully revealed, transforming into a huge formation in the air and landing on top of the great formation sect's head. All the thunder and fire from heavenly punishment must pass through the sky formation. When passing through the sky formation, the power of thunder and fire increased again, but it still failed to break through the origin formation. The Great Origin Array is the foundation of the great art of array formation, and its power is extremely strong. Tianjin Daojun snorted coldly, "It's useless. You don't understand the origin of the formation at all. You can't break it. When the heavenly punishment retreats, it will be your death." Taoist Master Shueiji once again said loudly, "I use the heavenly array as a witness and beg the great Dao to come down, suppress the origin array, and eliminate the filth." The sky formation sparkled and started to move rapidly. The great Dao heard the breathing of Taoist Master Shueiji, and where the origins of Yin and Yang intertwined, the great Dao became more solid. This avenue contains the power of all the avenues in the origin continent. As the origins of Yin and Yang intertwined, the avenue roared and screams were heard from the avenue array sect. The defense of their origin array was greatly weakened. The great Dao heard the request of Taoist Master Shueiji and began to suppress the origin array. At this time, the soul of Shueiji Tianzuan flew into the body of Fengjie Daojun. The eyes of the Taoist sealing master, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly popped up, and divine talismans flew out from his fingertips, quickly forming the 10th great formation in the great Dao array sect. This large formation cooperates with the heavenly formation to further strengthen the power transmitted by the heavenly formation. At the same time, the avenue gradually suppressed the origin array amidst the roar. The Daojian sect became precarious, and the sect's disciples had fewer and fewer places to stay. In the Daojian sect, a formation lit up, but it exploded when it was touched by the thunder of heavenly punishment. It seemed that apart from the origin formation, there was no other formation that could withstand the thunder of heavenly punishment. "I will kill you!" Tianjin Daojun roared and rushed towards Jing Daozun. Taoist Xueji said in a low voice, "It's a pity that although you are called the Taoist Lord of Heavenly Array, you don't have a heavenly array. You don't deserve the name, so you'd better die." The Taoist Lord Fingjie formed a magic talisman, which flew out and transformed into a powerful man in the Dao realm. The strong man in the Dao realm blocked the Taoist Lord of Heaven array, but he did not stop because of this. The Great Origin Array was becoming weaker and weaker, and the Great Dao Array sect had almost no place to stay. Array masters fell to the ground one after another, deader than dead. Taoist Xueji will not show any mercy. His goal is to destroy the Daojian sect. Killing a few disciples will not be enough to make him feel better. He kept drawing divine talismans, creating one Dao realm strongman after another, and fighting with the heavenly array Dao Lord. Tianjin Daojun is also a first-class innate soul, but he is too dependent on the formation. Once the formation is restricted, his combat effectiveness will be greatly reduced. Now, all the great ways in the sect are suppressed, and even the origin formation cannot be used, let alone other formations. A large formation emerged within the Daojian sect. The great formation exudes a rich original power, and the avenue of the formation is looming. Sect leader Tianjin Daojun used his own powerful cultivation to forcefully activate the origin array to fight against the heavenly punishment. The Great Array of Origin is the foundation of the Great Dao of Formation, and can be used to drive the Great Dao of Formation. It is precisely because of the existence of the Great Array of Origin that the Great Dao Formation sect is called the 10th sect of Formation. Taoist Xueji laughed and said, "You used the origin formation to fight against the heavenly fate path. Well done." His words were full of irony. No matter how powerful the formation was, it still belonged to the destiny, and one had to bow down to destiny. Tianjin Daojuan's actions will only make Tianming Dao even more angry. Tianming Dao will think that this is a betrayal, and a betrayal of the entire world. Sure enough, the heavenly punishment became more intense, and a huge eye appeared in the faint void. The opening of the eye of heavenly punishment means that the heavenly punishment has reached the highest level. There might have been a way out before, but now there is no such thing. Tianjin Daojun roared, "Everything is because of your calculations. I have done nothing wrong. Why? The Dao is unfair." Taoist Xueji said coldly, "Your fault lies in your extreme selfishness, your insatiable greed, and your lack of understanding of the Great Dao. You do not follow the Great Dao, and attempt to refine the Great Array of Origin to achieve your own path. This is your sin. The Great Dao is not your personal property. You are incompetent, and yet you want to seize it. Do you know what kind of selfish existence the Great Daojian sect is in the eyes of the people?" Tianjin Daojun roared, "Why should I care about the comments of those ants? If a person does not work for himself, he will be punished by heaven and earth. This Daojun is right." Taoist Xueji said coldly, "If that's the case, then you can take Wutzwa with you to die." As he spoke, he took out a piece of jade, and the jade token activated and unfolded, revealing a corner of a large formation. This corner of the formation also exudes a rich source of power, and is no different from the Great Dao Formation sect's source formation. In his previous life, the Taoist Sealing Realm once used the Heaven Sealing Absolute Dao Formation to suppress the Great Dao Formation sect. In that chaos, the Taoist Sealing Realm was severely injured, but he forcibly took a corner from the Great Origin Formation. The Origin Formation was incomplete from then on. Therefore, no matter how much time is given to Tianjin Daojun, he will never be able to achieve the position of Dao Lord by relying on the Origin Array. Daoist Master Xueji continued, "You are incompetent and unworthy of possessing the Origin Formation. I will take back the Origin on behalf of the Great Dao of Destiny." As he spoke, that corner of the Origin Array merged into his heavenly array. At the same time, Taoist Shui Ji's soul also flew into Taoist Fengjie. The Taoist Lord Fengjie, who had been dead for many years, suddenly opened his eyes. A powerful aura rose into the sky, and the Taoist Lord of Sealing the Realm, who had a first-class innate soul, seemed to be resurrected at this moment. A ray of light suddenly fell down and landed on the Taoist Lord of Sealing the Realm, and the rewards from the great Tao rolled in. The third ancestor in the distant void suddenly changed his expression. "This guy has tricked me." The Demon King was puzzled. "What does it have to do with you?" The third ancestor whispered, "I once obtained a piece of flesh and blood from the Sealing World Tao Lord, refined it into a demon blood man, and used it to enter the Sealing Heaven Absolute Tao formation. I then handed it over to Lin the Kid, and asked him to kill an 8-winged Outer Realm god for me. Now it seems that this piece of flesh and blood was voluntarily given to me by Dao Jun Fengjie. In this way, part of this great achievement will also be attributed to him, and he can get a lot of rewards from the Great Way. With this great Tao reward, he can temporarily merge his soul and body into one, and he can manipulate the heavenly array, integrate the origin array, and cooperate with the heavenly Dao to suppress the Tao Lord of the killing array." The Demon King was stunned. "Is it so complicated?" The third ancestor said, "It's not complicated, but he has been planning for countless years. In such a long time, the probability of failure is extremely high. But he still did it, which is enough to show how bold he is. Compared with him, Tianjin Daojun is just like a child. The Taoist of Heavenly Array only cares about the origin array and cultivates his own small piece of land. He is selfish and self-serving. It is only natural that he is not the Taoist master. With the reward from the great Tao, the Taoist master Fengjie temporarily maintained the unity of his soul and body. At this moment, it was as if the Taoist Lord of Sealing the Realm was reborn, and under his control, the power of the heavenly array reached its peak. The sky formation flew to the sky above the Tao formation sect and transformed into a huge vortex, spreading to the west. The suction force was endless, but only acted on the origin formation, becoming the last straw that broke the camel's back. The origin formation, which had already been suppressed by the Avenue of Destiny, could no longer hold on and shattered. "No!" Tianjin Daojun roared, blood spurted out of his eyes, and his eyeballs exploded on the spot. The great origin array that he had refined for countless years, the great origin array on which he pinned all his hopes, collapsed at this moment. After the origin formation collapsed, all the fragments were sucked away by the heavenly formation and merged with it. The sky formation changed accordingly. It began to emit the aura of origin, and it was even stronger than the previous origin formation. Tianjin Daojuan's eyes spurted blood. "This is all mine, all mine." He roared again and again, but he couldn't stop it at all. Without the origin formation, the thunder of heavenly punishment, carrying the fire of the great Tao, fell on him like raindrops. His breath was rapidly weakening and his realm was regressing. The way destiny treats traitors is very simple: reduce their cultivation, cut off their foundation, and scatter their souls. The Taoist master Fengjie watched coldly, without any sympathy, and said nothing. The heavenly array started to operate, merging with the great array of origin. The chi of origin rolled down and landed on the body of Taoist Master Shui Ji. Taoist Master Shui Ji instantly stepped into the realm of the great Tao. From this moment on, Taoist Master Shui Ji could be renamed Taoist Lord Shui Ji. The decline of Taoist Tianjin and the rise of Taoist Shui Ji form a sharp contrast. Without the origin continent, under the thunder of heavenly punishment, countless practitioners in the great Tao array sect screamed, and array masters died one after another. The Tao is ruthless and will not calculate whether you deserve to die. At this moment, anyone who is in the Daojin sect will have no choice but to die. There is no chance of escape. Finally, Tianjin Daojun fell from the Tao realm, all his cultivation was destroyed, and his entire body turned into ashes, and his soul flew away. At this time, Taoist Master Fengjie looked down at Taoist Master Shuiji, and looked at his own third life. The body exploded, and countless flesh and blood covered Shuijing Daojun. Taoist Shuiji's aura soared rapidly, and his soul became stronger and stronger. In the blink of an eye, he had broken through to the 7th level of innate soul, and continued to grow stronger, as if there was no end. The fusion of the heavenly array and the origin array has become one and has returned to the back of the Taoist master on water. With a humming sound, the void vibrated and the avenue of formation emerged. Taoist Shuiji let out a howl and stepped onto the avenue of the formation. The power of the avenue enveloped him and continuously increased his strength. The 6th level of innate soul. The 5th level of innate soul. 4th class innate soul. Taoist Shuiji's power continued to increase, and within just 10 minutes, he had already reached the level of a 1st-class innate soul. The 3 ancestors and the Demon King in the distance came together, and at the same time, several tall figures appeared and watched this scene from afar. Those who come here are all the masters of various sects. After a moment, the avenue resonated, brilliant light burst out in the void, and the huge and incomparable sun seat appeared in the void. The formation represents the Great Way. Taoist Master Shuiji stands on the formation and roars to the sky. Several Tao masters congratulated him. Congratulations, Taoist friend, for achieving the position of Tao master. When Taoist Shuiji became the Taoist master, Lin Moyu, who was far away in the origin continent, suddenly felt something in his heart and looked towards the great Tao outside the sky. Although he couldn't see anything, he felt that something good must have happened. Because his luck has increased a lot again, it should be that someone related to him encountered a good thing, which caused his luck to change. Combined with Shuiji's departure before, Lin Moyu basically guessed it was almost right, and Senior Zhang should have got what he wanted. At this time, someone flew over from a distance. He was wearing an exquisite Taoist robe. This robe alone was a magical weapon of the Tao realm. He came to Lin Moyu and fell in front of him, and saluted Lin Moyu. Junior Mo Sheng, from Tianshui Tao sect, greets the senior, Senior Wanan. He is very polite, and his tone and expression are very natural, not pretending. Lin Moyu asked, "What can I do for you?" Mo Sheng said, "I came here to give you a gift." Lin Moyu said, "No merit, no reward. Tell me what you want to do first." Mo Sheng said, "We, the Tianshui Tao sect, practice the Tianshui Avenue. We hope that the senior can give us a place of inheritance and create a water source spiritual vein. This should not be difficult for the senior. To be honest, Mo Sheng 170's requirement is not high. There are many origin spiritual veins in the underground of Zhongzhou, and many of them have certain properties. The 5 elements have the most attributes, and there is no shortage of original spiritual veins in the water system. Originally, those of them who were at the Tao realm could also obtain the original spiritual veins by relying on their own instincts. But now Lin Moyu is here, no one dares to move. The man from Huangquan Tao sect is the best example. He was killed because of a disagreement, which shows how powerful Lin Moyu is. Therefore, if one wants a suitable origin spiritual vein and wants to accomplish this, it ultimately depends on Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu looked at Mo Sheng. "It's really not a difficult thing, but if everyone makes the same request as you, the rules will be messed up." Mo Sheng was speechless. It was indeed true. If everyone was like this, then the rules set by Lin Moyu would be disrupted. Lin Moyu continued, "I cannot break the rules I set myself, so I won't agree to this. You don't have to take out your gift, please go back." Mo Sheng was not unhappy, but smiled and said, "It doesn't matter if you don't want to, I still have to give you a gift. It's not something expensive, maybe you can get it from others." Having said that, Mo Sheng placed a jade token on the ground, then turned and left. Lin Moyu frowned slightly, and with a move of his soul, he naturally learned the information in the jade token. The jade token contained some information about various forces in the great Tao beyond heaven. The information was not particularly detailed, but it was enough for Lin Moyu to understand the situation in Tianhui Avenue. There are many forces entrenched in various avenues, and there are countless forces of all sizes. Among them, Huangquan Tao sect is one of the top forces. They mainly practice Huangquan Avenue, which is a branch of Hell Avenue. The ancestor of the sect is the master of Huanquan Avenue. Although his strength is not as good as the master of the origin, he is also among the top among the masters of the branches. The Yellow Spring Avenue is extremely sinister, and practitioners from other avenues are unwilling to make enemies with them. The most important thing is that Huanquan Dao sect is extremely protective of its people. The person who entered the origin continent this time is named Huang Kuan. He is the direct descendant of the sect master of Huanquan Dao sect and has an extraordinary status in the sect. If he is killed, Huanquan Dao sect will definitely not let him go easily. Lin Moyu finally understood that Mo Sheng came here mainly to curry favor with him. In fact, whether or not to have the water-based origin spiritual vein was a trivial matter. The key was to establish a good relationship with him. Wanting the original spiritual vein is just an excuse to make the pressure about oneself. That was why, after being rejected by me, he left so abruptly, but still found a reason to give the jade token to me. Whether Lin Moyu is willing or not, this favor has been remembered. Everyone who came down from the avenue from heaven has found their own territory on the land of Central Continent, and has built houses with great fanfare and established their own heritage. They brought many houses directly from Tianwai Avenue. They originally thought they could use them as soon as they were placed there, but in the end they couldn't. The origin continent has not yet fully recovered. The houses from the outer avenue are rejected by the earth and are crushed by invisible forces as soon as they are released. There is no choice but to go out and collect materials and build. Lin Moyu didn't care about them. He was still comprehending the evolution of the great Tao and fine-tuning his own yin and yang origins based on his own insights. 10 days passed in a blink of an eye, and there were already hundreds of world spirits in Lin Moyu's soul world. These world spirits have various appearances and are all created according to Lin Moyu's thoughts. The only thing they have in common is that these world spirits come in pairs. Each time, 2 identical world spirits will evolve and then change their forms. Lin Moyu has discovered that the properties of the surrounding spirits will be different depending on their forms. The human-shaped world spirit has the most comprehensive attributes, with almost all attributes complete. The attributes of a snake-shaped world spirit tend to be yin, and the power contained within it also tends to be yin. If it is a large world spirit with a bear-like appearance, its attributes will be more inclined towards the origin of the sun. When different world spirits combine with each other, the avenues of power that can be formed in the end will also be different. 100 world spirits were enough, and Lin Moyu stopped temporarily. Then, with a thought, the pair of human-shaped souls began to merge with each other. They are like water flows, penetrating into each other's bodies, completing the process of 2 becoming 1 and forming a whole. During this process, the body shapes of both will continue to distort and change, eventually forming a peculiar form. Lin Moyu couldn't describe this shape in words. It looked like an oval, but not quite. Some parts of it had edges and corners. Although the world's appearance is very strange, it is undeniable that this is a brand new world full of vitality. These vibrant lives will one day evolve into countless living beings and make this world a more perfect place. Lin Moyu carefully observed the entire process of the fusion of the world spirits and made timely adjustments based on his own understanding. Under Lin Moyu's meticulous control, the origin of yin and yang continuously pours its power into the new world. The original forces intertwined, collided, and exploded in this small world, thus evolving into their own original forces and then turning into avenues. At this moment, he felt like he had become the creator of a whole new world and had an inexplicable sense of accomplishment. In the process of the world's formation and evolution, Lin Moyu seemed to see how the origin continent changed at the beginning of its formation. Of course, the small world that he created now cannot be compared with the origin continent, and it is not even comparable to the Boundary Sea world. But it's hard to say about the future. Lin Moyu is patient and he knows the path he wants to take, which is different from everyone else. No one has ever walked this road. I may be the first one in the origin continent, and I am destined to rely on myself to explore it. It was as if in the small world, the path he walked was also one that no one had ever walked before, and now it was just being repeated. Lin Moyu is determined in his decision. Once he makes a decision, he will not look back. Someone was flying quickly in the distance. Lin Moyu turned around and saw a giant turtle. Lin Moyu chuckled and said, "I wonder how I should address you." "Master Shueiji?" "It's just a name, how can it be so important?" Shueiji chuckled. Lin Moyu said, "Then I'll just call you Senior Shueiji." The one coming over at this time was an incarnation of Shueiji that he had left in the origin continent. Shueiji had already become the Taoist master, and his real body was currently on the Great Avenue outside the sky, so he couldn't come back for the time being. Lin Moyu said, "First of all, congratulations to the senior for getting what you wished for and becoming the Taoist master." Shueiji looked at him strangely. "How did you know?" Lin Moyu said, "Don't forget my current identity. I have been granted the destiny temporarily, so if any major events happen in the outer world, I can still sense it." Shueiji didn't dwell on this question. "I came to you this time mainly to ask you, what are you going to do next?" Lin Moyu said, "I have obtained the destiny for the time being and cannot leave the origin continent. As for the future, I will naturally enter the great Tao beyond heaven." Shueiji said, "Well, the Tianhui Avenue is not peaceful, you come in, be careful." Lin Moyu said, "Senior, please explain clearly." Shueiji said, "It was only after I became the Tao Master that I discovered that there is a force that is infiltrating the Tao of the origin continent. You also know that I have the heavenly array. In fact, the heavenly array and the origin array come from the same source. You can regard them as the yin and yang sides of the array Tao itself. The origin formation is yang, floating on the surface, and the heaven formation is yin, accompanying me. Therefore, I was born to be the master of the formation. My life was actually granted by heaven." Lin Moyu could understand Shueiji's words. Since the Great Tao has designated you as the Great Tao Master of the formation, there must be a reason for that. The Tao has no wisdom but only instinct. Under normal circumstances, it will not interfere with the normal operation of the world unless it encounters something like the origin catastrophe. Moreover, it is even more impossible for the Tao to do meaningless things. Since it does so, there must be a deep meaning behind it. In Shueiji's first life, he was still far away from the origin catastrophe. Why did the Great Tao do this? Shueiji continued, "I was born with a destiny. I should have become the master of the Great Tao of the formation before the origin catastrophe, and then set up a great formation to fulfill my destiny. But later, due to the selfishness and greed of Heavenly Array Tao Lord, I had to reincarnate twice and was unable to fulfill my destiny. This also led to the world being severely damaged in the origin catastrophe." Lin Moyu said, "According to what you said, you were born with the destiny of heaven, and the Heavenly Array Tao Lord should not be able to stop you, and your destiny has nothing to do with the origin of the catastrophe." Shueiji said, "Yes, normally it shouldn't be like this, but the power that penetrated through silently affected the development of things. Originally, Jin Dao Jun shouldn't be like this." Lin Moyu's brows furrowed more and more tightly, and he had cleared his mind. Normally, the Tao is affected by some external force. In order to solve this problem, Shueiji was born with the will of heaven and should become the master of Tao. He then set up a large formation to block the external force. But the external force also discovered this, and it influenced Tianjin Dao Jun, thus changing Shueisham's fate. Shueiji failed to become the master of formations in his first life, which resulted in the origin continent suffering even more serious damage in the subsequent origin catastrophe, and it took countless years to recuperate. But Lin Moyu also discovered a problem. Since the avenue was severely damaged, why didn't that force take the opportunity to invade? Shueiji said, "It's because of the avenue of destiny. The other party's invasion method is very strange. It affects the world by affecting the avenue of destiny. But in the origin catastrophe, the avenue of destiny was destroyed, and that power lost its anchor, making it impossible to take advantage of the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Later, Destiny Avenue was restored and it had to be locked again. Obviously, this process was troublesome and complicated. Lin Moyu asked, "So is it back now?" Shueiji shook his head. "I don't know, maybe he came back, maybe he didn't. Even if he came back, he might have changed his way of influencing the world." Lin Moyu was a little puzzled. What exactly is it going to do? Shueiji still shook his head. "I'm not sure. We need to find the answer ourselves, but it will definitely not be a good thing. Perhaps many people in the outer world have already been affected by it. I'm telling you all this because I want to tell you that you must be careful after entering the great Tao beyond heaven. The influence of that power is subtle and unpredictable. Even those below the Tao Master may be affected by it." Lin Moyu nodded. "I understand, thank you, Senior. Then what are you going to do next? To set up a big formation and shoot this world?" Shueiji hummed. "Yes, this is my destiny, I have to do this. This matter is not something that can be accomplished overnight. It may take countless years, during which time I cannot be distracted to do other things." Lin Moyu understood that Shueiji came here to say goodbye to him and he would be away for a long time. "Please give me flowers," Lin Moyu said. "Then I wish you all the best and hope you can fulfill your destiny." Shueiji looked at Lin Moyu. "I know you are very ambitious and will never be willing to become an ordinary Taoist master and be trapped in one world. This is a good thing, but also a bad thing. The world outside is extremely dangerous, so you have to be careful." After he finished speaking, Shueiji's figure slowly disappeared and he had left. Lin Moyu fell into deep thought. Shueiji came this time to tell him such a secret. I believe that even many Taoist masters don't know about this matter. Shueiji came to tell me specifically, obviously thinking that maybe I have the ability to figure it out. Although the Tao Lords are powerful, they are trapped in the original world and cannot see the outside world clearly. But I am different. If anyone can solve this problem, it is only me. 0. At this moment, Lin Moyu thought a lot, thinking about Shueiji's experiences in life after life and the life and death of hell. It is certain that the Lord of Hell was not killed by the strong men from the Heavenly God realm or the Black Blood realm, because they do not have the ability to do so. Is the one who killed the Lord of Hell the one who secretly plotted against the Origin continent? If it is really him, then in the Origin catastrophe, it has already been. And what exactly is the wasteland that Zulong went to? Did the power that affects the Avenue of Destiny come from the wasteland? The wasteland is somewhat similar to the ancient battlefield in the small world. The mutated dragon corpse also seems to be a bit like the desolate beast. If that's the case, then what is the existence of the wasteland? What is their purpose? This question was so complicated that Lin Moyu couldn't figure it out even if he racked his brains. For now, we can only take one step at a time. Lin Moyu knew that the most important thing was to strengthen himself. Only with sufficient strength could he solve various difficulties. He experiences the changes in the world, which is actually a form of spiritual practice. The practice of the Tao realm is to enhance the soul level, and his understanding also has this effect. At the same time, Lin Moyu was waiting for a group of people to come to his door, to give him a chance to establish his authority. He wants to stop all those restless hearts from beating. After he had been sitting there for a month, a team came from the Avenue Outer Heaven and stopped over the Origin continent. A road emerged above the team, with yellow rivers flowing in it, emitting a disgusting truth. The person who made him establish his authority has arrived. The troops of Huangquan Dao sect came on Huangquan Avenue. In the Yellow Spring Avenue, countless spiritual beasts were floating in it. Dozens of Tao realm masters cast cold eyes towards Zhongzhou, concentrating on Lin Moyu. The leader shouted in a low voice, "Did you kill Huang Kuan?" His voice was like a sharp knife stabbing forward, but was blocked by the power of the avenue that enveloped the Origin continent and could not land. This person's cultivation has reached the 4th level of innate soul, and he is considered a strong man in the Tao realm. It is not difficult for him to kill a guy like Lin Moyu who has just reached the Tao realm. Lin Moyu looked up and said, "Are you here to avenge Huang Kuan?" He growled, "My name is Huang Shang, and I'm Huang Kuan's uncle. Hurry up and get up here to die." Lin Moyu said calmly, "You know, if you attack me, those Taoist masters will not let you go." Huang Shang laughed and said, "Don't think that having the support of the Taoist master is a big deal. We in Huangquan Taoist sect also have a Taoist master, and 79-0, and you were the first to attack us. We are here to take revenge, and even the Taoist master can't say anything." Huangquan Tao sect is indeed protective of its own shortcomings, and even the Taoist master takes it seriously. The great Tao outside the sky is not peaceful. According to the information given by Mo Shang, Huangquan Tao sect has relations with several other great Tao sects, and they have formed an alliance with each other. There are several Tao masters in the alliance, and they advance and retreat together, so they have the confidence to say such things. In Zhengzhou, countless people looked at the extremely powerful Huangquan Tao sect. Someone said, "Huangquan Tao sect is famous for protecting its people, but I didn't expect that they would actually come to our door. But why did they take so long to come? Shouldn't they have come a long time ago? Don't you know about the Hell Alliance of Huangquan Tao sect? They must have discussed it beforehand, and the Tao masters in the alliance took action to block the Tao masters behind Lin Moyu. Although there is only one origin master in that alliance, there are still several branch masters. If they take action, it will be difficult to get the authenticity of Lin Moyu's store. But they can't come in either. Only 9th level and 8 souls can come in now. As long as Lin Moyu doesn't go out, there's nothing to be afraid of. But Lin Moyu can't stay here forever. It will take at most 1,000 years. When the origin continent is fully restored, they can come down. It won't take 1,000 years, at most another 300 to 500 years, for a 6th or 5th level Tao Realm Master to come down, and then Lin Wu will be in danger. I was really impulsive at the time. I shouldn't have killed someone so straightforwardly." Countless people were talking about it, and they felt that Lin Moyu must be having a headache at the moment. "You guys from Huangquan Tao sect, you are looking for death." A roar was heard, and when Tian Dao Jun, covered in purple lightning, rushed out from the void. He knew what was going on here and came to help Lin Moyu. But halfway through, countless vines came over and forced Tian Dao Jun to retreat. Master Ku Rong snorted coldly, "Your opponent is me." The two men fought in the void, their strength was equal and neither could do anything to the other. As others have said, those Taoist masters who stand behind Lin Moyu will naturally be blocked by others. Lin Moyu sighed, a good ironsmith must be strong himself, and he really can't rely on outsiders. He glanced across the sky, and a faint light appeared in his palm. The glimmer was gray and white at first, then turned into only gray. "Die." He whispered something, and a gray light disappeared from his palm. The next moment, it appeared above the heads of the Huangquan Tao sect members and exploded on the spot. The magical power of the Great Way, either life or death. One thought determines life, one thought determines death. Life and death are decided by Lin Moyu's one thought. The gray light came too fast, sweeping across a large area of the void in an instant, and countless people in the Huangquan Tao sect screamed. Their flesh melted away and their bodies quickly rotted away. Several people who were only at the 9th level of the Tao realm died in just a few seconds. Even those who have powerful cultivation in the Tao realm find it difficult. They constantly mobilized their own strength to fight against the power of death. They all discovered that their own power of the Great Tao seemed to be restrained by the power of death, and even their energy of the Great Tao was rapidly dissolving. A few seconds later, more than half of the dozens of people from Huangquan Tao sect were killed or injured. The yellow spring was no longer boiling. In the yellow spring, spirit beasts floated up one after another. They were all dead and their bodies were rotting. The effect is good. Lin Moyu smiled. It was the first time he used the great magical power, and he was extremely satisfied with the result. This scene frightened many 9th level Tao realm cultivators. They saw with their own eyes that many people whose cultivation was similar to or even stronger than their own had their flesh and bones disappear in the blink of an eye, and their souls were scattered. Even those who were at a high level were in a state of great distress. What kind of magic is this? How can it be so terrifying? What realm is Lin Moyu in? Why does he slaughter Dao realm people like slaughtering dogs? This guy named Lin Moyu is too scary, he is simply a killing god. The Huangquan Dao sect has hit a wall this time. Let's see how they will end up. At this time, a clear voice came out, Brother Lin, what a powerful avenue of magical power. In the void, groups of giant whales flew over. The king of the sea realm came, and behind him was the giant whale of Inchi Tian Dao. The giant whale clan is the king of the water-walking avenue. Now that the king of the sea boundary has become the lord of the water-walking avenue, the giant whale clan is at its peak. Lin Moyu stood up, clasped his fists and said, Senior, you came back this time because you can't let go of the sea of boundaries? The king of the sea boundary said, Of course not. I heard that someone was going to cause trouble for you, so I came here to take a look. It just so happens that the whale hunter also wants to see you. Behind the king of the sea boundary, a giant whale whispered, Friend Lin, long time no see. Lin Moyu also greeted Mr. Jing, long time no see, how are you, senior? The king of the sea boundary said, I originally wanted to get rid of these guys for Brother Lin, but I didn't expect Brother Lin's great magical power to be so amazing. These guys deserve it. Then he whispered to the survivors of Huangquan Dao sect, Get out of here. The people of Huangquan Dao sect were frightened and fled immediately. Lin Moyu chuckled and said, Senior, can you give me a favor? The king of the sea boundary said, Just say it. Lin Moyu said, Lead the way to Huangquan Dao sect. The king of the sea boundary was stunned for a moment, then reacted, Brother Lin, if you do this, you will offend people to death. Lin Moyu said, Since I have already offended him, why not strike first? I wonder if you are willing to do so. The king of the sea realms chuckled and said, It's nothing to be bothered with. 3.2. It's not a big deal. Lin Moyu nodded, and 1,000 legion commanders flew out, leaving the origin continent and coming to the Void Minister. The king of the sea boundaries summoned a giant whale. The whale suddenly grew larger, allowing the legion leaders to stand on it, and then flew towards the depths of the void. 1,000 legion commanders means a whole legion of 10 billion dragon riders, which is enough to give Huangquan Dao sect a hard time. If he died in battle, he would be resurrected in the magic star. At the same time, Lin Moyu could also see if he could still control the legion commander after being separated by an infinite distance. If it doesn't work, then I can only turn back halfway. I know this myself, so there won't be any loss anyway. The king of the sea realm whispered, Fellow Taoist Lin, when do you plan to enter the great wave beyond heaven? Lin Moyu shook his head, My destiny has not been fulfilled yet, so I can't leave for the time being. The king of the sea boundary said, Call me any time if you need anything. No one can touch you when I am here. The news of Lin Moyu's display of his magical powers spread quickly, and those who entered Zhongzhou quickly reported the matter back to their own sects. The emergence of the great Dao magical power means that Lin Moyu is very likely to become the Dao master in the future. There is such a saying in Tianwai Dao that once you master the magical power of the Dao, you are not far from the Lord of Dao. Only the Taoist masters know how much value this sentence contains. The eyes of those strong men in Tianwai Avenue when they looked at Lin Moyu all changed. They no longer regarded Lin Moyu as an ordinary practitioner, but realized that Lin Moyu was not simply lucky and was chosen by the destiny. Countless powerful people began to face up to Lin Moyu's existence and even regarded him as a future Taoist. For this kind of person, we can either eliminate him directly or beat him to death without any chance. Or just avoid it and don't provoke it. Compared to others, the king of the sea boundary was not surprised at all, as if no matter what happened to Lin Moyu, he would not be surprised. He knew very well that the person who really stood behind Lin Moyu was not these Taoist masters, but the terrifying existence whose name he dared not even mention. That existence, because of Lin Moyu, has always been paying attention to this 25th world. In addition to Lin Moyu's great magical power, there is also something else that has shocked the world these days. The Dao Array sect was destroyed, and the Dao Master of the Dao Array appeared out of nowhere. Not until the news spread completely did people know that the formation genius who once created the heavenly formation lived a second life and became the Taoist lord of sealing the world. Then he lived a third life, Mingshuizing. Shui Ji lay dormant for countless years, and finally destroyed the Dao Array sect, took its place, and became the master of the Dao Array sect. From now on, the Great Way of Formation has a master. The Daojian sect did not have a good reputation in Tianhui Dao, and many people did not like the Daojian sect, so when the Daojian sect was destroyed, many people withdrew their hands and cheered. In addition to the destruction of the Daojian sect, another thing also happened. Huangquan Dao sect was suddenly attacked by a puppet of the infinite Dao realm. These puppets have the combat power of 7th level innate souls. They are not top-notch, but not too weak either. The key is that the number is too large, as high as tens of billions. According to eyewitnesses, hundreds of billions of skeletons surrounded Huangquan Dao sect and launched a massive bombardment attack on it. Although Huangquan Dao sect blocked most of the attacks with its protective formation, it still suffered heavy losses. Especially among the disciples in the sect whose cultivation was not very high, many were killed or injured. Later, it was the ancestor of Huangquan Dao sect who took action. With the power of the Taoist master, he destroyed the hundreds of billions of puppets in a short period of time, which prevented the damage to Huangquan Dao sect from further expanding. But what was strange was that after these puppets were destroyed, not even a trace of residue was left. They disappeared without a trace. The whole process was like a real dream. It was really too dreamy. In Tianhui Avenue, the strongest puppet sect is Dao Gui sect, but Dao Gui sect claims that this matter has nothing to do with them. Only a few people know the inside story of this matter, but those who know will not tell it. Those Dao realm masters in Zhongzhou could only guess that perhaps this matter was related to Lin Moyu. After all, Lin Moyu had killed Huang Kuan with a skeleton puppet before. Although the puppets besieging Huangquan Dao sect looked different, they seemed to have something in common. But they had no evidence, so they wouldn't say anything to avoid offending Lin Moyu. If it was really Lin Moyu who did it, it would be really scary in their opinion. Hundreds of billions of puppets, this kind of number, ordinary forces and sects could not stop it at all. Huangquan Dao sect did not make any comment on this, but everyone knew that this matter was definitely not over and Huangquan Dao sect would not give up easily. Regardless of whether Lin Moyu was the mastermind behind this matter, Huang Daozong would definitely put the blame on Lin Moyu. In Tianhui Avenue, Huangquan Daozong's experience was attributed to a natural disaster. In the blink of an eye, 10 years have passed. In Zhongzhou, all kinds of high-rise buildings have been built, and a large number of buildings are standing side by side. A sect is taking shape. Afterwards, many people entered the origin continent, including those at the Dao realm and Dao Zun. After the various sects and forces determined their foothold, disciples came and began to expand their scale. The power of the three ancestors naturally did not stop. The Lufeng Chamber of Commerce had already blown into Zhongzhou. They set up a base in Zhongzhou, built a city, and started doing business. Moreover, the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce always inadvertently reveals that there is a master of the Origin Avenue standing behind them, so their business is going very smoothly. There used to be many chambers of commerce on the Origin continent, at least hundreds of them, large and small. It was not until the great changes in the world began that it was discovered that all the chambers of commerce were actually controlled by the three ancestors. In other words, on the Origin continent, all transactions are controlled by the three ancestors. For the heaven and earth, the three ancestors can occupy more luck and gain greater benefits. Now, the third ancestor has taken over all the chambers of commerce and merged them into the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce, which is managed by Lu Fengyao, while he himself stays behind the scenes. Lu Fengyao came to Zhongzhou and came to find Lin Moyu to chat and drink tea. As the person in charge of the entire Chamber of Commerce, Lu Fengyao's temperament has become more noble and graceful. But she still called him little brother all the time, which was more convenient. Lin Moyu felt that there seemed to be a special bloodline awakening in Lu Fengyao's body. This bloodline came from the third ancestor. It was precisely because of this that the third ancestor designated Lu Fengyao as his successor. During the past 10 years, many people have come to see Lin Moyu. Gu Hanjing has been here, as has Fairy Siye from the ancient Lotus Holy Land, as well as Dongfang Wuding and others. They came to see Lin Moyu, and also to see Zhongzhou. Fairy Siye originally wanted to build an ancient Lotus Holy Land in Zhongzhou, but was later dissuaded by Lin Moyu and eventually gave up. Everyone benefits from the dramatic changes in heaven and earth. Gu Hanjing's cultivation level soared during the drastic changes, and he entered the 9th level of Dao Zun, and was only one step away from the Dao realm. The cultivation of the 4 girls, Xiaowu, Xiaoye, Xiaowu, and Xiaomei, also improved rapidly. Xiaowu gained the most benefits because of her close relationship with Lin Moyu. Her cultivation level rose sharply, and she has reached the 7th level of Dao Zun. Although the progress has slowed down since then, it is still improving rapidly. It is estimated that in another 100 years, it will reach the 9th level of Dao Zun. Xiaowu has the highest cultivation level among the few people, and this time she has entered the 8th level of Dao Zun. Xiaoye started late, but as she was born with a jade soul, she had no bottleneck in her cultivation. She took advantage of the dramatic changes in heaven and earth to reach the Dao Zun level, and now she has reached the 2nd level of Dao Zun. Xiaomei was also born with a Dao soul and had experience from her previous life. After being suppressed time and time again, she exploded and finally entered the Dao Zun realm. In addition, several Dao Zuns appeared in Yudao City. Dao Zun's Hao and others made further progress in their cultivation. The entire Yudao City was thriving. Finally, conflict broke out in central China. But as long as the conflict is not too intense and does not cause damage to the origin continent, Lin Moyu doesn't bother to care. If it goes too far, Lin Moyu will ask them to leave the origin continent and go to the outer heaven to resolve the issue. Faced with Lin Moyu's dominance, everyone had no choice but to obey. For 10 years, Lin Moyu sat there motionless. He was like a magic needle that stabilized the situation in Zhongzhou. As long as he was there, no one dared to act recklessly. Beside Lin Moyu, an invisible formation was in operation. Lin Moyu lowered his eyes and had entered the spiritual void.